Alright, welcome back, folks. It is day 83. As per usual, keeping the streak alive. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So yesterday, our sessions went off the rails onto a space shuttle and out to stratosphere. So, yeah, we're covering from a little bit of fatigue today, just a wee bit. We didn't actually complete our unit as well, so we're gonna try to do double time. We're gonna double down on this. I'm also an hour or two late because I was trying to reflect on the things I said. I think I'm largely comfortable with the things I said yesterday. It became a little unhinged. I hope we'll see how that develops. I had a serendipitous encounter as well with someone incredibly like-minded. That is a rare opportunity, so I had to indulge, and I like to think it was a mutual serendipitous encounter. And generally speaking, when I see opportunity, I seize it, right? It's very rare to have such a encounter and feel obliged to keep on schedule. You gotta enjoy the journey where it takes you, right? And then it became a slightly more unhinged near the end. Some hot takes, some opinions. I'm sure I will have to reflect on it and challenge myself to consider other perspectives in the future, right? All right, so to start off every session, I am gonna assume we're just gonna pretend like we don't see this and I've completed this unit. So we're gonna attempt our day 3 unit 2 total recall session, and that is to try to write some Japanese, right? Oh, okay. So if I'm aiming for like 25 elements today, because I honestly think due to the introduction of the Thai form, novel vocabulary isn't that many actually. Largely it's due to normalizing the Thai forms, like itaimasu, using most of our predicates that we already have and using it contextually in simple sentence construction, right? Okay. My voice is a little harsh too, and overdone a little, so we'll try to take it easy today. Maybe be a little bit more squeamish about utilizing our voice. Okay, so I think it'll be best if I at this point go backwards, so expressing what we do at a concert. We'll start with a free one. Pen. Pen. Oh no, that's peen. I've already screwed up. This is pen. Just kidding. No one saw that. All right. Now we're. Oh, I don't really like this either. Okay. Now we can start. Peen. I was thinking of the whole like southern shortcut thing. What is it? It's a peon. A peon. Not a pen. Not a pin. A peon. Alright. Alright, so wait a minute. I don't know if sign? I feel like sign has a I in it. Or in E. Or yeah. Sign? We'll stick with that. That might not be accurate actually. So sign. Suai. Yeah, sign. Hello there, worm. So we have artisto. I think it's a toe. Artisto. Okay. Stage. Soto. Onya. Yo. Oh, wait. Yasui. Ugh. I formally protest this kanji. Ugh. Ichiman. Man and together and this. Thanks, Nojo. One, two, three, 4, 5. There's 6. They're definitely 6 kanji, but we'll let it come to us. Let's see what else we can recall. If I can hit 25 today, it'll be pretty decent. I don't know about, I'm not so sure about this one. Mouse. Mu-a-su. Mouse. Mouse. Okay. Keyboard. Oops. Oh, no. Probably. What am I practicing right now? I'm doing my total recall for the for day 3 of the end of a unit. But yesterday I didn't get to the end of a unit. But usually after the end of a unit, I would write Japanese and try to recall 90% of the things that were in the section. So I'm spending the next 20 or so minutes writing Japanese and the vocabulary that was in section 3, unit 2. However, yesterday I got a little unhinged, so we didn't actually finish, but we're going to try to finish that today and get into N1, the first half of unit 3, section 3, unit 3. So, gaming. Okay. That was a little... 케이블. Mo, as in already. Mo. Mata. Mata as in again. Or already. Or again, already. Wait. Mata is again. And then mo is already. I might have them reverse actually. Let me see. So mo came after mata. So mata is again and mo is already. That's the order that I remember. You always get mada. Oh yeah, mada as in still, right? Still. Mada as in it's still something. It's the state is still the same. Yeah, mada. And then we also have made. Made is to, like a destination or path usage. Made, like kara made, combination from and to something. Plenty of mas. Okay, so what else we got? I'm like halfway there. I'm trying to reach 25. I think there were like 30 vocabulary that isn't in total that wasn't a repetition of using the Thai form with something we already know. Let's keep going. Omoi. Heavy. Harui. Or Harui. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to put that doc. I didn't mean to put that there. Yeah. Harui. Or karui. I think it's karui. Actually, karui. Probably karui. Karui for lightweight. Hey, Shady. Have you on as background noise? Right? Oh, no worries. You keep walking. Thanks. So what else we got? It's nice that Duolingo tries to focus on coupling antonyms and synonyms. So if you know omoi, you know karui. They try for the most part. There are some weird ones like nagai and what was it? Nagai and shoot. Michikai. Nagai and Michikai were far apart. Long and short. Talked about this with Indy a little bit. Wait, a bit back. What else we got? Should really focus on the electronic stuff. The electronic stuff, there were quite a bit. So what we covered, keyboard, gaming, as in gaming, pasokon things. Oh, right. Other parts. am I drawing a blank? Oh. Oh no. That's not it. Speaker. Wait. Speaker. Oh, it's actually the other way around, probably. Speak. Like this? Oh, no, wait. It might actually be double. Like speaker. Like this? I don't know. It's it's difficult for me sometimes to know if the vowel is held or not. So speaker. We're gonna go with that. Speaker. We'll go with that. I mean, it's probably plus or minus a vowel hold, so that's fair enough. So let's look at at an electronics store, right? We're in the electronics store. We got our keyboards, our mouse, our speaker, our gaming PC, our cables, wireless. Oops, I was supposed to write it first before I said it. Let's see. Oh. Wait a minute. No, we're fine. Right. Actually, I feel like... Why do I feel like... Oh, it's because I messed up the middle one. My bad. Wireless. Why, oh, no, wait. That's why this looks kind of weird, because... Oh, no, wait. I'm not even sure if it was in Hirakana or Katakana. I mean, wireless, it has been Katakana, right? Why does this look weird? Wireless. Wa I ya de su. Wireless. Okay. I'm gonna stick with that. So what else we have? So we have the cable, and that's why there's wireless as well. Wireless and cable. So those are supposed to be coupled together. What else can we electronic store? Oh no. Hikaru, right? Hikaru. We haven't used this long enough to know where we're going with the pitch accent, so we're gonna go with Hikaru. It'll come in the future. It's fine. So Hikaru. Don't really know, so I'm gonna just shoot the ball and say Hikaru for the time being. Or Hikaru works for me. Light up. So RGB, you know, your light up stuff, describing stuff that light up onto your gaming equipment. Oh, right, another part of the computer. Let me write it first. Oh wait. Okay. I skipped something. Oops. No one saw that I skipped the stroke order because I didn't write properly. I'm talking to myself, Shady. I do a lot of self-talk. It's part of demonstrating what I say to myself when I think and not share it actively. So it's kind of like I'm actively vocalizing what I'm thinking so that it isn't just people staring at me asking, what am I thinking right now? What are you doing right now? So I'm actively vocalizing how my thought process, at least explicit as I can. Obviously, vocalizing only captures a fraction of what's actually going on in my head, but I try my best. This topic reminds me of when I first went to Japan, though, and had to buy an extension cord. Oh, that's interesting. I've never forgotten that word since that moment. I don't think I've ever forgot. What is the word for extension cord? I don't actually have that word, so that's kind of interesting. Is it more like, let me see, en ton intention kodo korudo kodo koredo, yeah, uh let's see, attention. Oh, it has a hiragana word. Oh man. En encho kodo. Okay, so they kept the kodo, but encho. Interesting. Encho kodo. That's cool. Thanks for the share. One of those compounded words. Yes, one of the. It's kind of like baste, baste, and denji. Denji. You got your hybrid compound stuff. You gotta love compound stuff. There was another one. Duo have a few of these compound words that are a nice, interesting mix. It's difficult to forget them because they're mixed. One of your favorite things in Japanese is the verb when you heat something up in the microwave. Ooh, what's that? I do not have. The only thing they introduced was to make something at the moment. That would be the closest thing I could express. To make something within the microwave. That's probably the closest expression I could get. Like using tsukarimasu, or maybe like ryori. I mean, so yeah, ryori o tsukarimasu. Like denshi renji de ryori o tsukarimasu or something. That's the closest thing I have. It's chin. Wait. Chinsuru. Interesting, since the word that a microwave makes when it's done. Oh, that's cute. That's very cute. Oh, that's also difficult to forget. Chinsuru. Japanese had a lot of really cute sounds. I like cute sounds. It really does help out. It really does help out with I think vending machine, the abbreviated version of vending machine is pretty cute too. Jihunky, because it reminds me of junkie. I know how that sounds like. Wait, you think junkie things are cute? I'm a Charlie Brown Christmas kind of thing. So if someone else's junk is my treasure a lot of times. So it's a euphemism. So when I think of jihunky, you think of junk food. that's usually in vending machine, which is compared to like food that you would prep stuff. But sometimes that jihanki is someone's respite, right? Go to a vending machine late at night, grab your, obviously not in the United States, but in Japan, I could always see myself 3 a.m. in the morning, go to a vending machine, get a warm can of like corn drink or like a sweet corn beverage or something, and feels nice. So jihanki. Obviously, key machine and all that other stuff. People tell me a lot of other things about jihanki and how it's abbreviated and all that, and then showed me already the 3. It's like automatic something seller, automatic item seller or something, and so on. And then you hear a super manly person use cute sounds in a purely serious way. I know, right? That's I like that. The normalizer. Your language is normalizing it. Like, come on. How can you say what sounds a cat make? I mean, it's also true in English, right? Like, get someone's like, hey, what sound does a cat make? And you get this like incredibly, masculine person saying like meow. I'm like, okay, thanks. It's like, what does a cat say? Meow. Obviously, I'm thinking of the Japanese equivalent, nyang yang and nyang instead. And when you get them to say, it's like, yep. Quite very. I definitely enjoy the whole subversion thing. Gentle giants and whatnot. And there are very specific words in Japanese that really hits that same note. Hit very similar notes. I really dislike saying this word in katakana in the last unit, or like the 2 units before, but I think it sounds really cute. It's pikuniku. In English, I tend to deliberately say picnic instead of picnic. I say picnic a lot, so it was coincidental that picniku is what they decided for picnic. But I say picnic out of sheer habit. And then they also introduced, by coincidence as well, napkin. Napkin. And I say napkin by adding an A to it because I don't know. It sounds kind of less aggressive, but napkin. Picnic. Yeah, picnic. We need to get back on this unit. So what else is in an electronics store? We talked about price, right? Sanman and Sanman was also introduced just to show that man doesn't change. And Kyoman, I think, as well. Maybe even Nanaman. No, I'm not sure about that one. I can't rest and be complacent about counters yet. So man, I think largely it was Ichiman. And then they introduced the kanji for Yasui because things aren't necessarily cheap. And then Takai we already have. What other things at an electronics store? Oh, inchi, I think. Inchi. Inchi. the monitor size. Although Duolingo had a weird phrase that they were talking about the computer size, and then their response was, "Can I have a bigger computer?" And I'm like, I think they're referring to the monitor, but that kind of seems like an interesting interpretation of referring to the computer as the monitor, but that's fair enough. We do have monitor, so it was kind of a weird, it was more like a Duolingo bootstrapping and combining all the vocabulary. Not necessarily, it was very weird. I was like, you want a bigger computer? And then you're measuring it in inches? What else we got? I think we covered all the electronic stuff. We already have other electronics from previous sections, like camera, terebi, radio. Not that people buy radios anymore. Radio. And we have other media already covered, like CD, DVD, game, manga, anime, even ongaku, like arubamu, right? Arubamu, things that can end up in an electronic store. So we already have all those things. Largely, they were focusing on computers. So what else can computers? We covered heavy and light, right? Wireless, and yeah, I think that's it for the electronics things. Can I think of any more concert? Oh, I can think of a lot of concert things. So, nanabu. I'm supposed to write this first. Oh, it's fine. So, nanabu. Nanabu is to queue up. To line up. I prefer the word queue up because line up can be ambivalent, can be ambiguous. So I use the old school, the archaic word of queue to queue up. Hello there, Platinum. Welcome back. Hello. Narabu. Oh, what else we got? Oh, modoru. To return to a previous location or to return to a previous thing, not to be contrasted with kairu. Kairu for home. Very nuanced use cases. So we also had the expression to return to one's seat. So modoru. Don't I feel tired? I'm a little tired, Platinum. I'm a little tired, so we'll try to not push too hard today. Thank you for your concern. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm a little tired. Though my run, my run in the when I get up, when I go out to run, was not too bad. So I can feel the slight fatigue. Not too bad though. Enough to do our lessons. Let's see, there's one more. That was new. Oh, speaking of it, thanks for the question, by the way. It's actually coincidentally it's tsukareru. Tired. Tsukareru. Can you translate this sentence in Japanese? I'm tired. Yeah. Platinum, you literally stole my thunder. Tsukareru was introduced in this unit. Or in the unit that I just completed. So tsukarimashita. Tsukaremashita. Yes. Or tsukaremashita, basically. That works actually. Yeah. In this context, if you're asking me, probably tsukaremashita. Tsukarerimashita. Wait. No, it's just tsukaremashita. Let's just make sure. Yeah, I am tired. Yeah. Tsukareru. Oh, it might be tsukarimashita. Let me make sure I've done this properly. Tsukareru. Wait. Please, conjugator. Tsukaremashita. Yeah. Tsukaremashita. I am tired. And that's what I was gonna write. This is an expression that we got today. Or this unit. Whoops. Whoops. I keep doing double. Kareru. Oh, you're Jacob. Oh, hello, Jacob. How many alphabets does Japanese language have? Yeah, Japanese has 3 writing systems. I will show you in a bit, actually. So these words, for example, are in katakana. Katakana. And then these over here, for example, are in hiragana. And then these right here, or some of these, like for example, these and these here are kanji. And they mix these 3 to some practical effects without for like not going too deep into this. They mix these 3 writing systems for particular purposes. The closest thing to the alphabet is more about sound. It's about sound. So a lot of times kana would be the closest thing to the alphabet because it's about sound. So how many sounds there are for each of the characters, if that helps. And there are 65 each, or 64. It's either 64 or 65 each, if you're counting like these little dots. And then kanji, I will just put it at a cool thousands, more than 2,000. So what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. All right, we got it. 25 was our goal because I think there are 30. So I might have missed 1 or 2 here, but there we go. I did miss a kanji, and I'm a little upset with myself. I don't know which kanji though. Soto, konya, kyo, yasui, ichiman. There are 6, and I have 5 here. Oh, I know what it is. Mae. Mae. Front. It's unrelated. It's introducing kanji to an unrelated word. So mae was unrelated. So it was very difficult to recall. So there's our 6th kanji of unit 2. In theory, could you write all of English into Japanese so then English could in some way be a dialect of Japanese? Oh, that's a great question. Most people say that languages have lost in translation, so usually they would say no. For myself, language is a closest facsimile to like the whole expression of a human being, so naturally probably not to the extent that people would like. However, if you incorporate non-verbal communication and like visual communication, body language and all that stuff, while converting everything from Japanese, like if you have pictorial presentation or animation presentation of the person, you might be able to get closer. However, writing languages are a portion of expression, so naturally language themselves are also unable to communicate the whole expression of a human being between two people. And then obviously cultural differences provide predilections and predispositions. So the answer is telepathy. Telepathy is the solution, and we don't have telepathy, so probably not. It's a really roundabout way of saying I don't know enough, but at the same time, yeah. Oh yeah, everyone, it's a general question probably, you know. I think for it to be a dialect has to have some grammar and structure in common. Yeah. That too. Yes. Because if we step back way far and say that language is a vehicle of expression, then you could say they're related, but that is like philosophy. We're borderline philosophizing at this point. Oh, and I think Platinum. Oh, you are asking me, Platinum. You asked me yesterday if I knew Hindi, or you asked me if I knew Hindi and also anything about the Indian culture, and I generally say not really. I shared the comment about having the privilege of having co-workers, one that was Southern Indian and one was Punjabi, and that's about it. And I can't and I watched some travel documentaries that kind of gave me some insights into the more popular depictions of India. However, outside of that, it's a foreigner's perspective for sure, and I myself have personally not been close to. My father has very close Indian immigrant friends for some time. That he might have more insight into it than I do. But there are Indian immigrants and also Indian internationals that I've met over my life. But we rarely get too deep into discussion. Okay, you do remember? Yeah. I remember when I was in middle school, my friend and I found something online that just mapped random Chinese characters to A through Z, and we thought if we wrote English with it, I remember I have done something similar too. Jacob Foster. Jacob. And then yep. Responding to a point about the borrowed words and the internet. Yep. You found a Chinese vlog app called Himalaya on Google Play Store and App Store, and I think website. It's free as well. What does it do, Gabriel? The Chinese vlog app. And is that an Android platform thing or a... Oh, you said Google Play Store. Yeah, so Android. Interesting. Oh, you followed my Twitch? Thanks, Platinum. It's not so you can use either. I like doing YouTube and Twitch. It's more of a social experiment for YouTube right now because I don't really know what the conversations are like. YouTube, people who come from YouTube and people who come from Twitch are quite different. The nuances are quite different. It's like anime without pictures. Interesting. Like it only like it's only just speech. Okay, I see. You said it's called Himalaya. Shimalaya. Shimalaya is an inspiration featuring audio shorts course. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, I'll make a note of that. I have not gotten to anything we mentioned yesterday. So, yesterday we went really late, so I didn't get a opportunity to look at comprehensible Japanese as suggested by Jacob. That podcast site as suggested by Jacob. I did not get to Denshu as suggested by day I9. So it's gonna be a little bit. I need to have like some evening time to check it out. So I'll make a mental note of that, and hopefully we get some lessons, and I may get like 3 or 4 hours of alone time to look at some of these things. Thank you for sharing, Gabriel. Adam Fighter, hi. So how hard is Japanese? I hear it's up there. I'm not gonna digress too much for this. However, since you're talking about perceived difficulty, right? Perceived difficulty. I want to maybe like quickly share my background is I spent about 2/3 of my life listening to Japanese and seeing Japanese, right? Before I started learning Japanese. And the others was I have a huge exposure to Mandarin like listening and comprehension, not necessarily like literacy. Mandarin, Cantonese and Fujianese. And I also have a background in Spanish. And then naturally, I also speak the common language, English, right? So for me, taking account of all of these things, if I had to give a feeling of difficulty, Japanese is very comfortable for me. So if you were asking me for my rating to 1 to 10, I'm gonna say it's pretty much 5. It's the average feeling. So not hard or not easy kind of thing. However, I want to make a big disclaimer. Even if you don't have these things, the idea of difficulty is often independently it's dependent on the person a lot of times, background. So this is why I'm sharing the background. It's in a to say that I will say other statistics. So like other experts, right? Other experts that I've seen when they are talking about linguistics, they usually have agreed that for an English speaker, Japanese is considered the highest category, one of the highest categories. So if you were going off like statistics and linguistics, I'm not a linguist, by the way. I am not a linguist. Oh, come on. Okay. Sorry. Their suggestion is that English speakers, Japanese is in the highest category. So it is considered one of the difficult languages, according to the experts, of which I am not. So that would be their opinion. For me, it's average. It's largely average. But before you ask about other scores about these languages, a little bit about myself to answer most of the questions. Most of the time, I don't think of difficulty. So I will naturally probably give you a 5 across the board. Usually when something's slightly easy, I'll probably say it's 4. And then something that is very cool and difficult, I probably give a 6. So it's about, for me, it's a bottom line. When it comes to learning, I think of a bottom line. My bottom line is, can I be interested in it? If I can be interested in it, then the bottom line is I can acquire it. That's usually how I go about it. So oftentimes, however difficult it is, if I'm interested, then I can participate in learning. If I do not have the capacity to be interested, generally speaking, I will stray away from it unless someone else provides motivation or interest for me, and then I would generate interest again, if that helps. So most of the questions about difficulty, I've been asked about this as well in video games. When I play video games and whatnot, is it harder? Is it easier? My general response is, if I'm interested, it's neither hard or easy, generally speaking. So I can answer a lot of questions this way. Spanish I learned in high school to college, and I loved Spanish. Spanish was just really was really wonderful. And I am in the United States. I'm an American, so Spanish came up quite a lot. There are a lot of individuals who do speak Spanish. Let's see. Am I not playing a game today? I don't play a game. I usually don't play games often, Platinum. For Neverwinter, it's every Monday. So it's every yesterday. So 7 days from yesterday for the next 7 days, because I'm covering the content update for Neverwinter. And then I'll probably cycle in something else. I don't usually play games every day. I used to, but now we're language learning. If Japanese is the highest category for English speakers, shouldn't it also mean that English is the hardest language for Chinese, Japanese, Arabic, and Korean? I actually don't know. Most of the study is from the perspective of English. So much like logic, right? Much like logic and scientific understanding, when you do statistics, if A goes to B, it's not assumed that B goes back to A, right? It's usually a lot of times statistics drive unidirectional relationship, so it's not automatically assumed that the reverse is true. Oftentimes the evidence that I'm talking about, that I'm referring to by categorical, categorical evidence is that it's from the perspective of an English speaker. So you cannot make exception. You cannot make the presumption, the prevailing presumption that if you're an English speaker, that means Japanese is the hardest, that the reverse would be true. It's very difficult to ascertain that. It would require a large sample size of Japanese speakers to confirm that it's the other way around. But I don't know. Most of the statistics that I looked at comes from the perspective of an English speaker because I am an English speaker. Right? Oh, I see that you're a molecular biologist. There is a microbiologist stream. I just met her. A microbiologist. Ooh. Interesting. What kind of... Oh, hey. Hello there, Lotus. Yeah, mathematical logic, right? This is logical systems. We're applying logical systems. It's rarely ever forward and reverse when you use statistics. Like, when you observe something, you have to actually confirm the reverse. The converse is not automatically assumed. Oftentimes this is what we call a leap of logic, right? A leap of logic. Or like associative, or like identity, use of identity. Sometimes A equals B, B equals A, but this is A leads to B, A leads to an observation of B, as opposed to A is B, kind of thing. Let's see. Yeah, so to illustrate this point, like I don't actually know from the perspective of Japanese to English. There's a lot of conversations going on right now, but just to illustrate a point, Japanese to English, when you think of English comprehension, culturally and formally, English comprehension has a lower bottom line. I talked about this in a different video for like 2 hours. It has a lower bottom line. So when you have a lower bottom line of proficiency, naturally when Japanese has a higher, like relative higher bottom line of proficiency, right? You have this like juxtaposition. So what is the acceptable proficiency? Say the Japanese proficiency line is here and the English proficiency line is here. Well, when you do competency, you're going to have a distribution like this, right? Let's just say a normal distribution like this, although the distribution is also varied. So what happens is your lower bottom line would mean that more people from a higher bottom line language going to a lower bottom line, it will appear as though it is easier because it's more flexible. It even has a lower requirement of perceived proficiency. So even the rating systems and the way to evaluate these things, like the juxtaposition between the JLPT and the, what is it, like the CPR, whatever, all that stuff factors into the perception of difficulty. So going in a reverse direction, there is also a perspective shift and a standard shift if you wanted to use something that's tangible and accurate or measurable. So English itself, that's why I talked about this a lot, where when English people go to learn Japanese, you're uplifting into a higher bottom line of proficiency. So oftentimes that difficulty, that perception of difficulty, is a leap in the bottom line standard of proficiency, versus the other way around might not be the same, but I'm not Japanese. So there you go, right? So this isn't the only reason. This is something to dispel the leap of logic that if one thing is hard in one direction, is it hard in the other direction, right? That's kind of the thing. Just to illustrate like a hypothetical. That one, not necessarily a hypothetical. I'm using facts and then I'm interpreting it to suggest a narrative that may be in contrast to that logic. Let's see. Not necessarily. English is the easiest for Indians. Interesting. English is a bit easier, I think, to learn because of how prevalent and easy it is to find and access content. Yes, accessibility is another great example. Accessibility because of what we talked about. It's the default British language by coincidence and historical. So there's also accessibility. Um, there's also diversity, right? There's also diversity of different practices and perspectives and cultural backgrounds that lead to a practice of acquiring English. So you can find and resonate and find all the material that resonates with you. It's very diverse in terms of, and remember that English is, while Japanese has 99% native speakers and 1% secondary speakers, English has less than 40% native English speakers and 60% plus non-native English speakers. So if you're learning English, you're bound to find diversity competitive process that can be used to help you educate yourself, as opposed to Japanese speakers where you have nearly a one-size-fits-all model because 99% is framed around the Japanese standard, right? Things like that. Okay, so not to say English isn't hard. My partner has a really hard time with its quirks. I can only imagine. I talk about English all the time from the perspective of Japanese as I'm learning Japanese. Rook, I heard, is very hard for a lot of people. Okay, because of the British rule, especially Chinese people. I hear they struggle with English. My parents, to this day, still struggle with English, and we're not talking about struggling with English in terms of its complexity and its vocabulary, but even in its pronunciation. So, I can definitely anecdotally say that it can be very challenging for Chinese people. My education system in the country is based on English only. Okay. Sorry, I'm reading 2 chats. I'll catch up in a bit. I wouldn't doubt about it. Largely determines how it's taught and used in the country as well. A lot of the ways that English is taught in Asian country is not good at all. Yeah, it's a cultural dissonance between the approaches of the language. Like, for example, my parents still does the bootstrapping method, the raw input method of Chinese language, where you're like bootstrapping through like traditional vocabulary acquisition and stuff. And English itself is predicated on its flexibility. If you don't leverage the English's flexibility, you tend to get into a rigidity that English does not really promote too much. So English's flexibility is its saving grace due to its bridging language position, right? So naturally, when my parents say, well, I don't understand what sprinkle is, don't worry, it's candy. Like things like that. Like you can circumvent and learn by association where it's very flexible, as opposed to focusing on the, I don't want to say something like the rights and wrongs of a language, but there's so much to unpack there. I have to keep on task today, so we'll shelf that for brevity's sake. They don't allow different languages for education in India. I don't know why. Oh, that's interesting. That's a topic that I want to explore a little bit more. That is true, because Indians, from what I've seen, are very smart. I think lots of people are very smart. I know English more. You know English more than Hindi because of 17 years of education. Nice. You did study from age 15 to 21 in English. Oh, so you acquired English secondarily. Nice. I always wondered how Chinese people live so long in the US and can barely speak English. My parents are a great example of it. I still do almost all the interpretive work and transliteration and literation, translation, interpretation from my parents to this day. And they managed to start a business, you know, raise a family, do all that with incredibly limited English. It demonstrates not only perhaps the difficulty that Chinese people have learning English, but also the flexibility of English to accommodate with very limited use. So my parents are able to use barely elementary school English to accommodate lots of things. It's largely the bottom line of English, right? So it goes back to the whole difficulty thing or the relative perspective of difficulty, but I digress. Well, China had taken many countries in the past for more land. Okay, that's geopolitics. Pronunciation and inability to produce sounds because you haven't learned how to manipulate muscles and such. Yes, the ways for your native language is fascinating. I love that you brought up vocal production. So a lot of times people said, do you speak Japanese yet, right? Can you speak Japanese? And I often like to distinguish between vocal production and mimicry. So like the flexibility of vocally producing specific sounds and the property of assigning like name, structure, and meaning to the very specific things. A lot of people keep telling me like I must practice pitch accent or etc. whatnot, but at the stage I am, if I am confident that I can produce and articulate many different sounds due to the experimental output, it can provide the flexibility that will be easily altered and changed and adapted later. So oftentimes I highlight that if you don't like learning a language per se because of pronunciation, go sing something, do vocal production, voice act. A lot of times when you explore and manipulate the dynamics of your voice just for fun, like singing in the shower or something like that, you'd be surprised how much that translates to vocal production. It actually might imbue some confidence in sound manipulation. So for me, when people say, "Oh yeah, you probably can't hear pitch accent," for example, my background in like audio production and whatnot, like music and orchestra. I was a musician back then. I don't consider myself a musician now because I don't actively play. However, in fact, a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, you're an English speaker, you can't hear pitch accents and etc." It's like, well, yes and no. When you start messing with being able to engage in pitch manipulation in general and your vocal production, like speaking and public speaking, like how do you lower your voice so that it can be a little bit more intimate, and how you extend your voice and increase the stress or the speed. Well, English actually has all these properties, as well as in singing, voice acting in any language. So when you participate and actively participate in using your voice, manipulating the volume, the cadence, the speed, going very high and going very low, right? High, low, etc. That kind of thing ultimately also is transcribable. So when it comes to all of that, that's where I get a lot of criticism, where like, oh yeah, well, you're an English speaker, of course you can't hear it and whatnot. That's kind of the thing. That's another spot that I do feel is a little bit misunderstood for me. However, I would encourage people to, if you are worried about that stuff, being equipped to produce that sound and hear that sound because you listen to other things can be a saving grace. Like listening to different types of music, listening to people's accents. It doesn't have to be Japanese accents. It can be English accents. It can be any language of your choice, any music of your choice. To my knowledge, the vast majority of people with proper ear training, they have the capacity to discern pitch. Lots of people, the comments that you hear about like, oh, but I'm tone deaf. Like, well, you'd be surprised how not tone deaf you are. It's a lot rarer than you think. You're going to sleep? No worries, Platinum. Take care. Sleep well. Yeah, keep on schedule. Thank you for sharing, as always. You're always welcome to share your thoughts and discoveries. Jane, Platinum. Studying pitch action is overrated for you personally? That's fair. My Japanese isn't perfect, but I can be easily understood by everyone I have ever talked to. Yeah, mimicry goes much further than studying the rules, in my opinion. It does. the nuances of mimicry. If you use skill in mimicry, and we're talking about all sorts of mimicry. We're talking about all sorts of mimicry now, like creative mimicry. If you can start with creative mimicry, this is an overrated concept, and a lot of people is contentious about this against me, where a lot of times people talk about they underplay output. So they underplay output in the sense that input is king, right? Input is actually the answer I would have is it's both. You can do both. However, they typically underplay output. Well, mimicry is actually a form of output that has a lower component of input per se. But mechanically, there are things that mimicry can really do that you do not know yet. So things like, if you don't have comprehension of what you're mimicking, it doesn't mean it doesn't have value. You have to realize the value before you can do it. So that's kind of my thought on Duolingo. Why am I speaking out loud? For example, it might be weird that I'm speaking out loud or self-talking all the time. Why am I pronouncing dekake desu, right? Dekake desu yesterday like 20 times in a row? I don't know, but sometimes it's very complex in what you're actually doing versus what you're taking in. So production in the form of mimicry can be incredibly inspiring. So many times people would say like, oh yeah, but what if you develop a bad pitch accent habit? Like, well, we'll get there when we get there, but if you can't produce the different, pitches and perceptions because you don't output anything, having a habit to being able to that reinforces output in the first place supersedes that. Because if you don't make the output at all, you wouldn't even know if you can produce the output. So it gets downplayed a lot because it scares people like, oh, but I want to do it right from the start. Like, I get that. But let's be realistic here and look statistically. There's a substantial number of people that prefer to learn by doing versus learn by learning without doing, right? So as much as the secondary, like lots of experts say like, oh, it's all about input, it's comprehensive. I get it. I understand. Especially for language. I'm not in language. However, when it comes to, if you step back and look at the frequency of how people learn, a lot of times it revolves around output. You get an output and you look at the input, like you get the input from the use of the output with guidance. So there's a merit to all of that. It was because someone mentioned Stephen Krashen and his like secondary language output, secondary language acquisition thesis, and I can understand the logic behind that. However, measuring those things to make those hypotheses work is incredibly difficult. That's why programming and stuff still have simulations. Emergent properties are hard to see from limited information. So in science, you also observe outputs and simulate outputs without prior knowledge. You know as much as you do, and you execute it to see what the results are. Yes, sayonara. Sayonara. Platinum. Jane. Mata ne. Take care, Platinum. I always wondered how people get bored of language learning, because when you speak your native language, you never get bored. There are people who don't like their native language or get tired of their native language. Like even self-deprecating. Even like, for example, if you ask an American sometimes, like, oh yeah, the American language, it's so pep. Or like when someone lives in a city for too long, and it's like, yeah, the city is so normal. Complacency, right? So we were talking about complacency yesterday. I'm not going to digress too much here, but we're talking about complacency. Complacency dulls out interest. So for me, I even got more. I'm like, I don't think English is boring. However, learning Japanese made English even more vibrant. So when I'm learning Japanese, I don't separate it from English. It bolsters both my interest. I'm still learning English to this day. However, now that I'm learning Japanese, it also elevates my interest in English. It brings a brand new perspective to English. Most people stop learning English, at least in my opinion, in the United States. They stop when they leave high school. Like they don't actively learn anymore or be interested in the language they're using. It's a habit, much like Duolingo and the stuff that we talked about, keeping complacency at bay. It's not exhausting, but it's also not engaging. So it's a sustainable way of life as a habit formation that is a necessity. And necessity tends to be not boring, but also not exhausting. Kind of like walking. Like people don't find walking interesting anymore. However, it's also not necessarily boring per se. I think walking is incredibly interesting. I've been running for the last 550 days or plus. I don't even know what day it is. Let me see. I've been running for every day outdoors for 545 days, and I still have found new ways and new nuances and observations that I can make about my running. However, not everyone thinks about that when they're focused on something else. Like, for example, if they're trying to lose weight while running, every day is a number contributing to a goal that they only measure in their fine lens of focus. They don't concern themselves with the intricacies of impact or mechanically how their running is going and stuff. That's usually the blinders, the blinders of hyperfocus, the tunnel vision when it comes to goal-oriented type of thinking. And generally speaking, that applies a lot to language learning. If you don't have anything, for example, if you're not motivated and interested for pragmatic use of your native language, generally speaking, it's not boring, but it's also not interesting. So they don't excel at being motivated to learn anything more about their native language. Japanese has reinvigorated a part of my interest in English that has been left dormant for some time, even for someone like myself, I suppose. Okay. Adam Fighter. Yeah, it's saying if you lived in Washington D.C., then you must live in the USA. Wait. Oh, Micro Miranda. Oh, that's a cute name. That's her. I had to look it up. Micro Miranda. I will keep that in mind. A microbiologist, huh? I feel like I've heard that name before. Let's put this on the list too. Micro Miranda. Okay. That's a really cute name. Sorry. Now I'm catching up. But if you live in the USA, it does not mean you live in Washington, D.C. True. Okay. You're making me nerd out. Have you taken design of experiments courses? By that, do you mean like... I don't think I've literally taken a course dealing with design of experiments. My scientific career is in exercise and design of experiments. So I'm not sure what that means. You began reviewing mine. I want to do a path, of course, to teach myself more statistical inference, like for research and experiment for research. Oh, this is the whole output thing that I was talking about. I spent a lot of time doing research. So I think due to the pragmatic use and the problem solving and critical thinking involved in refining my methodologies and like looking at other people's, reading scientific articles and understanding other people's methodology, I think I naturally try to accommodate all of that, much like the way I'm approaching language learning at this point. I used examples and problem solving critical thinking along the way. So my PhD itself was probably an exercise in design experiments, and I took several other disciplines to complement this, like how logic works, philosophy, psychology, lots of other things have become integrated into how to disseminate information, interpret information, and then acquire that information. So I didn't formally take any experimental courses. It was part of the educational process. You might have a shot if the bars overlap. Interesting. Definitely not as much intro level Japanese content. Wait, what the heck? You like Satori readers for that? Wait. What the heck? Sorry, I was neglecting Twitch chat. What is happening? What was the definitely not as much intro level content? Wait. Lotus, help me out. I've digressed way too far. Oh, that was like 20 minutes ago. I'm sorry, guys. I was trying it as quickly as I can. Oh, I was comparing English and Japanese. Okay, yeah. Yes, agreed. Oh, these were responses to things I was saying. Oh, okay. I see. Okay, you are making me nerd out too. I see. Yeah. I use my scientific background a lot of times. Although I'm not very articulate in mapping things out when I'm trying to be as rapid as I can. So hopefully you'll have to excuse me for the brevity of it. Yesterday, I spent too much time having too much fun talking to Jacob, who is over at YouTube right now, who is also Shady on Twitch, who's also working right now. We had such a fun serendipitous encounter of like minds. So the analytical like conversations we had, like in a like intellectual conversation we had, was incredibly engaging. Rarely do I meet individuals who I can earnestly say, regardless of the professional background, the type of thinking, right? It's not good or bad. Sometimes it can be exhausting. However, the level of thinking was incredibly engaging. And Jacob is still saying things that are causing me to spiral off the rails of the purpose of the stream. Hey MAKU, if I were to want a retrovirus to insert its genome in a particular segment of a haploid cell, what's the best way to do that? Why are you asking me that? That's awfully specific. What are you trying to do? A haploid cell? I mean, regardless of the cellular content, you can probably use any form of retroviral vector to enter the host. You have to determine if the host is susceptible to the like viral codes, right? So, or you can shock it, and then you can use like shocking methods to let it take up a viral vector. So even a kit, yeah, you can buy a kit for that too. Usually they use like heat shock or like a saltatory like shock, a chemical shock that opens pores in the cells temporarily, and you can introduce a viral vector. Retroviruses propagate by the nucleic acid material, the RNA or DNA. In terms of this, retroviruses are RNA. When it's taken up, it will itself insert itself by like complementarity and hijacking the host's replication cycle, and then it will be reproduced in the host, provided you don't kill the host with whatever you're doing to try to induce the uptake. You can also, which aren't in high school kits, use live retroviruses. So you can have a host cell that takes up the retroviral vector that you want, produce that virus, and then infect the cells with it. That is something you do not do with kits, because that's a safety concern, especially depending on the virus. However, you can always shock a cell to uptaking a nucleic acid that encode like a vector, like a circular vector that has whatever you have in it, and confirm and insert the gene of your choice with the complementarity that you want, and then have it insert in the genome, and then the cell would acquire whatever that genome is. I'm not sure why the question came up, but it's pretty interesting. You'll be asking that question in Japanese in 6 months? What the... Wait, what are you doing? What? Lotus, what do you do? Yeah, chemically induced endocytosis is probably what I would say. Is that true? Can I say that? Yeah, so you're looking for... I don't know what the current methods are, but generally speaking, you can induce endocytosis, like the uptake of, or you can induce a way for any nucleic acid, like a sequence, right, a circular vector, to enter a cell. So it's a very classical experiment, actually. Usually the word most people use generically back in my day, like over 7 years ago, is cloning. You insert a viral vector into a cell, and presumably it uptakes and inserts itself into a genome, and then the cell itself will either express that gene or whatever product or marker and whatnot. It's probably the gold standard, like the most common foundational technique you use in genetics. You have to be able to modify cells in order to express genes of your choice, proteins of your choice, to test their downstream effectors. So that's one of the... It's super common. It's one of the things the tools you have to learn before you even consider walking in a lab, really, in a genetics lab or anything molecular in general. You have to be able to clone a gene, express it in a cell in order to either purify it, use whatever the product. You know the phrase GMO, right? Okay, we're gonna last digression. You know how, like, a lot of things they say, like, synthetic... Oh no, my mouse is stuck. What the heck? Hello? Okay. You know, when people use the word GMOs, genetically modified organisms, that's kind of the same concept, where the cells themselves, a gene is introduced that is exogenous, as in whatever the host is does not have this gene or this product, and you insert it actually using viral vectors. They're often retroviral vectors, and using that, it introduces a gene that's foreign to that organism, and that's usually why genetically modified organism is a phrase, right? Alternatively, a lot of cloning has been done. For example, technically a genetically modified cell or an organism, a cell line, is used to produce things like your diabetes medication, like insulin production. It's by inserting the insulin gene into a producing cell line or host, and then having those hosts produce the insulin. And the insulin then is purified and used for treatment, right? Things like that is a very common practice in industry, especially industry, like for molecular biology. When you can't make the complexity of a product, you take the gene and you clone it into a host that allows rapid production of that. So things like insulin are remarkable and still used today, you know, for people who are diabetic, even people who have insulin production issues and whatnot. And that is true for so many biomolecules that are effective in, like, medicine and whatnot. So that like technique we're talking about, it's like a household tool. It's like a chef's knife if you take if you remove the knife from a chef, that's pretty much a geneticist's like a molecular biologist's bread and butter. They have to be able to do that. So next question. I haven't talked about this stuff in a non like crazy way because what I said is probably a bit out of date. I don't know what they do now. They might have I used to use electroporation. That's another technique, but I don't know how effective it is nowadays compared to modern techniques. 6 years can completely shift the paradigm of how you introduce clone genes into a cell. And it might not, because the techniques I use for like protein like electrophoretic methods on looking at like protein size and protein purification methods, they were like 30 years old. When I was in education, when I was still being educated as a scientist, many of the techniques were over three decades old. So sometimes gold standards still stand the test of time. But in terms of the field of molecular biology, I like to think that it's probably changed substantially. I used to use electroporetic methods, basically shocking the cell to form temporary pores, and then they uptake it, or chemically induced endocytosis, like the outside uptake, if that helps. The other way is have a virus modify the actual virus with coats that interact with the host cell, so you can have like targeted receptions. Like you can have viruses that target specific cells or a cell type, and then that does the process on its own, right? If that helps. I haven't talked about this stuff in a while, and it's pretty thrilling, actually. I would love to talk to a molecular biologist at some point about what the current methods are. Yeah. That's so weird that you're actually doing something related with cloning? All right. With all that said, I'll highlight this part as a potpourri of digressions and whatnot. I don't know what it's gonna call, lightning round, but I gotta go to the bathroom. So. Be right back. Real talk though, Lotus, if you're still here, I would love to see a transcript of what you said or you decide to say in 6 months, because that would be fun to see how a English speaker who speaks Japanese and no Japanese discuss and describe a concept in molecular biology, because I actually don't know what it's like to be in a Japanese place, but also be talking about a topic that is incredibly English compliant. Yeah, like it is incredibly English compliant to the point. We talked about like the programming side of things, right? Lotus, you and I, where when you become specialized, English is the bridging language. So it is very, very indispensable to explaining something like splicing, cloning, retroviruses, electroporation, endocytosis. I don't like, for me, I can't even comprehend how you express that in Japanese other than using descriptors like, oh, you see this thing, you poke holes, you can say you poke holes in the cells and the thing enters through the hole, right? Like you can say like things like that in Japanese, but really the actual phrase is endocytosis, electroporation. So I don't really know what Japanese people use, and that's kind of funny. One DNA no Peru. What did I just say? Ooh, endocytosis is endocytotsu. Shisu. Oh, endocytoshisu. Ah, okay. This is apparently the actual word for haploid. Oh, han DNA no seru. Oh, a cell with half the DNA. I see. Half DNA cell. Got it. A haploid. Oh, you know. Oh, that's. Oh no. Oh. I was slow. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah. Hansuo. Hansol Tai. Hansol Tai. Oh, Hansol Tai. Interesting. Oh man, you're really half number body. I got it. Yep. Half number cell body. Yeah, the cell body has half the number of nucleic acid material. Got it. Yeah. And haploid, that's great because diploid, you know, die as in two, right? It double. And haploid is I don't know why it's not like normal and then half of that, and but yeah, haploid and diploid is also expressing half and double, which is interesting. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, let me know in 6 months. I would love to read. I haven't read science in a context that I've been interested in a long time. Like sometimes you play like sci-fi games and then you can make commentary on science, like, but most of the time sci-fi games are like astronomy, physics. I just happen, I am a little lucky that I chose a topic that is kind of pop culture-y because of COVID and all that stuff. But at the same time, you don't really get an opportunity to talk about molecular biology outside of that. And I happen to have virology as a specialty. So viruses is something that's kind of colloquial in nature. I can't say the same for like other fields of biology, like crystallography, like protein crystallography. I doubt anyone casually just drop a discussion about crystallography or structural biology at any time. So virology was pretty coincidental. It was coincidental. But it's not, it pales in comparison to like astronomy, physics, even math, really. Because oftentimes the stereotype is, oh, look at all this fancy math. When it comes to pop culture portrayal of science. Scientific terms in Japanese can be fun because of how literal they become. Yeah, that's pretty much, Jacob, what I'm alluding to. If Lotus ends up giving me a transcript, like I would love to see how many words that would like be so enthusiastic. I'd be probably incredibly passionate to see all the different katakana equivalents of scientific terms. They are ingrained in English. English is it's pretty much mandatory, and you can hear it. I've been in a seminar with some Japanese speakers before, and it's understandable, like, because they're talking to an English audience, and those words are English facsimiles, which is great, so they can keep their accent with the like how they pronounce those words, because they also stand alone in English as well. So it's kind of like one of the nice things to appreciate why English is flexible and others may not be, where you could say that endo saito shisu. I can't even say it properly, but if they say it, I probably know it's endocytosis. It's so flexible enough. So if they pronounce endocytosis slightly different, it's very reasonable, especially in science. I've been to some international conferences before in my life, and you hear an incredible variability in the pronunciation of those words, and it's actually really quite intriguing. It's almost distractingly intriguing when I was in science. Like, what did you just say? And then I'm more like fascinated by the word's pronunciation than what they were saying, unfortunately to my detriment, because then I would lose track of whatever they're trying to discuss, right? So I get really fascinated with people's sound production all the time. It's like, wow. I think the slight little side story that I would say is the word development. I've already picked this up. Development, as opposed to development. Development, usually you think of like embryogenesis. Embryogenesis, like cellular development, right? Cell development, usually. Cell development. So development is something that I hear a lot. And even simple words like this has some nuance to where people come from. Yeah, development, as opposed to development. Zukuri, the development suffix in Japanese, huh? Building a town. Oh, machi. Oh, I see. Machi. Oh, and then you have to conjugate it. So the first like zu changes depending on what it's attaching to. Like it has a euphonic change. So machi jikuri. Interesting. Wait, did I say that right? Is it jikuri? No, it should be. Oh, you screwed up. Oh, Lotus, please. Lotus, these things matter. I just can't. Okay, jikuri. Okay. So you just add it onto something. So like, could you say like michi jikuri? Or like a asokon jukuri. Jikuri. Am I saying that wrong? It's to, right? To, and then you put that thing. That's G, right? Shh. I feel like a butt now. Oh, it's zoo. Sorry, it's zoo. Oh, it's zoo. Sorry. That's so weird because the reason why I don't remember this, Lotus, is because the modernization of the modernization of Japanese prefers this now, if you know what I mean, right? So like these two are defaulted to these two. So I haven't seen that too often, the zoo. So I don't know if it was a G or a zoo a lot of times when I see this thing. I'm so used to seeing this for zoo, right? I don't know if you probably have seen this already. When I was reading an article about why these two, right? There is some subtle difference. I think I can hear the subtle difference, but most of the time they converted this into this and converted this into this for like future words and whatnot. And so this is the first time actually you've shared a word that I've seen with this. So it's zoo. Okay. So like machi zukuri. Hey you. All right. We really need to start our lessons. Thanks for the share, guys. I love it. But we gotta finish on it. It's kind of a suffix that works with specific words. So it works with machi, but it doesn't work, and michi, but it doesn't work for like asokon. Okay. Closet time. All right, Lotus. All right. I we gotta push the envelope, right? We gotta understand what you can and cannot do by asking questions. And obviously I love asking questions as opposed to providing any semblance of wisdom. I love asking questions. Okay.
あ、もう12時半です。あ。
Moji. Okay.
もう12時半です。
もう12
12時半
です。It's already 12:30. Sorry, 6:30, man. Oh, hey, here's the phrase. I'm very tired. とても疲れました。Yeah. So someone said I'm very tired. How you say I'm very tired? So 疲れました。とても疲れました。It's such a coincidence.
またこのバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
またコンサート。Wait.
またこのバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
Okay.
この
バンドのコンサートに
行きたいです。
Right?
またこのバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。
またこのバンドのコンサートに行きたいです。すみません。もうすみません。もう家に帰ります。
すみません。
もう家に帰ります。
アーティストのグッズが欲しいです。アーティスト
Oh, I forgot gutsu again. How could I keep forgetting gutsu? It's such a good word. Gutsu.
アーティストのグッズが欲しいです。グッズのが欲しいですの。アーティストのグッズが欲しいです。アーティストのグッズが欲しいです。
アーティストのグッズが欲しいです。もう8時です。アーティストのグッズが欲しいです。グッズが欲しいです。グッズが something かわいい。たくさん買いたいです。 works. このアーティストのグッズが
欲しい
です。この T シャツが買いたいです。
たい
ダニエルさん、疲れましたか？
ダニエルさん、疲れましたか？疲れましたか？はい。はい。でも、またコンサートに行きたいです。Yes, I want to go to concert again, though. バンドの CD が欲しいです。この新しいアルバムが買いたいです。
山口さん、疲れましたか？
Scientific terms in wait, what is the powerhouse of the cell? That's an interesting question. The powerhouse of the cell, you say? Well, if we were to conceptualize powerhouse, I would say it's actually carbohydrates. But I suppose you want to meme me with mitochondria. Technically, the power liberated is the biomolecule, but the power is liberated in the mitochondria. Yamaguchi-san, 疲れましたか？はい。でも、また一緒にコンサートに行きたいです。Sure. バンドのグッズが買いたいです。この帽子、この帽子が欲しいです。
ナオミさん、疲れましたか？
はい。I'm gonna get very used to saying this. はい。またコンサートに行きたいです。I want to get very used to saying 行きたいです。
このアーティストのアルバムが買いたいです。
このアーティストのアルバム買いたいです。Yeah, I want to buy this artist's album. Whoops. Okay. It's already 10:30. Already more, right? Again. もう10時半です。Yeah, that works.
もう
I wanted to end with 10時半 but
はです。
Okay. もう12時半です。
12時半
です。Alright. Okay.
席に戻りますか？
wait, how did I mess this up yesterday? 席にも戻りますか？ Oh, it slid in the wrong place. This one, we slid in the wrong place. The answer slid in the wrong place. Oh, no. This is the one... No. Yeah, it's the one that slid in place. Are you returning to the seat? Wait. Yeah. You also realize why can't Japanese and Mandarin just use spaces to distinguish words? Why can't Japanese and Mandarin just use spaces? It would make the language so much easier. Natural language. You know? It's a natural language. I do appreciate people who space their Japanese though. You can definitely choose to do that. This is one of the I think spacing is like English's bottom line. If I have to do an analogy, English's bottom line versus Japanese's bottom line, right? So the idea is like a lot of times things like spacing, it's one of those like it's part of English's bottom line, but it's not part of Japanese's bottom line. So I mean, technically, you could say, "Oh, are you returning to the seat?" Right? I could write it this way. With enough competency, you don't need spaces, right? But since the English bottom line incorporates spaces, then that's fine. But it would be a nightmare. It would be a nightmare to read this without spacing in English. However, even with high enough competency, you can still see all the spaces, even though they're slammed together. So I would akin to it more like computer language, like comparing Python's syntax with like C++'s syntax and JavaScript. Like spacing in programming languages is very felt, in my opinion, and the flexibility of the spacing in programming languages. Yeah, and it gets easier as your vocabulary improves. Definitely a huge roadblock at the start. Korean has spaces, but the rules always seem random to you. When does a particle attach? Stuff like that. Oh, that's interesting. So there are rules to spacing? Huh. Oh. Huh. Interesting. Did I get this? Oh, are you returning to the seat? Sir. Yes. 戻りますか?
ケンさん、どこに並びますか?
Ken-san.
ハンさん。
Han-san.
ハン。ケン。
I feel like Jacob. Is this kind of weird every time a prompt with Ken-san comes up now? Because you already mentioned that. Like, does Ken do this? Ken
さん、どこに並びますか?
Ken-san, どこ並びますか?
並びますかに
どこに並びますか? asking Ken where to line up. It's very weird. Yeah, it's just like I promise I'm not like asking your partner where to line up. Ken-san, どこに並びますか?
ケンさん、どこに並びますか?
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
How did I mess this one up?
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
アルバムの
人気歌が聴きたいです。
It's probably 人気新しいアルバムの新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
新しいアルバムの歌が聴きたいです。
ブラジルのアーティスト。
ブラジルのアーティスト。Brazilian artists. Some weird champ. You're a weird champ. Give me my false staff. Sign. Oh, okay. Sign worked. Okay, so sign をお願いします。
お願いします。
東口でアーティストを待ちます。
that that Chinese but English illustration. Okay, 東口。東口で、東口で、東口で、アーティストを待ちます。So, okay. We're going to wait for the artist at the east exit.
アーティストと話したいです。
アーティストと話したいです。話したいです。what do we got? じゃあ、東口で待ちましょうか。We wait by the east exit? Sure.
とても疲れました。
とても疲れました。I'm a little tired. Maybe not very tired.
バンドと話したいです。
バンドと話したいです。じゃあ、出口の前に並びましょうか。Sure. Let's line up in front of the exit. Alright, partner's new display case arrived today, so going to try and get everything ready to see if I can build it before he wakes up to surprise him. Aw, that's so adorable. He operates mostly on Japanese time, I see. Oh yeah, no worries. Oh, that's so adorable. What's the display? Maybe I can catch it before. What is the display case for? Does he Gundam models? Gundam models. Come on. Probably other memorabilia, but Gundam models. That would be so cliche, but also so awesome at the same time. Unless we're talking about like Sailor Moon and stuff, then that's a little that's a little deep. He's a figure collector. Okay. Okay. Man, you guys should watch Frien together. Oh, that's so cute too. I like when people. Have I watched Jujutsu Kaisen? I watched the first season. That's a good reminder. I'll go watch the second season soon. I haven't watched the movie either, so I'll go watch the movie in the second season. My bad. I have fallen behind on anime. So yes and no. I have watched Jujutsu Kaisen. However, I've only watched the first season. He tried to build Gundam models once and got frustrated to get away. Oh. Both are quite good. The last question had the domain expansion kanji. Oh, Kaisen. Oh, domain expansion. Oh, that makes sense. That they would introduce. Yeah, interesting. Jujutsu. I don't happen to know any of the kanji for jujutsu, do I? Jujitsu. Yeah, jujitsu. like a common radical or something. Bando to話したいです。じゃあ、again、じゃあ、出口の前に並びましょうか。 Narabi mashoka. Being a little bit better with the narabi. That's the kanji. Okay. Okay, I see one radical. That's the radical that's common with either One-san or Oni-san. I think it's Oni-san. I've seen that radical from that. Then that looks like a combination of the right hand of ikimasu, and then the left side kind of reminds me of this one. So like a combination of ki with this radicals everywhere, like even in then what looks like shu but a modified shu. So you got that that this radical, and then you have like a box, but the inside is different. And then the left reminds me of Tokyo, but not really. It's like inverted Tokyo. Sorry, it's a nice exercise that I like to do to remember certain. Interesting. Can we return to the seats? Okay. Thanks for sharing. Notice. Why particularly is it you? Did you only wanted to share with me Jujutsu Kaisen, Jujutsu Kaisen as because you wanted to say the domain expansion kanji, or is there anything else particular about Jujutsu Kaisen? Let's see. Seki
席
席に戻りましょうか。戻りましょうか。
戻りましょうか。
席に戻りましょうか。Are you tired? I don't know how to say kind of. Oh, はい、少し。少しです。はい、少しです。Oh no. No, 仕事。No. Yeah, 少し. Wait, it is 少し, right? Yeah, it is 少し. I'm like, work? A bit? Yeah, 仕事 is work. So, 少し. Yeah. はい、少しです。Let's see. Where are we? We are 疲れましたか? Yes.
疲れか。
疲れましたか? Okay. エリカさん。席に戻りませんか？
戻りませんか。
Oh, when Hugh was quizzing you, he asked expansion, so it made me think of it. Your girlfriend is a big fan. Do you have shining, shimmering eyes as beautiful as what's his name as well? Is that why? What was his name? Goro? Was his name Goro? I don't think so. Godo? I don't remember the guy with the beautiful eyes. Alright, we're gonna do some kanji. Well, we're gonna review this kanji now. Okay. Oh, this is Yoru. Oh, Gojo. Oh, Gojo. Gojo is definitely on our free pass list. Okay. It was Gojo. Okay. Gojo. Yeah. Come on, folks. They're pretty eyes, man. You know, eyes are windows into the soul. If his eyes are that pretty, his soul must be. No, I'm just kidding. But Oh, it does tell me what yoru means. Okay, so it does mean night, even though I technically haven't learned it yet. Whoops. I've only learned konya.
今夜
Okay.
夜
今夜。
夜
Okay.
今夜。
今夜。
今夜
A free pass.
今夜、
Free pass.
夜。
That's such a sorry. The free pass thing is kind of a very. I feel like it's a very American American idiom, and I thought it was very endearing that you used the phrase free pass. That would be something that, oh, you know what? I could ask Shady. That would be something would be funny to express to a Japanese person. What a free pass means. Like the concept of free pass list. But yeah, that's a free pass.
3時、今夜。今夜。
今夜。
今夜
今夜、
今夜。
I've watched so many
Konya.
like the content
今夜
from like multicultural like interracial couples that all I can think about is all the like shenanigans that
Konya.
you pull on each other, because it's kind of like a great way to exposure therapy, the cross cultural things, but at the same time celebrating and learning in the process. So if I were in like, if I had a different culture, different cultural background partner in life, I would probably consider doing all those shenanigans too. I probably do it with any form of companion, really. Whoops.
1万。
It's so
1万.
wholesome, at least in my opinion. It's incredibly
1万.
wholesome
1万、
for couples to explore their
1万。
cultural diversity.
1万。
1万。
It's an adventure for a
1万.
lifetime, really. Okay. Mae.
前。前。
前。
前。
前
前。
前、
Indeed, lifetime adventure is a great description, yeah. Because
前。
that background will continue to ripple through everything, and you can form like an
Right.
amalgamation of shared experiences that juxtapose to all the different things that you get to know and find out about each other. And also like encounter new things with different lenses and whatnot. Companionship is so beautiful in that way.
外。
If you're in a mutually open-minded situation between the one you love and yourself, you can continuously endlessly explore the different takes, because you have the companionship of another human being, so you're not alone in everything. You're not having only discussions with yourself. There's a human being that is always ever presently mysterious in some way to you, because they are not you and we are not telepathic. That's incredibly beautiful. It's so romantic. I feel that spark is
外
almost the central thing that can keep
外
two human beings for life being interested
外
in each other.
外
外
外
And some of the couples that are showcasing that on YouTube is incredibly palpable. It kind of like breathes life into everything, really. The way they celebrate it. Incredibly beautiful, and sometimes they leave dishes in the sink. True. 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 Oh, so you're the anti-sink guy. You're the anti-dish guy, huh? In the
1万
relationship. I see. I would be the anti-dish guy in the sink person too. Eat. If you eat the dish, you clean the dish right away.
1万
Like that stuff, you gotta micromanage that
1
stuff.
万
1万
1万
Like for me
1万
personally, for me, obviously, speaking from
1万
living alone as opposed
1
to
万
with other people.
1万
1万
Something I inherited from my folks. Like dishwasher, what is that? Sorry.
安い
Sorry for your dishwashers out there. No shade, no shade. Just a different lifestyle.
安い
安い
安い安い
安い
安い
安い安い
Oops.
安い
Oh, whoops. She also doesn't believe in dishwashers. Oh, that's kind of like working against yourself, you know? If you don't want to do dishes, you might as well at least embrace the dishwasher, right?
1万1日
I know that sounds like a taking for granted privilege kind of situation, but depending on the type of dishwasher and technology you have, you actually make less footprint than hand washing. However, you know, again, lifestyle choices. You can overall juggle and compromise what type of footprint you want. Like you can contribute. But
1
still,
万
dishwashers. The reason why I mentioned that is because you use the word believe in dishwashers. So I don't know of what nature does she reject dishwashers.
1万 1,
Reading a little bit deeper into it.
1日
Yeah, you started using the dishwasher more than I realized that it was more efficient than what I was doing before. Yeah, more convenience for it, more convenient for the planet. Yeah, you'll be so a lot of times there's this misnomer and misconception about hand washing and whatnot, but actually if you're privileged enough to have specific types of dishwashers and whatnot, it actually ends up being more convenient for you and more convenient for the planet. So there's that notion a lot of times. My parents do a lot hand washing things to reduce the footprint, but I doubt people will go to that length to do it. Like my parents do the thing where they fill a tiny bucket, like a side bucket, put some water, put some soap in it, and then like slush it around, and then they use that and put all the dishes in there. You know, soak them, wipe them, then they leave it in the sink to sit for a while as the surfactants work out, and then they rinse it as quickly as possible. So it's not like running water doing the thing, but having a receptacle to the side to expose all the surfactants to the surface of the dishes, and then they rinse as quickly as possible, right? So that type of traditional kind of approach is not as convenient as one might say, and you're actually having diminished returns. Dishwashers are actually incredibly efficient nowadays because of technology. So a lot of times the average person who's hand washing might actually generate a little bit more than even a dishwasher. I think it's the typical grow up in a household where dishwashers equal drying rag. I live in a household now where if I would have a really great drying rack, like there's like these makeshift drying racks now where you just stick it onto a wall, so it encourages me to have a dry rack. Okay, slight deep cut here, slight deep cut. In science, when you're in the lab and there's a sink, right? Like let's say you're looking at the sink. Here's this gigantic sink, right? The sink down here. Usually right along the wall there will be a lot of protrusions, like a rack in front of you, and usually when you wash things you put the object into the rack upside down. So that's kind of what I would imagine if I had to structure my kitchen. I would have lots of these drying racks that have like filter gutters right straight down into the sink. So that's, and then just remove the dishwasher. Like for me, I like to keep account of all my glassware and whatnot. It's more of a science thing though, because you do have to do dishes. Technically, you do dishes in the lab. So kind of a funny imagery that I have when I think about drying racks. When you mentioned the dishwasher being the drying rack, I have met a lot of people who, when they dishwash, they just leave it in there. Like they go to the dishwasher to get the dishes, and then they slowly like have a dirty section and a clean section. So they go from like left to right, if you're a left to right kind of person, or right to left depending on where it's most accessible. So the rack itself is always full. So if there's like a few clean dishes that still, sometimes they just send it through the wash again. So if they have like a full set of dishes, it never leaves the dishwasher. It's both the drying rack and the dishwasher at the same time. I'm like, well, I mean, that's pretty efficient. You don't put your dishes away, it's just in the dishwasher. I got her parents to turn on their dishwasher the first time in 2 years last holiday. Did it smell? One time my parents accidentally turned on the dishwasher and holy smokes, like literally smokes, it smelled like it was burning. Like, does this dishwasher even work? Is it like going to explode or catch on fire or something? We had like an old dishwasher. It's since been removed, but when you start up, it's like plumes of smoke and like it's something on fire. Oh, that's how your mom do the dishes as well? Yeah, it's a very classical thing to like conserve water and whatnot.
1万
Old school.
1万1万1日1日7000 1万1日
I know this says 1日1日 but no, what can you do?
1回
1回
31
31
日
日
1日1日
Yeah, see when you click on it.
火曜日時1万1日5分1万1万31日1つ3000
1日
1万1日
Alright.
買い物3日1日雨1
Okay. Alright. Time to go back. We get a review and then we get new vocabulary. I didn't even spoil myself for today. So we're gonna look at the guidebook after. Okay. The review. どこに座りたいます。座りたいですか? I said たいます。座りたいですか? 座りたいですか? どこに座りたいですか?
2
Where do you want to sit? 真ん中の席はどうですか？
の
How about the middle seat? もっと something、もっと大きいテレビを買いたいです。を買いました。OK。
大きい
OK。もっと大きい、もっと大きいテレビを買いました。I bought, I, them, us, I don't know. We bought a bigger television. I bought a bigger television.
ケン
Sure.
さん、そのテレビはとても重いです。手伝います。
There. This person is going to help Ken-san carry the TV because it's heavy. とても重いです。テレビはとても重いです。And 手伝います。I'm going to help you. Okay. Sad face when you go and buy a gaming pasokon and realized, yeah, I can't afford $3,000. Feel sad, man. It cuts deep.
もっと
もっと安いゲーミングパソコンはありますか？ is there a cheaper gaming computer? Poor guy. Look at how sad that person is.
今夜駅で会いましょう。そして一緒に駅からコンサートまで歩きましょう。何時頃出かけたいですか？
They're making plans to go to a concert. She was asking when should we head out. So blank 飲みたいです。What do you want to drink? Ice coffee. Yeah, ice coffee. Ice coffee が飲みたいです。I want to drink iced coffee.
バンドと話したいです。そしてサインが欲しいです。早くバンドに会いましょう。
I want to speak to a band. We gotta hurry up so that we can meet the band, right? So no, I'm obviously paraphrasing, but that's kind of how I process paragraphs and ideas. I typically just paraphrase. そのアーティストかわいいグッズが欲しいです。Fair enough.
このモニターは23インチです。
23インチです。もっと大きいモニターはありますか？ I want my big monitors anyways. Is there a bigger monitor? Or do you have a big monitor? Interpret it. そのゲーム Yeah, そのゲームは安いです。Sure? Game cheap?
バンドと話したいです。
バンドと話したいです。Okay. じゃあ、出口の前に並びましょうか？ Should we wait in front of the exit? It's like, okay then, should we wait in front of the exit?
ATM は電気屋の前です。
ATM は電気屋の前です。The ATM is in front of the electronics store, right?
このキーボードのケーブルは長いですね。
このキーボードのケーブルは長いですね。 Very long. This keyboard cable is long, isn't it? Wireless no keyboard o takashimasen ka? Do we look for a wireless keyboard? Right. Or would you like to look for a wireless keyboard?
もっと大きいレジ袋をください。
もっと大きい レジ袋 レジ袋 oh, I forgot about レジ袋 oh, and レシート the レジ袋 is tied and associated to レシート receipt and shopping bag, the plastic type of shopping bag after you purchase something. So もっと大きいレジ袋レジ袋をください. Right. A bigger shopping bag, please. お願いします。
席に戻りますか？
席に戻りますか？Oh, this part. Wait, gotta make sure we is not here. Okay, are you returning to the seats? Hooray! Now we're caught up. Now this is where our day starts. So we got, what, 11 lessons? Let's talk about a college town. Ooh, I have a lot of stories about college towns. Oh no. I might end up digressing for like an hour or two. Oh yeah, we'll see. Let's look at the guidebook, see what happens. Key phrases, explore, what do we have? I enrolled at a university in the countryside. Let's see. Inaka? Inaka is probably countryside. Yeah, Inaka no. Oh, I have the kanji now for daigaku. Daigaku.
Daigaku.
Yep, daigaku. So we finally have daigaku for university. Okay, sure. Oh, hairimashita. Oh, yeah. Hairimashita. That's right. We can use hairimashita or enroll. The hairimas or was introduced for clubs. Seikuru, right? Seikuru. Seikuru or sakuru for club. And hairimas was used. Be like, if you want to join something. And hairimas was also used to enter something as well. So many uses. The hairimas for enter was a bath. Ofuro. That might be a very specific case, to enter a bath, right? So that's pretty cool. So we got hinaka.
田舎の大学に入りました。
Yep. So that's cool. What's there on campus? Campus. Campus is still the same, right? Campus. Yes. Campus. Yeah, campus ni nani ga arimasu ka? No, that's still, everything's still. Yep, in Japanese, you don't join a club, but instead you enter one. Yep, exactly. I actually quite like that. If it wasn't for Duolingo introducing enter a bath, like haidimasu, ofuro ni haidimasu, I wouldn't have considered the idea of entering something. Yeah, and then they interpreted it as joining. Would you like to join or enroll? So that's the Duolingo interpretation again. So because of the bath thing is why I'm like, oh, I see what they mean. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, I use the same word for shawa as well. Yeah. They also shawa also had another use word as well that they introduced. It's is I want to say it's like obimas? No. Abimas? It's abima. Yeah, abiu. Yep, abimas. Abimas. Shawa, they introduced shawa that way too. Shawa o abimas. Or abiru. Yeah. And it can only be, yes, exactly. Indy, the other guy, I don't know if he was here, but he shared with me that way back in like day 12 or something. Yeah, it's a very specific use case, only with shawa. Yeah, shawa o obimas. Abimas, sorry, abimas. Yep. There's a big tree on campus. Oh, we finally got key. This is an example of Duolingo introducing always using staggering older kanji, as in like reusing kanji with new kanji. So it's like the classic. They tried, it looks like they're trying to do 1-to-1. So 5 use cases of an older kanji. I think they probably can't sustain this for too long because eventually they need to introduce new kanji at a rate relevant to old kanji. So ki is finally introduced, even though we've used ki as a radical and it's a standalone kanji a bunch of times already, like in a different context. You can also use it for a sand bath. What the freak, Lotus? Listen, get out, get back in the closet. Sand bath. Oh, do you know what I think about when I think about sand baths? Either a tiny tori, right? Or a chisai tori, or a chisai chinchilla or chinchilla. You know, when they have like the sand baths or the dust baths. Oh, chinchillas are really cute, man. I don't know if it's chinchilla. I'm not sure if this is the ya, so it might be a chinchilla. But as far as American English goes, I think most people say chinchilla. But chinchilla, those little like rodents or large rodents, they're not really actually that tiny, but having a dust bath, like a sand bath. Sorry. All right, I'm done. Enough digressions. What's there nearby? 近くに何がありますか? No, that's nothing new. That's pretty similar. Oh, it's chinchita. Oh, chinchita. Yeah, that actually works really well. Chinchita. Chinchitas are incredibly adorable. I think they make wonderful pets. If you're into like a more interesting pet that perhaps isn't inu or a neko, right? Or maybe an alternative to a hamster. Chinchita would be a fantastic one, in my opinion. A cheap shopping center. Okay, shopping center. So 近くに安いshop. Okay, so we had shopu technically. So as part of a different phrase. So shopping. Oh, okay. So they swap it up. Shopping. Shopping. Okay, shopping center. Okay, so it's a combination of community center and shopping. Shopu. What was shopu was at the end of a word. already. Oh,100 100 yeah, 100 sharpu, yeah, 100 sharpu, yep. So it's a combination of shopping. It's a modification of shoppu, shopping, and then gu, shopping gu. It's kind of funny because it's not a kaimono. It's not a like you can't use kaimono in a weird nominative adjunctive like adjectival way and say like kaimono senta. You want to make sure you're doing a cutoff then rather than dragging out the sound. I know. Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, I know. When I look at the word, I have to actually hear it a couple times before I internalize it. It's kind of like a pikuniku, kapu, right? Kapu, kipu, right? Kipu, hatpyaku, Hokkaido, Mika, Yotsu. Yeah, plenty of tsus everywhere. Yep. Shoppingu, shoppingu, ping, ing.
近くに安いショッピングセンターがあります。
ショッピングセンター。ショッピングセンターがあります。The way you say picnic is like if you watch Boomerang as a kid. Wait. Yogi? Oh, okay. Oh, the way I'm saying it? You know what? I don't remember how Yogi Bear says it. Hold up. I've already said this, but I think you've already hang on. Yogi Bear. I mentioned this before. I think we're talking about the same thing. So Yogi Bear saying picnic. Oh yeah. This is hang on. Where's my YouTube? And can I get a sample with just saying? Yeah, I remember he's saying picnic basket. Like picnic basket, and I do that intentionally and I can't undo it right now, so hey boo boo, pick up the picnic basket, right? Picnic. So I already do that intentionally, so yeah, you're right. The Yogi Bear thing, I remember the scene where he says picnic basket. Picnic basket. And I mentioned this earlier actually to Shady already, that I say picnic a lot, and like napakin, like napa cabbage, napakin, kichikin, like kichikin, pumpkin. Pumpkin. So yeah, I have a habit of not adding the t, right? Dropping the So I have to get used to it again. Like, pikaniku, picnic, 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 picnicu, picnicu instead of picnic, right? Picnic. You're right on the mark. It's Yogi Bear. I've heard it a couple times from Yogi Bear, from children's cartoons. Don't worry, I know. Maybe one day a Japanese person's like, what are you saying? Picnic. It's like, oh, picnicu. Like, okay. What else we got? There's no fashionable clothing store in this town. Is clothing store like let me guess. Fukuya. Yeah, Fukuya. Just adding ya to fuku. That works. Kono machi ni oshare na fukuya ya wa arimasen. Fair enough. Do we have any like hidden grammar points somewhere? I want to buy jeans at the department store. Jeans. Let me guess. Jean. Yep. It's most certainly Jean.
デパートでジーンズが買いたいです。
Jeans. Oh, they even added the Z. Jeans. Oh, jeans. Nice. That actually comes out really
デパート
nice.
でジーンズが買いたいです。
Jeansが買いたいです。デパートでジーンズが買いたいです。Okay. Fair enough. We should go to the women's section. Wait. Women's section. Pants is more fun? What is it? Is it Pantsto? Is it like Pantsto? Or Pantsto? Do? Oh, spoilers? Okay, fine. Do I get pants eventually? I still can't express pants. I've been wondering when I would get pants. Like, you know, whenever the clothing comes up and I'm like, oh, okay, now we're thinking about the clothing. We have hats. We have like a blouse, a t-shirt. We have like suits. We have dress, skirts. And then the moment I get to pants, I'm like, guy, I guess we could say the guy wears a skirt. Because like, I don't have the word for pants. What happened to pants? And it's been so long. We keep getting everything else. Like jaqueto, like even jacket. There's so many articles, but no pants. Duo is skirting the issue because it's a bit of an oddball. Oh, is it hiragana? Is it in hiragana? Or is it like a comedy? Dude. Oh my gosh. Okay, fine. It's probably... Oh, okay. Or is it like trousers? Is it based on trousers? Oh my gosh. Don't you dare pull an oddball British thing on me. I don't even know. There's so many possibilities right now. When you say a bit of an oddball, that's not even... Okay, alright, fine. Fine, I'll hold off. I promise not to look for the time being. But do I get pants? Lotus. That's the better question. Does Duo eventually give me pants? Because, I mean, people just gotta wear pants, man. I just did a American thing. People's gotta wear pants, man. I need my pants. I swear if it's something like trousers, I'm gonna flip the table. They did when I did this part, but it changed so much, so I imagine they'll give it to you. Oh, okay. We should go to the women's section. What's woman? Okay. Section. How do I... Deji. Regisu?
レディースのコーナーに行きましょ
Dedisu?
う。
Wait.
レディースのコーナーに行きましょ
Dedisu? Dedisu no konna. Yeah, konna is, we already used that for section. Konna. Dedisu?
う。レディースのコーナーに行きましょ
Yeah, D. So D, yeah, Deisu. Dedisu. Dedisu no konna ni ikimashou. Oh, it's ladies. Oh, ladies. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Holy. I'm like, what am I thinking of? Ladies. Okay. Thanks. That helped out a lot. Dedisu. Okay. Dedisu no konna ni ikimashou. Fair enough. Oh, hey. Mazu. Interesting. Mazu. Ooh, I love these ones. It's kind of like ashita. I love interject. I love sequential transitional verbs. Oh my gosh. I mean, not transitional verbs. Transitional words. I love transitional words. When do I get finally? I need finally or lastly as well. Finally and lastly to complete the trifecta. You know, first, then, finally. When do I get finally? Oh, found a cool site that shows all the vocab that Duolingo teaches. Are you talking about dual.eu? Duo EU site? I tried to look for a comprehensive vocab list. Duomi.eu, if you use it, try using it. The search function is broken. Or like it's not categorically tagged properly. So you can't actually search it. I tried to look up a comprehensive list. But if you go to the homepage from English to Japanese, and then you can scroll down all of it, when you try to use filters to try to find and like look for it, it's broken. The filter is broken. Or like the way the filter system is, because it's relied on tags and none of them are tagged and cataloged properly. So you have to like scroll through, and it's not necessarily quote unquote alphabetical or anything like that. So there's no like actual, it's like categorically done. I've done this before already. It's the most comprehensive one though. It's the most comprehensive list, but it does not have a very usable search feature. And then you can use Control F. Yeah, you can use Control F. That's the closest thing I could use. It would be awesome if someone was able to help them out. By the way, duomi.eu is a Patreon thing. It's a Patreon thing. It's an unofficial, non-affiliated with Duolingo, but I like what they're trying to do. It's kind of they need help, in my opinion. Like it would be cool to have some sort of like someone who's a little bit more program inclined to be able to help out with that filtering stuff. It's a shame that the filter system is not quite like the search and filter functions are not quite working out because of having to curate and all the entries into some categorical thing. All right, you got your partner's case as far as I can go without handling glass on your own. I don't want to do that. Time to wait for him to wake up so that I don't shatter anything. Imagine your partner just wakes up, like, what happened? It's like, oh, and you're just sitting. Oh, that'd be kind of disappointing, but also kind of cute in a way. But yes, that's so awesome. I'm sure your partner will love it. Can't wait to hear the reaction. So jeans, okay, jeans and ladies, ladies, and then we have mazu, and then left. Oh, go up. Oh, we have the ue.
ue.
Ue. I didn't even have the kana yet for this.
上
So they're just straight up introducing the kanji. It sounds like ue.
上
Ue? Yes, ue. So ue? Ue?
上
Go up. And then turn left. Oh, they're going straight into kanji as well.
左
Dari. Dari. So he.
左
Dari? Hitari? I don't know what that means. It doesn't help. Wait. So something about left. There's a left in there, and then there's a up. Oh, up, down, left, right? Are you doing it up, down, left, right? Yeah. If it's up and then right, yeah, down, left. I'll show you an up, down, left, right, you butthead. Way to spoil a 1,000-year-old language. I don't know how to say left or down yet. Okay? If I go to Japan now, I can only say, I'm going up. And then when someone says, but you have to go down, it's like, okay, I'm going not up. Okay? Alright? Ue janai desu. I don't know. Gonna drop you on the streets of Tokyo and have you navigate by turning left only. Listen, I can go not left, okay? You could say not left. You know? It's like I don't know how to say. Oh wait, left is
左
hidari. So I could say like hidari, right? Hidari desu, hidari janai desu, hidari, you know, like I could not it. You know? I don't know how to add not modifiers, by the way, so to an adjective. So don't we're not gonna get into that yet. I do not know how to negate adjectives, so let's just go with janai desu for now. It's left and it's not left, okay? Just saying, I don't have to only make left turns and up turns, okay? Up turns go up. Dai. Daun ni iku? Wait. Yeah, daun iaku. Down. Wait. Down. No. I don't know. Data, you're gonna have to help me with that one. Do it? No. Do? No. Done it? I don't know. I have no idea. It's spelled out down. Oh. Iku for go. Oh, go down. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Iku. Oh, yeah. Iku ni. Oh, okay. Ni. Oh, down. Ni iku. Okay, go down. I see. Down ni iku. Yeah, down ni iku. Got it. Oh, and I should have recognized the plain form. But iku, do you say iku like that most of the time, or do you use is it uncommon to use the kanji? Is iku one of the things it's uncommon to use the kanji in the plain form? I'm so distracted right now. Kanji you use like 20% of time. I see. Oh, okay. So I do have Iku. Yeah. So you are more than welcome to use that one. Thank you for the consideration though. I love that we're getting like a back and forth. Actually, a lot of people told me that they've forgotten what the kana is for a lot of the kanji. Like a lot of times when someone says like, oh yeah, I forgot, I need to write the hiragana for you in case the kanji is not there. And they often make this comment like, wait, what was the kana? What was the hiragana for this kanji? And I think that's pretty fun, in my opinion. If the verb is acting on the verb, then you'll see it. Oh, okay, but it can function as an auxiliary where it is often not written. I see. Yeah, I see. Ooh, that's a really neat little trivia. Yeah, if it's acting as a verb, then you'll see the kanji. Okay, so it functions as an auxiliary. Okay, that's a neat little insight. Rewards. Bonus. They're going with bonus, right? Wait. Oh, interesting. Bondo Kado. Wait.
ポイントカードが欲しいです。
Oops. Pointo card. Oh, points. Bonus points. Yeah. Pointo. Sorry. That's P. I sometimes it's hard to see this little dot here. Like what I mean is the circle. It's my vision. My vision is pretty bad now. Sorry. Excuses. Pointo. Yeah, bonus points. Pointo. Pointo. Pointo cardo. Pointo cardo. Pointo cardo ga hoshii desu. Okay. What else we have? Salesperson. That's got to be a mix, right? Oh, and we have the cash registers. Oh, here's a Deji. Someone already introduced me to Deji because Deji is the cash. Interesting. Yeah. Deji is the cash register, and then Kaitai is referring to the cashier, but and then it was like the reverse in the interpretation. So actually, what do you think, Shady, about Deji and Taikai? Taikai. No, Kaikei. Sorry, Kaikei. The Kaikei and Deji. From Duo suggests that Kaikei is the cashier, as in the person, and then now Deji is the actual cash register. And then we have a salesperson. Who's the salesperson? Denin. Oh yeah, and then we have Denin as well instead of waiter or waiter or something. Deji is what you'll see for cash register where to check out. Yeah, that's what that person said. Obviously, Deji is being introduced now, or it will be soon. Deji, and then I already know the vocabulary for Kaikei, which is the cashier, the person behind the like cash register or the checkout, right? Haven't personally heard of for cashier, but it's the go-to when asking for the checkout. Oh yeah, that's what that person said. The bill thing, like it's more of like asking for the bill kind of thing, or going to pay out, right? and they said cashier, and that's what that person brought up, and then they went and introduced Deji. So when you go out to eat in izakaya or something, and you're done, you'll call the waiter over and ask them for I see, sumimasen, okaike, yeah, okaike, ooh, yeah, and then the honorific too, okaike onegai shimasu. I see. That clarifies a lot of things with this conversation I had with another person. And then also a salesperson. This is Denin. Denin was introduced as also the server or the waiter like person instead of a salesperson. But another person brought up it's more like waiter as opposed to. Oh, onegai shimasu. Oh, well, that could only be the only way. That could be the only word it could be. I actually don't know that kanji, but it could only be onegai shimasu. Lotus. But the context, you know, like the context would suggest there's no way it could be any other phrase. Don't heckin me. I'm older than you, Lotus. We're with the Japanese culture, okay? Don't be. I'm the older person here. I'm just kidding. Thanks, Lotus. Yeah, I looked and, you know, if you say sumimasen and you request a check, the only other phrase you would probably say is onegai shimasu. Oh, it's interesting you don't say O after it. Like in this case, JD, like sumimasen, okaike o, like okaike o onegai shimasu. Or do you not? Is this like a different case where you don't end with another O particle as a request? A Duo does this thing where you end with an O, but I don't actually know the nuances of it yet. Or I didn't look up the nuance. Oh, I suppose you would. It all bleeds together since it's oh, yeah. We get a little loose with the particle. Okay, fair enough. Okay, yeah, you just hold the O. Particle drops a lot. Yeah. I mean, Shady, you speak English, right? You know, well, let's just be real. Do you ever have to explain to your partner when like prepositions get dropped, and then sometimes even subjects get dropped in your phrasing? Like it's like, oh yeah, that's just English. We're just being lazy. Like it's like, yeah. Don't worry, it's there. You just hear it, but it's not actually there. Better Twitch TV keeps automatically sub to my. Yeah. So here's the thing, JD. So I play a game called OS. Okay, in the OS community, there's an enrichment for people who like using emojis. And emoji is the new like English punctuation, right? English punctuation. So I have been friends with a person that embraces this culture a lot. So I let them free reign on whatever they do. So don't worry about the emojis. I actually know all the words those emojis actually say. So if you're wondering like, what's a great way to train kanji? Well, if you're used to being able to read emojis like they're actually text, now there's a deep cut for you. And yeah, I understand it. I understand. No worries. It might wear you out though, and I think that's what they go for. They're going for that. It's kind of a Twitch thing, where like they're doing it deliberately to like bomb certain words. So no worries. I understand. The lol is that emote is lol. Or you could be like super clever and always talk around the emojis. It's a game. It's a game to the kiddos. You gotta stay hip. Shady. Don't be a boomer, okay? You gotta be hip. Pico hang no without checking which emote is the it gotta be hip with the kids. The kids these days, emoji is an extension of English. Like, I kid you not. Sometimes when you're reading in chat, if you're not familiar with subtextual pictorial substitutions for English, it can be very difficult to connect with younger people. So it's almost like kanji to the max. Right? It's like the kanji on mad fast. Like the next day the emote would change and I'm like, what does that actually even mean? Like, ain't Norway? Oh, where's Sub-Zero right now? Where's Sub-Zero? Ain't Norway? Ain't Norway? Oh my gosh. My friend really like the kids that the little shenanigan, the kiddos that I think ain't Norway. Before this it was ain't no way. Like, and if you it's not ain't no way, by the way. Like, what I mean is the sentiment isn't literally ain't no way, but there's an emote ascribed to ain't no way. It's a skeleton. It's like a skeleton rotating. It's a skeleton rotating, and then suddenly it becomes ain't Norway, and I'm like, oh, okay, kids. Like, I'm barely keeping up with slap and hits different. Hits different now. I don't even know what the heck. Like, I can't even like use ain't Norway. I don't know exactly what that expression means in and it's a matter of like 6 months. It's less than 6 months when these things like evolve. I'm like, okay, all right. Language, it's all part of the language, you know. That's the internet culture for you. All right, that's enough. Oh, also, Deneen. So what are your thoughts about Deneen as waiter? It's interpreted as waiter or salesperson. They're probably introducing this again, but waiter. Someone said it was like waiter. Waiter works, right? So. Teneen, sorry, Teneen. What do people think about Teneen or waiter? Is kanji, which is literally shop employee. Okay. Oh my gosh, guys, listen, you one at a time. You guys basically just blasted me with the same comment. I'm just kidding. So it would be anyone who works at a store. Okay. So you would still use waiter or something. I forgot. Someone showed me the katakana. You would use that for restaurants, right? Or something. So like the restaurant thing wouldn't actually apply to Teneen. Or perhaps. But yeah, at a convenience store it's gonna be okay, Teneen for the people working there. What about a restaurant? Would you use... I don't actually know this word. I'm guessing like waiter or something. Or is there another word for a waiter at like a restaurant? Not necessarily like chef or like the person cooking. I'm the person that waits on you, or the service. At a restaurant you use okay, waiter. Okay, I suppose. I see. Oh, you think? Okay, so you think that's still fine if you use Teneen? Trying to think about it since it's not something that typically comes up. Well, you know me. You know me. I ask more questions than I actually know. You know? You know? Alright, let's start this lesson. We got 10 lessons to go. Let's do this.
大学の食堂
Starting right off with 大学。大学の食堂。 Oh, university cafeteria. Ooh, shokudo. Shout outs to Lotus. I know, Lotus, you're a butthead. But this has tabemono's kanji in it. Tabe, the ta, like the... It has this kanji in here. Because Lotus can't help and spoil a Japanese language all the time. I'm just kidding. He already told me that shokudo has the same kanji, but they didn't introduce it yet. Like in Japan, we never talk about the waitstaff. Oh, so trying to think about it when we go out to eat here in the United States. I think my partner says, oh yeah, that's what they did in Duolingo. They say tenin-san. They Duolingo literally said tenin-san without the kanji, because kanji is, but yes, they refer to them specifically as tenin-san. That works because in the United States, obviously, like you want to, sometimes you call attention to the waiter because the cultural normative is a little different in the United States, so you would actually use a phrase in that context, as opposed to, it's not a different, like, let's just not say what is better or what's not. I feel that if you were to go to Japan, the etiquette is to be, you know, on top of that, as opposed to voluntarily calling for attention, right? Sometimes it can be a little bit vulture-y. I don't know. Like if you go into specific restaurants in the United States, like an Indian restaurant and stuff, the waiting kind of thing and interaction is a little bit different. So sometimes you might have to call for a waiter's attention. Yeah. Nice. Okay. I haven't used this phrase in a long time. The last time we used shokudo was kaisha. Kaisha, the company's cafeteria.
歴史の授業。
歴史の授業. So something dealing with class. Definitely not roommate. History?
歴史。
歴史の授業. Okay. History class. All right, sure. 歴史. Oh, that's their picture of, oh, you know what this is. Dang, this is, okay. I have a deep cut here. It's a super conspiracy theory level of deep cut. All right, because of where I live in the United States. So, you guys ready for a little side story? It's good. It's pretty good. So, I watched a TED Talk for Luis's Duolingo thing, right? He's the co-founder of Duolingo, and he talked about education and stuff, but ultimately there was also eventually it led to that Duolingo is HQ'd in Pittsburgh, right? So why is that relevant? This is a huge conspiracy theory. It would be really funny if that's what happened, but I've been around in this area in terms of like seeing campuses and universities, right? So when I think of a university, often in Pennsylvania, where I happen to be, there is a specific university that has this actual depiction, and it's Temple University over in Philadelphia. Wait, is it Philadelphia? Hold up. Yeah, in Philadelphia, Temple University. There's like a let me see if I can find it. Oh, maybe that building's not. Yeah, one of the architectures at Temple University has these types of buildings, like this classical like building, I think. Oh, it's not the exact one though. I don't think Pittsburgh has a. I don't think the University of Pittsburgh has a building similar to this. But my thought was, it would be kind of interesting, like a conspiracy theory, that because their headquarters in Pittsburgh, they happen to pick an imagery that's very related to something that's in Pennsylvania. But I mean, this is a pretty iconic image of your like Roman columns and whatnot. But because this is also red, so the colors in Temple University is red and white. Right? So university could have had any form of color, but then again, you could argue Harvard also uses the same color scheme, and they also have these traditional buildings. So it could be like the whole like Ivy League traditional iconic view of Harvard, but Temple has a very suspiciously similar kind of symbolism and color choice. Sorry. I know this might seem so tangential, but my mind operates very, very sporadically, integrating all my memory. So there you go. More information than you need to know. Actually, let me look at Harvard's front page. Harvard. Maybe it's Harvard's building? Oh, it's Harvard's building. Wait. Hold. Is it? It's kind of close, but they put 2 flags in the front this time. Yeah, see? It's Harvard. It's an allusion. It's an allusion to Harvard. So, like here, I'll show you. It's Harvard. Can I get a bigger image, please? Hello? So here you go. A temple has a similar thing, but I think I'm stretching too far. See? Here you go. Right? That is the classic building. So whenever you're seeing like iconic things for like universities and stuff, this is what you imagine. It's Harvard. Although Temple has something similar, it didn't have. I couldn't find a building that had only 4 columns with the banner in front, and it's Harvard colors. Oh, fun, right? Depictions. Am I crazy, or is someone? Do other people think like this? Because I need to know. I need to know if other people think like this. Okay, 大学で歴史 or what? I see 勉強します works. 運転します Well, we'll drive. Not crazy in the right ways, fair enough. Slightly crazy, but I think we all are. Okay, fair enough. So you're both crazy in the slightly crazy, but useful crazy. Fair enough. And then 運動します exercise, to do exercise, to do driving, right? 利用行します These are all the pseudo-nominative combinations and for that we have, and travel, to do travel. So to do driving, to do exercise, to do travel, which Duo interprets it as exercise, drive, and travel. I keep thinking you're saying unchi shimasu? Undo shimasu? Or which one? Unchi, which one? Unten shimasu? Wait, which one makes it sound like I'm saying unchi shimasu? Which one is it? You know, let me look it up though. Why are you telling me that I have to look it up? Is this a sussy word? Oh, for both? Oh, this is a sussy word. Are you sussing me right now? Unchi shimasu. Okay, that doesn't work. Really? Really, Lotus? Listen, I think that's more of a you problem. That's like saying cutting the cheese. I'll show you an unchi. Heckin' poo-poo head. Unchi atama. Unchi no atama. I don't know if you can do that. I'll show you a poo-poo head. My heckin'... Oh, because you're saying every time I say, oh wait, no, I thought I understand where the chi is coming from, but I don't know. I think you're a butthead.
田舎は静かです。
Inaka wa, wait, Inaka countryside, right? We already spoiled it in the guidebook. Yeah, Inaka wa shizuka desu. Okay. Shizuka desu. Inaka wa shizuka desu. I agree, the countryside is quiet. Unchi is the cutest word? Poop? Oh my gosh. Not you too, Shady. Not you too. Yeah. The poo-poo. Yeah. Poo-poo. Oopsie. Oopsie, I made a whoopsie. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. Okay. Inaka.
Inaka.
Oh, inaka. So it's not inaka. Inaka. So... Wait.
Inaka.
Inaka kind of sounds like Odaka, but maybe Odaka and Nakadaka is acceptable there. I went straight into Atamadaka more often, especially with 3 syllable words. It's a habit. Don't worry. I understand. So Inaka instead of Inaka. 私の what? Why am I looking at these things? Houses? No houses. Cow is face. Mimi ear. Uta song. Uta the song, and oh, machi. That's supposed to be machi?
町
I don't know about that, Chief. I don't know. 私の町は、田舎の近くです。Oh, okay. All right, never mind. After reading the rest of the phrase, it makes sense. I didn't read the rest of the sentence. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. 私の町は the town, my town, or my city is next to the countryside. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Or it's near the countryside. Next, you could use a different thing, but yeah, fair enough. It's near the countryside.
どの学校に入りますか？
どの学校に入りますか？ Yeah, enroll, enter, join. Which school are you going to enroll at? Nothing like if I, it's at which school? At which school are you going to enroll? Or are you going to enroll at which school? But yeah, I understand. Enroll at or
高校を卒業しました。
高校 High?
高校
Oh, high school. Koko. That's kind of funny. They got gakko and then koko. Why didn't they, I just had a funny thought. If they went from like gakko for school, but then you start with ko, right? That'd be like middle school, and then you go koko for high school. But when you go ko, you're going to college. It kind of reminds me of it's an abbreviation for kodo gakko. Okay. Oh, I see. Koto gakko. I see. Okay, that makes it even funnier. There is in kanji, the first and last one of the words. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, hey, you know what? Oh, that's so cool. So, that the kanji, the first and last one of the word, the kanji, we have these kanji, already. These, whoops. Stroke order, my bad. Whoops. Stroke order. And then we have all the radicals. Yeah, we have all the radicals too. Yeah. Oops, that was stroke order. I know, I messed up the stroke order on this. So this is like cheat. This is a cap for lots of things, and this thing at least. Oh, I missed a stroke. Wait. This thing reminds me of the left radical of things like mizu, and then this is akai. Another fun abbreviation is Tokyo. Oh yeah, I see the Tokyo. Like from Tokyo. Ah, so they took the, oh, interesting. Okay. Toldai. I see. for abbreviation of Tokyo University. Tokyo Daigaku. Todai. I see. Neat. Very neat. The first and last. Got it. Interesting. So, is this phrase used though? Koko. I imagine this abbreviation is used. Koko. Oh my gosh. Koko. Sotsuki. Shimashita. Oh, this is a new word too.
卒業しました。
What the heck? This is new as well. Duolingo. What the deal? This is supposed to be highlighted in purple. How you say this?
高校を卒業しました。
Okay. Sotsuki shimashita. So shimashita. Sotsukyo. Oh my gosh. Sotsukyo shimashita.
高校を卒業しました。
Yeah, Sotsukyo shimashita. Yeah, definitely the primary word I've heard to refer to high school. Oh, okay. Sotsukyo.
高校を卒業しました。
Sotsukyo shimashita. Okay.
卒業しました。
To
卒
be-
業しました。
To be. Okay. To grad. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I'm guessing this is Suru as well. So it's Sotsukyo Suru, right? So I graduated because of Shimashita as opposed to Suru. I graduated high school. Nice. Koko.
高校。
Okay.
高校
Oh, you know what's a funny thing about this thing? Like this thing? I don't know if this has changed in the present day. In both cases, I feel like in both cases, this thing is ceremonial. As in, like, most of the time, like, I think my entire educational time, I didn't get one of these. Like, this didn't happen. It actually isn't a social norm. Like, the whole idea of receiving whatever this piece of paper is in this, like, depiction, that actually didn't happen to me in both cases. It's usually like a flattened piece of paper, and it's mailed. You're given a ceremonial like a booklet thing on which you eventually get the paper in the mail in which you place it into the booklet. Yeah, you had a placeholder booklet and then the diploma was mailed to you. Yeah. This is like such an iconic thing, but it doesn't actually happen all that often. It's very uncommon. But we can bask in the imagery that is. Yeah, you get a placeholder booklet and then the diploma eventually ends up in your carbon mail. You didn't get the paper. This man does not have a PhD. Well, it's back there, Lotus. It doesn't get wrapped up like this. I always thought, like, when I first got close to graduating from college, right? I'm like, oh yeah, we get to do this. The gown thing still happened though, like the tassels and like these tassels and this band. So these bands and these tassels mean different things. And in this cap, that did happen. But this totally did not happen. This it's not a it's more of a traditional imagery now. Doesn't really happen that often. Okay. Sengetsu. Sengetsu something. What's happening? You graduated in 2020. My ceremony happened in Minecraft. Wait. Whoa. Are you serious? Wait, Lotus. Are you being real right now? Like, I don't know if you're joking here. Your ceremony was... Oh, is that what you mean? Oh, 2020. Oh, because it didn't. Oh, okay. Minecraft is a pretty clever way to approach that problem, though. Ah, I see. Okay, so you... Oh, that's so cute. That's so cute! Sorry, Lotus. I all I can think about is, in 2020, you are a wee young lad. How does it feel to be almost 4 years older? That's kind of cool. I personally think it's pretty sweet. An avatar ceremony? Nice. Sengetsu blank wa Koko o sotsuki o shimashita. Sotsuki o shimashita. I'll probably say that like a couple more times here and there today so that tomorrow it'll be a lot. I'll benefit from the repetition. Sengetsu ane? That works. Ane wa Koko o Sotsukyo. Sotsukyo shimashita. I need to hear a
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
Sotsukyo.
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
Sotsukyo. I'm having such a hard time to transition between Tsukyo. Sotsukyo shimashita ka? Shimashita ka? Sotsukyo. Alright. Itsu koko o sotsukyo shimashita ka? Kyonen. Nice. Past tense stuff. Kyonen sotsukyo shimashita ka? Shimashita. Hana-san wa. Okay. I like it. Kyonen sotsukyo shimashita. I graduated last year. Hana-san, and you, Hana-san.
大学
And they were asking when. Okay. Daigaku. 大学. Ooh, wait. Oh, no new things.
大学
Daigaku. Wait. Kaji. Or Kaiyo. Sorry, Kaiyo. But without the B. So I'm curious what I didn't click on this. We'll
ナオミ
learn
さん
later.
は東京の大学に入りました。
I heard
ナオミ
I was totally not paying attention.
さんは大学東京
There it is. Wait, what was the abbreviation? It was I took the toll. So toll die? No, toll gaku? No. Wait. How does that work? Wait. Toll die. Toll die. I see. A toll die. Toll die. Cute. You already anticipated it.
ナオミさんは東京の大学に入りました。
Sarah.
ナオミさんは東京の大学に入りました。
Okay.
入りましたにナオミさんは東京の大学に入りました。
I put in a no as well. Tokyo's University. Tokyo's University. So, Naomi-san wa Tokyo no daigaku ni hairimashita. At a university in Tokyo. Okay, fair enough. You could say that too. At a university in Tokyo. Fair enough. Tokyo. Okay. Daigaku.
大学
Yonin.
4人
I can see why they put in nin. Is the one stroke difference to confuse. And 10月 来月 6 something ikishi no reikishi. Tokyo no Daigaku is not Tokyo Daikaku. It gets confusing sometimes. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like saying it's the same as like in English it's not like exactly the same, but it transliterates, or like it literally translates the same. Like for example, Penn State University, right? Penn State University is not the same as the University of Pennsylvania. Right. There are better examples like Chicago University. It's not the same as the University of Chicago. And it kind of mirrors the no, the presence of the no, or not the presence of the no. Sometimes it can be helpful to think of no as of rather than right here. Right here. The English already does this. American education system already does this. Yeah. Chicago University, as in a university in Chicago, versus University of Chicago, which is of. Yeah. Happens all the time. Yeah. Perfect example. Yeah. A lot of times when people say, oh yeah, go to Penn State University, say, oh, you got into University of Pennsylvania. It's like, no, that's not the same. I didn't went there, but happens quite a lot. Especially also when a foreigner talks to it's kind of ironic because I don't know if Japanese people make that mistake too, even though they do it themselves with Japanese, because that's pretty funny. I imagine they had a university like other universities in Tokyo, the phrase, and then Tokyo University. Fun. Okay. Reikishi. Rekishi, what? Yeah.
歴史
Rekishi,
の
Rekishi, Rekishi,
歴史
yeah, Rekishi no, Jukyo,
授業
Jugyo. Okay, that's fine. Just practicing. Countryside was Inaka. Inaka.
Inaka,
Yeah, Inaka.
田舎、
Kind of sounds like Nakadaka, really.
田舎、
Inaka. Instead of Inaka. Inaka.
田舎、
Okay. Pa 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 bum ba dum bum ba dum pa 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 pa. Okay. In the country.
大学、の、田舎、田舎、大学、
I hate when this happens.
大学、田舎、田舎、大学、田舎、大学に入りました。
I hate you. Want a tip that might help order them? I have the tip. I just I already know the tip, but I get them mixed up. But can you share your tip? I'll probably say yes, I know. Doesn't stop me from mixing them up though. What is your tip? It has something to do with Duolingo interpreting. Not really the Japanese thing. Yeah. Go for it. Why as belonging to the family? I understand that. Yeah. so like you see here, right? So in this case, yeah. So if this is the family, right? This is X. If you're saying, like, for example, like this is Y. Like if Y, or if this is X, so if X is the category and Y belongs to a category of X, right? In the countryside, so you would use X no Y. That's a great way to remember. Where is it?
田舎の大学。
Right. However, what it mixes up is because the prompt is in English. So a lot of times the order of these things can be different as well. And then categorically, they can, it doesn't, it falls apart when it comes to other things, right? But I guess this one, it works. Yeah, so it'll be like I enrolled, yeah, and then, but I think usually I try to do this. The one that I thought would be helpful, can you see if you can find a wrench in this, which is I thought for the longest time that I could get away with this, which this is what makes me confused. I mess myself up here.
入りました。
Since I'm kneeing something, right? Since I'm kneeing something, I tend to want to knee the thing that I want to knee. So I thought about it, and then I started doing the category thing, and then I swapped them around, and then I was confused, right? But originally I would start with this because I want to knee I wanted to knee the next closest thing, which in this case it's about enrolling into the university as opposed to where the university is. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's a wrench in this too. I just don't know it at the moment. Like if I use this approach, there's a wrench. Yeah, because this becomes a whole singular noun, right? Singular noun. But here the reason why I'm doing it this way is it leverages something that isn't in Japanese, which doesn't help, right? Doesn't help, but the way I thought about this is more like English, where the approximation of their phrases. Yeah, I understand. Because no creates the whole object. This is the entire object. Yeah, you don't need to explain that to me. I already know that this is the object. However, since this is an English prompt, this is kind of the object because it's in a form of a prepositional phrase. But this could be also the object in the form of a location. So the relative distance, in my opinion, the relative position is what gives it off that you're talking about enrolling in a university as opposed to enrolling in something in the countryside, which happens to be in a university. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's easier said than done. Yeah. You have to fill it out. So, since this came up for the first time, it will be like are, right? It will be like nani, but then when I see it again, it will no longer be an issue anymore, right? And talking about it helps. So me doing this with you will alleviate any of the problems in moving forward. So oftentimes I take the time to slow down and talk about it with anyone, because when you talk about it, then you no longer make that. It will become easier as a point of reference. So I've done this multiple times. Duolingo, like, interesting. Let's talk about it. And then not only does it, you don't really need to repeat exposure. A lot of times you can actually remember pretty well with conversations with other people. It happens more than once already, but the ones that no longer are issue is like this phrase, nearby building, for example, versus near the building. Which Japanese phrase, like what is the Japanese phrase for nearby building and near the building? And that used to be, and this comes up a lot because you can replace building with anything. And then you can replace this with any type of position. Behind, in front, and stuff. I also don't want to step on your toes or anything, or if I'm ever out of line and you want me to... No. I think you should do that. I think you should do that, JD. Whether I'm being pedantic or not. I like to think if I'm on the mark or not. I think that's incredibly helpful. Lotus always does this thing where he says like, it's this. All right, I'm going back in the closet. Yeah, so tonari no, yeah, tonari no. Oh, you use biru. I like it. Tonari, yeah, tonari no biru versus yeah, biru no tonari, yeah, tonari. And also you, and the funny thing is, you know, you used tonari as in like near. You can also use chikaku. At least I think chikaku as well in this case. And then since you use biru, so far someone already told me that biru, actually Lotus is the one that told me that biru is typically used for atemono. Atemono. And also the reason why that's funny is because in the very following chapter, biru was introduced, and then, you know, we had to make a joke about biru, and also steaky and steaky, right? So many different stories to remember things. Hilarious. Yeah, for the first example, you could use chikaku. Yep, exactly. This is what we do. I confuse biru with biru so often in Japan that I became a meme around your friends. Aww, I think that's kind of cute. Yeah, I help you to not mix it up anymore. Exactly. I love that. So definitely don't feel shy, Shady. I could be pushed back though. I'm a little arrogant sometimes. Maybe a lot of times. So definitely don't feel hesitant to push, because that's just kind of how the process works. I won't make, like, it's rarely do you make a mistake again, in my opinion, or you can make a mistake intentionally and know why you made the mistake, right? Even if you habitually Freudian slip on the mistake, you have stories and stuff that build in autocorrect. So the moment you say, if I do this again, right? If I get this prompt again and I do this, I'm like, wait a minute. Why do I remember us talking about this? And that's kind of how that works, right? Life and like speaking and stuff is tenuous. It's tenuous. You have a time frame to fix and adjust. So the more we talk about it, the more likely these mix-ups become salient. Yeah, every life experience helps reinforce what you are learning. So I wouldn't shy away from it. If I sound like I'm pushing back really hard, well, you're just gonna have to call me a poo-poo head, right? Stop being a poo-poo head. Or you can be like Lotus and say it and then yeet it out into a closet. There's a joke that runs between me and Lotus and Indy, and sometimes I shove Sub-Zero in the closet too, but Sub-Zero doesn't say much. That deserves the closet. Store them away. Like, all right, guys, all right, let me cook, okay? Let me cook. Go back in the closet. The storage closet, you know, where you like pull out references. Hello, Sub-Zero. Hello. So, what was yours? We're going to, I'm going to try to apply that for as long as possible for X. So X as a category of Y, right? I'm going to try to apply that for as long as I can until I hit a snag with my logic with that, and then see how it works out. I really haven't given this an honest shake, where I take the category and then the topic into the category. So I'm going to try the best to apply that and see if I can find a snack. If it works most of the time, I think that's awesome. That'll help me out quite a lot. I also encourage people to make mistakes, and if they correct it, try to understand why you already messed something up, since reflection is a powerful tool. Yes, exactly. That's what the closet is. Also, every time you say in the closet, it reminds me of the first 28. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot about that. I'm sorry about that. I hope you find that funny and coincidental. You know, like secrets in the closet, skeletons. Oh, it made you giggle. Oh, well, I'm glad you have a very positive relationship with praise. I wanted to make sure, right? The reason, by the way, the joke behind the closet is I learned the phrase coin locker, the storage closet. I mean, not the storage closet, but the storage coin or just storage, like locker storage thing, right? Coin locker, and it has a bigger backstory because I associate coin lockers with storage, like just any storage, any form of storage, not just coin operated storage, because of a video game. But that's where that whole thing, like, okay, all right, guys, I'm gonna put you back into storage because I don't need you yet. and over time, whenever someone like pops in and says, oh, well, you know, I'm like, all right, this is really cool, but I need to cook. Get back in the closet. Get back into the storage closet, right? The storage closet. Anyways, welcome. Now you're caught up with the storage closet. They even have an emote. Like, Lotus actually uses an emote. It looks like a wardrobe, really. It looks like a gate. Like, it's kind of like pink and white. Like pink and white. I don't know what type of emote it is, but that's what Lotus does. Whenever he says something, well, you know, all right, I'm out. And just so you know, Lotus typically works. I don't want to like out him out on his boss, but Lotus typically like chills and pops in and tells me a word of wisdom while he's at work. Don't want to out Lotus, but hopefully one day his boss just doesn't randomly hear him say poop in Japanese and like, what are you saying, poop?
Sensei.
Oh, sensei. Oh, we formally got sensei, even though we already know sensei. Because they use sensei to show sei in nensei, and then they never taught sensei, but they did sen, as in like sengetsu and senshu. Now they finally put together the two, and now it's sensei. You just reminded me of the word for drawer in Japanese. What the? Okay. Ukitachi. Hikitachi. Oh, hikitachi. Hikitachi. Which literally would be translated as something like pulling out. Hikitachi. So drawer. Oh, you pull out a drawer. Okay. I'm like, what else are you pulling out? Man, that's weird. You pull out a drawer. Okay, fair enough. Okay, sensei. Oh, what else we got? Jikan, ashita, daigetsu. Oh, nothing new.
Sensei. Ki.
Ki. We got tree. Getsuyobi. Ki. Konya. Oh, sensei. Daigatsu.
Daigaku.
Did I just say daigatsu? Daigaku.
Ki.
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 What the pep? Okay,
Ki.
fine. What the pep? What are you even holding? Is that an ID card? Is that a book? Oh, that's supposed to be a book, isn't it? Who holds the book at the top? I'm just kidding. Sorry for all you top book holders. Who holds the thing at the top instead of the bottom? I'm being dramatic. Sorry, I'm being dramatic.
街に木がたくさんあります。
街に木がたくさんあります。Oh, and they're highlighting this. He's holding it backwards. What is that? A Japanese? Wait. That's hilarious. Oh, and this is being highlighted because the last time arimasu. So whenever this is a Duolingo thing, whenever arimasu swaps meaning in interpretation, whenever they swap, like even if it's an old meaning, like if they swap to interpretation 2 and they swap back to interpretation 1, the reason why they highlight it is because the last time they interpret it as have, which is not, it's an interpretation but not a translation. But this is their sorry, the last one was is. So I mean the last one was have. This is existence now. There is. So they're looking for there is a lot of trees, right? A lot of trees. So Duolingo does this if it's between 2 units. If whenever there's a unit swap and then the meaning is being swapped, even though if it's an older meaning, whenever it's swapped, they would highlight the word again. So aru is being used as existence. There exists. There are a lot of trees. Lot of trees. Oh, in town. In the town, right? Which you know, English is that's why the whole no thing is still complicated for me, because you could say like in the town there are a lot of trees. In English. There are yeah. I was trying to think if you can put it in the middle. No, you can't put it in the middle in this case. There are a lot of trees in town. Right.
あります。
Arimasu. Aru is interesting if you look at the kanji for both versions, which the kanji is basically never used, so it's not helpful, but it's one of those nerdy things that lead me to learning Mandarin now. Oh, someone recently told me this. So there, aru. So I've seen the 2 arus, right? The iru or the iru, right? Iru and aru, right? Iru and aru. And then I saw the kanji a couple times, and only recently has it come up that I have to consider that if the kanji is being used. And what I mean by that is, and you just shared with me another nuance of that today about a specific use case for was it iku, right? Iku, where in this case it's starting to come up now where some people say like, oh well, yeah, this is the kanji, but most people don't use the kanji, right? And even though in conjugators and stuff and jisho and stuff I would be used to seeing that, it's like, oh yeah, hey, that's this and I can't wait to learn it. And I'm like thinking to myself, some people would then say like, oh well, you probably won't learn it because of, but if you're really nerdy, yeah, I totally get it. One that there was one already. Which predicate? Oh, this is not exactly the same reason. It's not exactly the same reason, but when I first was introduced to kimas, right? Speaking of two contrasting things like ikimas and kimas, right? So when I was introduced to ikimas, it is in the context of contrasting with kimas, but then later kimas is introduced again. But before this happened, the kanji for this kimas was introduced, so therefore it distinguished between this kimas. And the only reason I made these connection is because we relied on kana first in Duolingo. So the difference between iku, right? Iku and kiru. Yes, yeah, iku and kiru, which because Duolingo starts with the base of the mas form, you get kimas twice. So it's not technically the same reason, but it plays into the idea of kanji and kana being an interesting. Would that be come versus where? Yes, in this case, it's come versus where. Sorry, kids. Yes. So to come versus to where. Yeah. And then there was another one that was kind of interesting, was recent too. It was kiru. Yeah, kiru. Or cut, which has another overlap with another kiru. So plenty of wonderful things to look forward to. This is where you like do that nerdy thing where eventually you like push up your glasses and like, heck, I'm gonna go back in my storage closet now. Kiru for cut. I'm referring to the kiru for cut. And it was introduced as kirimasu.キャンパスの木はとても綺麗です。Lovely. よく木の近くで something. Don't make me say picnic. Oh no. Picnic. Picnic. Oh, shimasu. I knew they were gonna make me say picnic. I wonder if Duolingo ever teaches casual kanji. According to Lotus, according to other people, yes. The answer is yes. I thought. At least from their versions. But I don't know when that happens. It's supposed to be much later. Yeah. So I don't know. But you did the whole thing. So if you didn't see it, and that means they never go through casual form. So I might have to learn it some other way. Like the plain form. Everything from the plain form. I don't know. Oh, it focuses on hyper polite language. Okay. But when you test out of the levels, it skips a lot. Oh, okay. Oh, that's what you mean by the challenge. Oh, you test out of the levels. Okay. I see. I thought you just blitzed through the whole thing. Like, I know someone that has. A Blue Jelly has done that, I think. I don't know what the completion percentage was, but maybe they like blitz through all of the things. So maybe I could ask Blue Jelly, for example. Yeah, so this would be the no that I'm getting mixed up with categorical ones. So like I end up not using categorical reasoning for this type of thing. So ki no chikaku, to interpret this into English. If I had to interpret this into English. So ki no chikaku, which means near the tree. It's near the tree. As opposed to chikaku, even if you reverse this, right? If you do chikaku no ki, it's nearby trees. The nearby that belongs to the family of the trees being discussed. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, it's very abstract in this case. However, instead of doing that, I just associate it with the order. So I simplified the abstraction here. If you're citing a position from somewhere, it's talking about a position near the object. But if it's the position first, it is a modifier of the object. Or like the thing. Or like the thing is modifying the thing. Yeah, in that case, yeah. But I do understand your stretch for the categorical thing. Yeah. That the tree belongs to... Wait, is it the tree belongs to the category of things nearby? Or is it deal with the nearby that belongs to the family of trees being discussed? The nearby... Okay. So wait, is this... Yeah, so this is X and this is Y. It's the trees that belong... Oh, the nearby. Yeah. The nearby that belongs to the trees. Got it. Okay. To the family of trees being discussed. Okay. Got it. Okay. and then if it's the nearby that belongs to the family of trees, then it's the near the trees. Okay, I see what you mean. Got it. Checks out. What am I? Picnicu? No, I'm just kidding.
ピクニック
Picnic. Picnic. A lot of particles have tried to dig info the way that a Japanese mind thinks about some of the things, especially when you get to the point where a single particle, you're gonna have 10 grammatical. I actually know most of the grammatical. Up here you can't see it actually, but there's a link, a bookmark for Tofuku. And Tofuku, the way they compartmentalize particles is they link all the relevant stuff and then they talk about beyond basics in a list form. So whenever a new usage that can be interpreted with each particle, I go back and revisit the original Tofuku where it lists as many usages that are common and then things that go beyond the basics. So for no, yeah, 10 sounds about not 10. I think it's like no, they list like 6 and then 3 beyond basics. Something like that. And whenever it occurs here, I go back and review the list and see what aligns the most. Yeah. It is fun to think about too. Even doing the same thing with Mandarin to try and make sense of some of the ways words can be used. Yeah. And if I ever ask myself some questions like, wait a minute, but can I get away with this? And me and Lotus had a different discussion about no briefly. And maybe you could answer this or you have some anecdotal example for this. There are phrases that are like nominal next to a noun, right? Which happens to, it doesn't matter if it's the object or not. But there's either a no or a or not. There's just blank, right? And there are specific phrases that someone who is Japanese said, like, oh yeah, we would kind of, you could kind of imply the no there, but maybe it's not. Like things like dobutsu kahei, right? Dobutsu kahei or neko kahei, right? I don't know why it's for expedient, but and then there's things like fantaji, like fantaji gameu, right? Fantaji gameu as opposed to no, and then there are no's before. And the only reason I remember them is I know when and where. If I don't, I add a no. But the what we rested on was when this happens, it's like if all else fails, you might as well put a no. If not, if you know like the use case scenarios and stuff, maybe you can omit it, right? Loose with, as you said earlier, a little bit loosey with the no's and the O's, a little loosey with the particles. It was a question off because when you're describing gameu, like a fantasy gameu, action gameu. Neko no cafe may not be inherently wrong, but I picture that as a cafe for cats rather than a cat cafe. Yes, exactly. Right, exactly. And then when I was looking for an answer, right, I was looking for polling. It's basically lots of polling. You either know it or you just take a gamble or you omit it. It's up to you, I guess, and then you'll find out, I suppose. But and then it got into like the naming scheme too, like Tokyo, what we just talked about, and that's where it came out with the whole like being a little bit focused on Tokyo, like Tokyo no daigaku versus Tokyo gaku, daigaku. For game genres in entirely optional, I think dropping no there comes from the desire of Japanese to speak as little as possible. That is fair. That is fair. Where is another place that drops no's? Yeah, there are a lot of no droppers here and there, and I just know them from a case by case basis, just out of frequency. Oh, like cuisines like Fransu ryori or chugaka, chugaka ryori. Or chugoka. Yeah, chugoka ryori or Fransu ryori. And it goes back to the whole like, kind of sounds like if you add no, it's like food for French people or food for France, as opposed to French food or French cuisine, right? No can also sort of imply some additional distance. Yeah, additional distance. Oh, also, here's another ambiguity thing. I encountered this in the last unit. Was you say something like pasokon, pasokon no battery. Battery. And there's an interpretation here. What did they use for battery? Denchi. Denchi. So pasokon no denchi. And they interpreted, Duolingo interpreted for as a battery for the computer, or battery for the computer, right? Which technically, it's a battery that how was that categorically saying? A battery that belong to a family of computers, or is it that associate with, that's for a computer that belongs to a family, here. And they interpreted it this way as opposed to a computer battery. So like say kaitai desu. Like oh kaitai desu. I want to buy a battery for a computer versus I want to buy a computer battery. Not, and then obviously it's even weirder if someone accidentally, like, I don't think this is, but it could happen, a computer's battery, as like interpreting it as the possessive no, which kind of, that's a really far third stretch. This conversation is fun because it's bringing me to something I haven't thought about in a very long time. Thought about in a long time. That's I like learning in this way. I think having inputs and discussions and then outputs with other people solidifies all these things. Like for me, I can bring up this memory very easily. Largely because we already had the discussion of this multiple times. This happened about 4 days ago with someone. And then the original discussion about dropping no's and stuff, talk about fossilized no's and whatnot, occurred over 2 weeks ago, like with Lotus. So you can kind of still get away with saying, like, if someone was telling you this and then you needed to tell someone what this person is saying, right? Because I'm always talking about from the interpretive perspective. So like if you had a Japanese friend who's saying something to your English friend, and then your English friend asks you, what did this person just say? You can technically say all of these things to the person. You can probably say either of these and this, and the kind of the core essence of it would be enough for the English person if you're interpreting. But this would be very functionally purposeful when you say, oh yeah, that person wants to buy a battery for the computer. And the reason why I think that's both a bane in both a con and a pro, both pro and con in the Duolingo's design, is I personally think this is a secondary priority. For me, the way Duolingo leaves out context, ironically, is the reason why I get deep into these contexts. But for most people, they want explicit instructions. So naturally, if Duolingo was able to contextualize most of these things, like really contextualize it, then it would slow down the process, but also it would give much more information. And the people who like that would need to slow down and take even more time to take in more information, right? So that might not be Duolingo's bottom line, right? For me, because it leaves this out, it challenges me to find all the context in which these things can be interpreted. So we're having this discussion largely because Duolingo didn't explain to me and prescribe to me what this is, because I like to think about the things that are given to me. But that is not representative of most people who use this. So their comprehension, I agree with most people, could benefit from having like a humongous like text document with like 3 paragraphs about oh yeah, these are the no uses, you know. But I learn as I go, so if they continue to introduce new no peculiarities, I'm like, all right, I guess I'll go find out and try to explain it to myself how this is slightly newer than the other ones, and say, wait, this doesn't really check out, and kind of puts a kink in my interpretation of it. That kind of thing. I actually think that's kind of fun. It's like a video game. Like, well, that doesn't work anymore. You know what I mean? Like when you're playing a game, you come up with a solution. You're like, oh yeah, I'm doing good. And then the developer tries their best to slam a obstacle in your way. It's like, nah. You got to rethink this, my friends. That logic, that doesn't pull out. You got to make, like, you've made a mistake here. That kind of thing. So that's kind of how I treat this. All these discussions mean like, wait, you know, okay, my strategy doesn't work anymore. Yeah, like, nah, that's not quite right. An interesting part of the way I learn, mostly spoken and living experiences, I'll often run into situations where I have trouble translating the Japanese to English because I just know the feeling. Yes. Have I already told you about this? Before I met you yesterday, I talked about this phrase that I use a lot, immersion baby. Oh yeah, The Witness. I know. Like, great puzzle games do it so well. It's a really good. Oh, you thought you knew the rules, you didn't. Yeah. So I used this phrase before. I'm not sure if it was before I met you or after, but I've been using this phrase called immersion baby, where you don't have to necessarily be born into it, but there comes a time when you feel something. However, when you don't practice enough like association between languages, right? That happens a lot. This is why I call it the immersion baby situation, where you don't practice enough associations. When you go to interpret something, right? When you go to interpret something, how useful is this skill? To me, I have to do this every day. However, for other people, this might not need, you might not have to be in interpretation mode all the time. So what happens is, if you become really proficient in another language, sometimes you just feel like, okay, this might, you know, I don't know how to express this, but you're gonna try your best, but it's not quite right? And you don't really know at the moment how you're gonna interpret it, but you're gonna try your best anyway. And that feeling that you're describing, the whole like where you have trouble translating from Japanese to English because I just know the feeling of the Japanese, that's every day. Whenever my parents and I go out and we have to take care of business or do bills, mail, like any type of English related thing, it's the interpretation to the best of ability to capture a feeling, as opposed to capture a feeling, as opposed to nerding it out in the specifics. Sub-Zero talked, by the way, Sub-Zero is the one that, which you just came by here. He is learning, he's gonna go learn Mandarin, much like yourself. We had a bunch of time. I don't know if you were here beforehand, but right before yesterday before we talked, Sub-Zero and I were exchanging ideas about the immersion baby thing, where we described that situation where I get a phone call, right? I get a phone call from my parents, Sorry, Sub-Zero, I called you Subway. Sub-Zero. I get a phone call from my parents. And then, it'd be like a 2-hour phone call. And then someone would ask me, like my roommate would ask me, like, well, oh, what did you say? And it would take me like 5 seconds to summarize a 2-hour phone call. Because it's the essence, right? So how do you capture the essence of the English from all the conversations of the language that I use with my parents, my Fujonese? And you can appropriately already filter through those things. Like, okay, this person doesn't want me to explain the exact word for word translation of the 2 hours of things. It's what is the essence of the 2 hours through the natural filters that you understand in the context of that question in English, right? So like if I was in the doctor's office and there's like this gastroenterologist telling me the fine points of a specific detection method and its like false positives and its detection limits for my father's potential digestive problem, I would not express all of that in Fujonese to my father. I would express the essence of why he asked me that question in the first place. And then that's how I would interpret it. So that's kind of like a different aspect of translation versus it's interpretation. It's less about translating. It's more about interpreting. I went from thinking it was going to be impossible for me to not think in English and use English in my head to being able to swap into Japanese and never have English exist at all. Okay, and that's when I learned that translation and interpretation is a skill that doesn't come for free. Yes. Agreed. Living in America now, I'm getting a lot better at the sense I have to translate, interpret for my partner, but some situations I'm yeah, exactly. And I found ways to use Familex. So since you have a partner, Shady, for my parents and I have Familex that are a combination of Fujonese and English. Because of a recurring experience, lots of recurring experiences, I developed Familex that captures a specific thing that I can't express in English, but needs to integrate these two meanings. And my parents do it too. And actually in Fujonese, it became things like borrowed words. Borrowed words in English has become part of Fujonese. And these are now even more so common that these Familex aren't even specific to me specifically, but specific to Fujonese American household. So eventually Familex can become so prevalent that they reach a point where things like the word busy, I use this a lot, like busy, ni e busy ma, ni e busy ma, ni e busy ma, that's the actual phrase of asking if someone is busy. As in, what are you doing? And it's not literally asking you if you're busy, it's asking, are you free? Are you free? How are you doing? How have you been doing? How have you been doing? It means a lot of things. Ni e busy ma means a lot of things. And these are the consequence of Familex. You can't directly translate these things, but it is a combination of English and Fujonese. That's kind of how I would describe, after interpreting for so long for people, you pick up these things, which is neither Fujonese or English. It's a combination of the two. I'm much better at going from English to Japanese than the other way around. Ah, I see. I think it comes from basically having the feeling of nearly every possible English expression ingrained in me and a familiarity with any way to express that. I see. Whereas from Japanese, there are emotional feelings I simply don't know how to express in English, so I freeze up. Ah, yeah. When you go to the doctor, I approach it the same way with your partner. I see. Yeah, there's a lot of random stuff like that, which only makes sense in small groups. Yeah. Like that's kind of how I feel about when you, I don't know if you felt that before your partner, but I feel like that is a very different perspective. If you're constantly living in a state of multilingual usage, as in, it's different, in my opinion, from a polyglot who is swapping for pragmatic uses. I mean, like, they get challenged based on their proficiency in that language a lot of times. And when you're in a job, it's in that language outside of interpreters, like outside of the way of interpretation, and having to live with the idea that you have incomplete knowledge and you have to improvise. Eventually you develop Familex regardless if you intuit it or not. Like when I say school, I don't say school how anymore. I say school. And so whenever I say, oh, I have school work, it'd be a combination of school and work, which work is in Fujianese and school is in English. So, and that's kind of the way, in my opinion, to offset that whole, you know what, I don't really know how to express this. Like, I don't know how to express this to my parents. So over time, you kind of build up your own phrases to communicate that over time, because it comes with experience. And that's kind of how I feel about when you truly command a language, in my opinion. When you truly command a language, you can construct and create with that language as well. Construct, like, not necessarily based on rules, but like, for example, inside jokes, the closet, pep, Oj, ain't Norway. That's kind of, in my opinion, that's the essence of interpretation, because you're always constantly interpreting even in your native language. Like having someone explain to me what the word slap means now, right? That's an interpretation now, even in your native language or even in your target language. If you're constantly talking in your target language, you still have to do interpretation in your own language. So I think that's sweet. And it's so exaggerated and pronounced when your significant other or your family members constantly provide this challenge. So while people are constantly talking about, like, this is the right way, this is the wrong way, and then like focus on the nuance, it's like, I live with that. It's okay. You can say that to me, but you have to know that I don't feel the same way about how you're trying to constantly separate things. I totally get the idea. I think Duolingo in itself gets a challenge all the time with, like, oh, but this is translation based learning and stuff. It's like, well, yeah, I get it, but I'm also a minority, as in, like, what I mean is my natural state of being is seeing two languages at the same time, right? Seeing two languages at the same time. So a lot of people ask me things like, oh, do you translate in your head all the time? Like, are you thinking in English or are you thinking in Fujianese? And the question I often ask them is like, both instantaneously? Like, what I mean is, it could be something like "nie busy ma" is the moment I needed to say an English word, it becomes English. The moment I need to say a Fujianese word, it becomes Fujianese. Am I translating it? Do I think "nie busy ma"? Do I think of the whole sentence in English, or do I think of the whole sentence in Fujianese? And that's so hard to describe. That feeling is so hard. Like, yes and no. Somehow I knew that it was a great place to put in an English word. Put in an English word here and it'd be okay, and not. You found that it's feeling that you take the path of least resistance to communicate is that instant without any thought. Yeah. Yep. you found that it's a feeling in your brain takes the path of least resistance. Yeah. I actually think when people talk about natural, when they use the word natural acquisition, that to me is the essence of my natural acquisition. Not necessarily the natural acquisition where when someone said like, oh yeah, but sometimes like you get that point where you start thinking in the other language, as in you start thinking in your target language. I get that, I suppose. I actually really don't think so. So when I started saying things recently, like, when I'm reading someone's slowly but surely, the moment if someone types a Japanese phrase that I know all the vocabulary, it comes out without a second thought. So yes, you get that moment, but immediately when I read that, I'm also thinking about the English, because I'm more used to the context where when I read something in a language, I also ask myself if I can interpret it in the other language. Not that I want to live and immerse myself in the language. Like if I'm speaking in Japanese, occasionally I'm thinking in English. So when someone's speaking to me in Japanese or write something, I don't switch automatically to English mode. When I'm speaking English, I can immediately think of the Fujianese stuff. And if I can't, I tell myself I can't. Like, oh, I don't have a word for this. I don't know. I'm trying to like, it's a lot of feelings going around here. Here's something that is interesting in your situation when it comes to English. I have an internal monologue and talk to myself, but with Japanese, you don't have that. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, in Japanese. I see. You don't have an internal monologue in Japanese with yourself. But do you have an internal monologue with English when you're using Japanese? That is still something that is worth noting, in my opinion. It's just feelings that come out as words at the moment of communication. I have an internal monologue right now. Since I'm learning Japanese, I don't have an internal monologue with Japanese. However, I do have an internal monologue with English when I'm learning Japanese. And I'm not actually doing what people suggest. As in, forget the internal monologue in English. You have to think in Japanese, learn in Japanese, get input in Japanese. My route to Japanese, like being comfortable with Japanese, is having an internal monologue, period. As in, if I'm not able to think internally as a Japanese monologue, I use broken Japanese with English monologue. So like, for example, like when I was talking to you, like, oh yeah, pasokon no battery. Because I have no idea, right now, off the top of my head, there's no hesitation. I don't know what it is, but I know the word for battery. And you can see that when I'm writing, I'm actually writing in English when I'm saying and visualizing in kana. So the thing is, it's all mixed a lot of times. Like sometimes I would do something like, well, ashita, and then I wanted to write tomorrow, but I wrote ashita in onomaji, right? In onomaji. But from time to time, it's like, oh, okay, well, ashita is fine too. You can do this if you want, right? This is ashita. So that's what I mean by that. Like, it's not like I'm spending time looking for these things. It goes back and forth. Like ashita, tomorrow. To me, that's what I'm trying to illustrate. I don't think you need to necessarily compartmentalize that. If you have a background like me, like for example, if you're always constantly in this environment where you constantly have to interpret, I think removing this and forcing yourself to do something, even though your environment keeps reinforcing, I think that's not leveraging what you do or have to do a lot, in my opinion. So I like talking to people who are in those situations to see if they feel the same way, if they have these like feelings or etc., because that's actually very rare. It's actually a lot rarer than some people might think. Gabriel, so what is my daytime job? I don't have a job. I'm unemployed. Or is it just YouTube, if you don't mind answering? I don't even know if it's just YouTube. I actually spend most of the time keeping people company. No, not like that. But I usually, if I'm not doing this, I spend time talking to people. Could I turn that into a job? Maybe. I don't want to turn it into a job, but it could be an interesting job. My job right now, at least in my opinion, is if anyone talks to me, I will try my best to make it like, I think currently I am very privileged and I have a lot of, I'm gonna say borrowed time. I have a lot of borrowed time that I can spend willy-nilly choosing to engage other people, and that's probably what I'm doing right now. I like to make people care about their lives for the time being. Yeah, like so much like you, Gabriel, you are definitely more than welcome to constantly ask questions, because my time, I think it's best used to collect and interact with people for the time being. I think it's the most invaluable experience that allows you to set yourself up for any job in the future. Because jobs, for better or for worse, or for whatever people might say, you have to interact with other people. So if I have free time and I have the privilege of not needing to have to do something all the time, I will use it to the best of my ability to achieve as much wisdom as I can by interacting with people. Then when I need to get a job, I will be prepared for those things. And it's kind of like practicing what I preach versus studying what I preach. I'm not studying communication anymore. I'm using it. And I'm not studying how to give better presentations or studying how to be more articulate or stop using filler words and sounding monotonous, not enthusiastic. So this is the time that I'm using, and that's what the YouTube and the Twitch thing is for. I know that it can be a little deceptive. In my opinion, I have thought about it if I would retitle this. Technically, learning Japanese is what I'm actually doing on Duolingo. However, it's more of a social experiment for myself to practice my communication skills and my thoughts. So whenever someone has an idea, when I'm on stream, the goal is to participate as vehemently as I can in the task at hand versus getting a job and knowing what I have to do. So this is my journey process. When I'm off stream, I'm goal oriented. I have things I have to do for the day. I have to eat by a certain amount of time. I have to consume a specific amount of calories. I have to go out and work so to preserve my cardiovascular. So outside of this is non-journey time. It's getting things done. Much like work and hobby, the balance between work and hobby. Hopefully that answers your question. I don't have a day job at the moment. Hadn't had a formal day job in the last five plus years. So I'm naturally, like, if I had to place a resume, like fill my resume, I would say I spent the last 5 to 6 years cultivating communication skills. And then I could list all the skills that I've tangentially acquired on my free time. Or I know what the position requires and I'll write those skills and I can demonstrate them in an interview or something, so that I don't have a problem writing these skills because I could do it at any time. And usually involves communication, problem solving, critical thinking, and you can throw in an extra language. I actually think learning another language doesn't really propel you, incentivize you in any form of job recruitment. However, the act of learning a language, the commitment required to acquiring a language, you can leverage that. because if you can leverage doing something that doesn't give you a pragmatic return, learning an extra language is diminished return. I'm sorry, but that's like the reality of the thing if you're an English speaker. However, in an interview, you could leverage your planning, your scheduling, your time management, and how you leverage all the experiences involved in the learning as a way to demonstrate to your employer that, like, I might not have the exact skills you're looking for, but if you give me any amount of time, I'll do exactly what you need. Because I can learn something even not motivated by anything other than my own tenacity, right? And my own genuine curiosity. So that's kind of the thing. And right now, I don't have to have a job, so I'm living it up, basically, I suppose. I do not, unless I stumble into a feeling that I don't know how to interact. Oh, interesting. So you only use an internal monologue when you are stuck. I see. I'm having an internal monologue about having an internal monologue about having an oh my god. Zero, please. Then English kicks into my head and it essentially flips through my mental notebook to find the right. I think that's beautiful. Maku saw Rent a Friend for a day in Japan and decided to start Rent an Intellectual. Funny story, Indy is not here, but Indy really likes anime, and he was watching this thing and I was intellectually curious about it, and it was an anime called Rent a Girlfriend. And this stuff actually does exist as a service, and you're kind of referring to that already, and in a different way, not in the like, obviously it's anime, so it's hyperbolic and whatnot. So it's kind of funny that you mentioned that, but I have been aware of that type of concept for a while, because I don't want to say this, but Asian cultures, especially like Japan and China, they second line that type of thing for the work culture substantially. It's something that growing up in the United States becomes so much more vivid being multicultural. Like my family, companionship comes really hard for my parents. And when I see like the documentaries and like social analyses, maybe even from a foreigner perspective, when you're comparing the, like, in my opinion, potentially non-sustainable work culture that is in Asian countries like China and Japan, I start thinking about these things like, yeah, you can kind of see the pragmatic application of needing companionship, right? So it's kind of an interesting deep cut when you mentioned the whole Rent a Friend and Rent an Intellectual for a day. And I actually think that's what makes Twitch and live streaming one of the bigger things. Nowadays, though, here's a slight deep cut before I really need to continue my lesson. The whole idea of the desperation, even in the United States now, there's a high frequency of people using machine learning, large language models in order to create internal dialogue that's external, but it's actually internal. So specifically for companionship, dealing with grief, overcoming, like, you can see the void that society doesn't provide very often, or maybe stigmatize very often. There's a high uptrend in using large language models as a substitute, at least any form of substitute, in order to externalize and actualize an internal monologue in order to achieve a better mental health, or support a crisis that is happening mentally right now. Like there's spikes in trends on how to use a large language model in order to talk to overcome grief by having internal monologues with the memory of a lost loved one, right? Or trying to create elements of a lack of companionship. And to me, it's a bittersweet thing. It's nice that technology is being able to offer a temporary facsimile, but at the same time, what I'm doing with my free time is like
how I feel if I was in the presence of those people. Like, hey, maybe just for one day, I can give you the impression for the time being that you are important and you should go out and meet other people, right? There are other people who are willing to potentially be life partners, and people require that. And that's kind of the whole deep cut regarding this thing. At least that's my sentiment. It's such an obvious trend what's happening. It used to be felt more so, in my opinion, when I was younger. It's felt more so in the Chinese culture and in the Japanese culture from afar, as a foreigner even, that the work culture is so dominant, it's incredibly dominant, that it has superseded and sidelined companionship and like self-love and, you know, moment to moment appreciation. Let's not even talk about Korea. I've actually omitted Korea from this statement, because Korea is experiencing, from a foreigner perspective, is experiencing an extremely exaggerated version, in my opinion, of the outcomes and side effects of the isolationism and work culture that is pervasive in those three countries. But in Korea, it's felt even more in terms of just not wanting to seek companionship, or actually maybe not being alone, justifiably and rationalizing being alone, and even potentially normalizing the lack of need for companionship. Food for thought, I would say. It's a rhetoric, and I'm a foreigner, so that's just my outside interpretation. I love hearing people find companionship. I'm surrounded by people with companions, so that's kind of nice, at least in my opinion. I must be doing something behaviorally correct if I can like take a jab at Sub-Zero and his relationship with his which sounds like a really adorable girlfriend, and then Lotus freely talked about his companion, right? And then you, Shady. So I must at least be pre-selecting something and be like intuiting some way of selecting for people who understands that companionship is beautiful. It's incredibly beautiful. It's also lots of compromises, but I am very close to a couple of sprouts, you know, like much younger than me, at least 10 years younger than me, that I must collect more experience in order to, like, they want companionship. But the idea is wanting and knowing is not enough to substitute for outputting and practicing. And that's kind of what I feel about the internet right now. It's an easy escape. It doesn't substitute for life skills like communication, problem solving, critical thinking. That is pretty much the foundation of interacting with another human being. Not even language learning. It's actually pretty ironic. I was surprised, in my opinion, in the last 83 days that the vast majority of my interactions with other language learners, it's almost paradoxical how emotionally unintelligible their understanding of the language they use. Like, I don't have to understand Japanese to understand that this person has undeveloped communication skills. They can help me and translate and help me learn more Japanese, but in my opinion, earnestly, I'm concerned for their use and motivations for what language is. Like, language is a vehicle for expression. Not, in my opinion, if these people appear very intelligent, incredibly intelligent, but they lack emotional intelligence. Like, the motivation for language, the motivation for cultural understanding. They understand the concepts of the culture and the concepts of the rules, but rarely an application of the things they work hard on. And for me, I like to point that out because it's even more, in my opinion, it's even beautiful. It can be even more beautiful than simply a checklist of proficiency in a language. Language itself and culture itself, it's beautiful. It allows you to reach companionship. It allows you to reach emotional intelligence between competent people with shared intellectual commonality. Yet, much like yesterday's digression about Duolingo and the greater language learning community, it is surprisingly worse than, like, say, a gaming community. I don't know, like a Souls community or a OS community, like a rhythm game community. It's still surprisingly so much more detached, and it's a learning community versus a enjoyment community, right? A pleasure community. So, I was surprised. I thought maybe there would be a difference, but I didn't think it was going to be this difference. I do think fundamentally humans are social creatures. At least that's my dogma. It's my paradigm that I operate in. A lot of people could fight me and say, "Oh, I'm a lone wolf. I'm a whatever." That's fine. I respect that as long as they're happy. I cannot sit by if they're like slowly draining themselves of their happiness in their lives and having this cultural dissonance or this cognitive dissonance. I wouldn't stand by then. However, if you're clearly happy, I wouldn't get in the way of that. I'm glad that I waited to get involved in a relationship until I was 28 because I feel like I personally would not have been emotionally mature enough to be in a relationship to the level I would want to be if I had to jump in early. That's fair. That's very reflexively wise. Needed a lot more communication skills and self-confidence / work on your own mental health, yeah, before accepting someone else into your life. Yeah. I obviously don't, like, I can't fully resonate with being intimate with another person. However, I would even step back and treat that in most of my relationships, right? Like a teacher-student relationship, for example. My approach to teaching comes at the idea that if my own mental health and my ability to communicate and the confidence that I can project and be accommodating, if it's not a net positive, like it's dependent on something, I am not ready for that position to elevate someone else. If I do not have energy and mental health and stability to give because I'm already struggling with my own, then I would step back. And I understand that sounds like a place of privilege, and I wasn't always privileged. My family worked really hard for it to provide as much privileges, and then I overcome a lot of things. But when I reach that state, it feels so great to be able to do that. So that's kind of going back to the original question. That's why I summarize. I don't have a day job right now. But since I have so much excess, maybe energy or things I can do, I might as well make it so I can share and give something. Oh, which by the way, oh man, my digressions are going very long. John, speaking of John Green from yesterday, John Green actually encapsulated this idea in a different way. Just today, he posted something called A Secret to Art. A secret to art. You as a creator, like for myself, this is my art. My art is to emphasize communication, mental health, right? Problem solving and critical thinking. And it is a gift that I'm trying to give. However, the magic that happens, that generosity, he specifically used the word generosity. So out of the generosity that I'm able to give, as in my mental health is great, I have excess things to give, I create that generosity, which is live streaming and YouTube videos, and I give it out there. But it is not in itself sufficient to create magic that resonates with a lot of people. It is when it is completely dependent, obligatorily dependent on another person. This is where humans are social creatures, another person, to stop and look and say, hey, I have ideas too. And let's share together. And you have this mutual generosity. That is the moment when magic happens. Humans are incredible in that they are often, when this happens, the magic amplifies beyond the sum of their parts. It's an emergent quality that I absolutely love. And that in itself is kind of encapsulating a wonderful human relations in like couples, right? Couples, love between like parents and children, significant others, that type of thing. And he actually literally talked about this subject that I was deferring to yesterday. And John Green was talking about it in the context of his movie Turtles All the Way Down, or the movie based on his book, and how like Nerdfighteria and like the people, it was the magic combination of the mutual generosity. Multiple humans coming together, exchanging ideas, willing to discuss, is when the magic happens. As much as you want to be a loner, I think it pales in comparison to the magic of humans resonating together. You notice this a lot. A lot of Chinese people, when you order in Chinese restaurants, are so cold for some reason. There's so much to unpack in that, but yes, it can be like that, Gabriel. Especially if the management is under lots of stress. It is incredibly stressful. My folks fought a lot when they ran restaurants. They're Fujianese people, so they ran multiple Fujianese restaurants. And when times and privileges do not come, their stress can be very hard to contain. So like if you're a -5 in your house, the best someone can do is probably bring it up to a 0. And then when you go to work at a 0, then cold and detached is still better than negative and projection. So instead of being angry and frustrated at work, the common type of pragmatism that is driven by Chinese households is to at least maintain 0, as in do not project your frustrations. But rarely in an immigrant family, at least, that doesn't have a lot of privileges, you can elevate to a positive work environment. So for me, I keep recognizing that I have lots of privileges. With that privilege, I want to give people who are at 0 or negative a chance at being positive. And that's kind of a little deeper cut into why sometimes when you go to a Chinese restaurant, you can probably get very cold, because pragmatism is probably trying to normalize something that is probably negative right now. When you enter a restaurant and they're really happy to you, then it's actually way more than the professionalism. Professionalism tends to be a little bit cold and detached because you don't want to be angry in response. Like cold smiles, politeness for the sake of being polite, right? Saying your Japanese is great, but you don't really mean it. Sorry, that's a meme, but actually, it's not just Japanese people, in my opinion. Chinese people do it as well. The idea of politeness to cover up negativity, right? You don't show that in public. There's so much social pressures to maintain neutral. So cold is still better than malicious or, projecting. Meanwhile, other more expressive work cultures can have fluctuation. You can have sunshine and rainbows, or people just having a bad day, so they lash out at you or give you attitude. So generally, cold means you're at 0. They're not trying to be your friend, but they're also not trying to make you angry. That's, at least in my opinion, a big notable cultural difference between the Asian work ethic, like Chinese work ethic, and more where I'm more used to, which is the Americanized diversity. And to me, how I tolerate or deal with that is Americans use euphemisms like, oh yeah, that guy must be having a hard time. Like, let's cut the guy some slack, because we know that that's kind of the cultural norm. When someone's having a bad day, sometimes it leaks out, right? So for me, as a person who tries to exercise compassion as much as I can, if I'm positive, I can absorb this person's frustration. Like, maybe even tell the waiter, like, wow, it must be really busy today. Are you gonna be okay? Like, no rush, please. And then you can kind of see like the waiter going around, like, really, it's like, take your time. Like, I'm positive, I have privileges, so take your time. That kind of thing. It sometimes that's goes a long way, right? However, in Chinese culture and Japanese culture, you can't show any of that. You can't actually even show that you have a bad time or a good time. It comes with pros and cons. You might be able to meet someone who turns your day around, but that's kind of the cultural difference between East and West a lot of times. Needed a lot. Wait. Yeah, I am noticing that at my job now, with some of the other people at the same level as I am, having worked up to the level I am at now has set me up for success in many more areas of my life than just my marriage. Yeah. You had a moment like that at Starbucks today. Could tell the guy had a bad day, and when they ran out of something I had ordered on the app, he was panicked, and I was like, no, it's fine. Yeah, just give me whatever else is easiest. And he thanked me afterwards. I think that stuff basically makes my heart weep. Like, if to me, that's one of the things that cold, calculated mannerism may not be able to accentuate, right? Because if someone keeps telling you daijoubu desu, and then you clearly see that they're panicking, right? You can even have, it's really obvious when you watch native Japanese people talk about how, like, people panic when they're talking languages and stuff. So it's obvious to them. However, the decorum dictates that you suck it up and deal with it, right? So in the United States, after a while, you get a different perspective sometimes. It also allows people who are in a position of privilege to be like, you know what, my man, slow down, I'll cover this, like that kind of thing. So there's pros and cons, definitely pros and cons. I'm not suggesting that Japanese people don't have a way to normalize theirs. They cope and do certain problem solve that type of situation in their own way. In the United States, though, the example that you said, Shady, is like the thing that I like to highlight when it comes to what makes me American. As in, parts of me are not cold, calculated pragmatism. Like, for example, this sounds cold, but it's the pragmatism that makes Chinese people successful. Like, oh, your business isn't going well. Suck it up and fix it. Like, you're clearly doing these things wrong. Go and do a better job. As opposed to like, hey, you know what? I have some extra time. How about we work on this problem together? Like, your problem is my problem, right? So I have some extra time. Instead of saying like, oh, if they're successful, they're gonna learn to work that out. Like, it's not my problem. I'm gonna save them the courtesy. It's not my problem. I don't want to deal with their business. I don't want to get up all in their business. It could be offensive because they didn't. So it's kind of like the biggest contrast that I can see so often. And being raised American, it has come with elements of mix and tug and pull. Like, sometimes I ask myself, am I interloping? Like, I don't want to undermine this person's autonomy over their own business and stuff. At the same time, in the Chinese manner, it's like, well, if it's going to fail, it's going to fail because they're failures, right? So if they don't want to see how to make it work, that's their problem. And then the American side is like, but it could be disrespectful if I like tell them what to do or like try. So it's always back and forth. But to me, when things just work because someone came up and said, it's okay. Breathe. It sounds so sappy, but I personally think it's a balance. You need a balance of both. But in Chinese culture and probably in Japanese culture and possibly Korean culture, like the representatives ones, there's not even that. Like it's so few and in between. You don't have people like this person fumbles and say like, oh, I can't speak English, like let me panic. It's like, dude, can I express something to you? Like, please take your time. Like, I'm a foreigner and I know that you have this way, but hey, it's purely okay. But can I express that? Is it possible to express that? Right? That's kind of why language is an interesting thing. But I'm sappy for those type of things. And that's kind of what makes me American a lot of times. My parents and I do not see eye to eye with that type of thing. Like if the waiter screw up, the waiter screwed up. Like that's their job. They're paid to do that. And that fear usually is the standard that allows Asians to be so consistent. It's a fear of disappointment. I talked about this a little bit way back. I talked about it in the context of Fujianese, like Chinese people, a face culture. The fear of screwing up is what creates consistency, not the excellence of striving to better yourself individually or communicatively. Oftentimes, what supersedes all of that is the fear of shame and disappointment. The United States, well, you trip and you make mistakes. I help that person and say, we all make mistakes sometimes. Let's try it again, right? Kind of thing. So it's constantly a duality between the two. And how do I learn Japanese? I learn it like I'm an American, like an English speaker, not like a Japanese speaker. But the irony here is most English speakers want to be Japanese. So they approach language learning like Japanese. You must get the right pitch accent first. You must get the right grammars first. You must get etc. It's like a funny microcosm for Japanese culture being bleeded into the fandom of Japanese. And it's funny. It's like I smile about it and it's poetic, but I don't approach learning without making mistakes. It's a big cultural difference. It's a really, I had my parents have a friend who is of the native of the Chinese culture, and they asked me, like, how do you deal with it? Like, how do you deal with being afraid of making mistakes, right? They say like, oh, like I was doing my taxes and I like went through my taxes over and over again. Like I'm so afraid of making mistakes, like, and I get so angry with myself, and I have an entire internal dialogue, and I'm like, it's very understandable, like based on the person's background, right? So I tell them like, why do you think it's a mistake? Like what I mean is, how does the mistake make you feel bad about it, right? Like if you feel bad about every mistake you make, can I ask you, is it reasonable to live your entire life without making mistakes? Like if you're letting fear drive your inability, if it's like making you dysfunctional in random tasks, I like to emphasize she's an interracial couple, by the way. So her husband shares an entirely different cultural perspective. Her husband's French. So he constantly says, and maybe she just needed to hear from another person as well, like together. But we both, her husband and me, we expressed the idea like, if this is being dysfunctional for you, let's try to externalize what a mistake is. Maybe it's something you do to your best of your ability only to make yourself grow and improve for the next time. That isn't a bad mistake. That's a work in progress. Like, if you make mistakes, it means you have opportunities to improve, right? That is the contrast between it, because her husband is from a westernized culture where you get these things. And that's kind of like the pressure that I constantly see in Asian cultures, especially for myself. I feel my sister and I can both agree on this, where we have a time where we could leverage the two different cultures in this respect to live a more sustainable work ethic and mental health. I truly do worry that in the future, places like Japan and places like China do not have sustainable work culture. It's like the demands keeps going up, and the new generation is not equipped to do that, at least in a deep cut, so to speak. You used to hate working customer service because there are so many disrespectful people out there. Yeah, it can vary dramatically. Bags are 20 cents here, and I recommend asking this one guy, do you want a bag as well? And he said, yeah, but I won't pay for it while being dead serious. That's one of the big cultural differences between your partner and you. If we go somewhere and I can tell that someone's having a bad day, it's affecting their work, his point of view is, so they need to do their job. Yeah, the strong cultural difference. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's how that turns out. And my partner was also making dinner one night, and when he messed up on part of it, he was incredibly upset with himself. Yep. And I had to relay him that that's completely fine. Yeah. And I would play along. Well, not really play along. I would even go as far as saying, hey, look, maybe we change it to something even, and like look at the thing. It might be something even different. Like, hey, why don't we like, and then you can contribute something to it and it becomes a new thing between you. Like, isn't that great? That if you hadn't screwed up, right? If you hadn't messed something up, we wouldn't have this new thing that we can share together. Isn't that great? Or like, hey, it's kind of like the misery deserves company, but in a constructive way. Like, oh, you broke the glass. That's, you know, like one time I remember my Chinese side would be so furious about where like my sister would like say drop something, and I'm like, look, it's broken now it's useless. Like, why are you so incompetent, kind of thing. When I was a younger kid, I was so belligerent because standards were really high. Like, you have to hold yourself to high standards. Nowadays, when I think if someone broke something, say, hey, don't throw it away yet. Is it important to you? I mean, it is important to me too. So let's see what we can do with those broken pieces. Let's go make something out of it. You break something, you don't necessarily fix it. You can change it into something that leads to new things. So when you make a mistake, you're not making a mistake because it's there to fix, technically. It's there to help you grow. Your mistakes contribute to something in the future. If you hadn't made that mistake, you do not create the subsequent actions for it. That is critical thinking and problem solving. Duolingo does not do certain things. I change that into those things, or anything that people advise me. I'm not looking solely on what it can't do for me. I'm looking for what it can do for me and what I can use it to make something else. So if you screw up, I'm going to ask you, how do you use that? If you failed to stick with Japanese, how can I convince you that you can use that experience to try again? If they really want, right? Or, hey, now they're moving on to Chinese because they gave up on Japanese. My first question is, what did you learn from Japanese? Why did you quit? Can you understand those things? Take it with you. They are valuable. Failing something is not invaluable. It is not a waste of time. And that's my perspective that has changed over time. When I was a kid, if you do it wrong, you're a failure. It's unacceptable. You did it incorrectly. My parents still kind of have that type of perspective growing up in this. Like, there are right ways and wrong ways to do things. There are acceptable ways, ideal ways, and disagreeable ways, and perhaps ways that don't make you happy. You can work with that. You can work with a lot of things. I tend to work with people with poor mental health. So naturally, you can't just tell someone like, oh, you're broken beyond repair. Like, sorry you came to me, but if everyone gave up on you, me too. You're a helpless case. That's a perspective that you cannot, in my opinion, have when you're talking to another human being, right? So you gotta learn how to problem solve. You gotta come up with all the techniques you can think of. So that's why I do what I'm doing and not doing a day job, because I don't need a day job at the moment. I'm collecting things. I'm collecting people who hate me. I collect people who despise me. I collect people who might be neutral to me, that kind of thing. All that stuff. If you can connect to someone who absolutely hates you for doing what you stand for, man, I think that's a win in my book. Gabriel, I always struggle with this. Sometimes I wonder if I should do something in one go or if I should take breaks. But every time I take breaks, I feel like I'm wasting time. Yeah, but if I try and go all out, I never finish it and get burnt out fast. Yeah, that's the all or none situation. If you cannot find that sustainable for your life, I would suggest being able to do things but have some way of imbuing value into when you're not doing the thing you're focused on. So like, for example, when that whole taking a break and wasting time, that's a very common aspect or mindset of younger people, like especially ambitious people. You have to think of it in like an alternative way to do it is, if I knew this person, I would tell him, hey, you want to go on a road trip for a weekend? And I would try my best to demonstrate how that road trip, that break, is a forward investment in being able to do the thing you're going to do when you come back. So naturally, some of the closer friends, like I have someone who I know personally for the last 4 or 5 years who have gotten exceptionally much more accepting and better at utilizing breaks, understanding that they need a break. And when they come back, they actually benefit from that break. It rejuvenates them. So it's very common for this person to accept how to maximize breaks, know when that you're getting diminished return from burnout, complacency, repetitious nature, habit formation, all that, and breaking actually only improved their output over time. So that's kind of one of the things that you start with when you encounter lots of ambitious people, when they start feeling like they can't help themselves. Like, treat yourself to anything without feeling guilty about it. And I think the internet hustle culture definitely contributes to that. Substantially contributes to that feeling where if you're not doing something, you're wasting time. And I think that perfectly exemplifies the most extreme case. And I think it's like the Japanese work culture a lot of times, from a foreigner perspective. I was not successful predicated on the idea that I burned myself out. I think I was far less successful when I was closer to burning out than anything. You can burn as brightly as you can, but eventually you're going to burn out. And all that time you lost burning out, can be a vicious cycle. Not only do you feel like you don't need to take a break and you're wasting time, when you burn out, you have to take a break only to feel like you're wasting time, and you don't have the capacity or choice to continue working through your breaks. So it's a really strong, big midlife crisis or crises point waiting to happen. At least that's my opinion. Some people are very, very lucky. So on the internet, if you ever see someone like that, first of all, you have to question yourself, what do you see and what you don't see? Because that person could be burning out and being really miserable behind the scenes. And that's happened so many times. Some of the most successful early people burn out and realize that their health is not doing so well. And then there are the ones that are successful. And what they do is they walk away when they know it's time to walk away, and then come back when it's time to come back. And those are the people that I'm talking about. At least for myself, I feel like I'm one of those people. As in, why don't I have a day job right now? I learned to take a break and walk away. And what do I do while I'm doing that? Leisurely doing things that make me feel like I'm not wasting my time. What's a great way to not waste time when I don't have a day job? Well, probably trying to reach out and helping as many people as possible. Because much like what Shady said, is that my reputation and credibility and how lucky I am and privileged in my life was due to the fact that I continue to trust that the more people I help or resonate with, or like continue to reach out, the more likely that one of those people will become superstars. And maybe, just maybe, we can work together to create magic. And my privilege, the privilege that I have now, is built on a forward investment. I burned out helping people. That's all I can really describe about it. I burned out having sacrificed, or quote unquote, being so addicted to making sure that I'm useful to a lot of people, that it became a blessing in disguise. And I like to emphasize that it could happen to you. I personally wouldn't gamble it. I prefer to encourage people to have a sustainable way of life that has some sort of companionship, support system, while trying to maintain a work culture that might be not so ideal. Nowadays, though, I think younger people are exposed to this after the fact so many times. On YouTube, what you see are people who are already successful. You are likely to be seeing people who are already successful. They already have privileges. Like myself. Like, yes, I'm not like some viral TikToker or streamer, but the way that I can do this, going back to your original question, is that I already have privileges. And I want to make sure people know that I have those privileges. I'm not an expert. I don't do anything like professionally anymore. So I like to make people aware that when you're constantly exposing to yourself to images of success and images of I can do that too and whatnot, those people are already successful. They are already privileged. So when you're chasing a moving target, it can be very disheartening. And it can make it feel like you're always wasting your time because you're always behind. Everything always feels like you're always behind. At least that's the phrasing I hear a lot. Oh, like, man, I got to do this quickly. If I don't get it done this quickly, then I'm a failure, that kind of thing. Time is not the same, right? If you're thinking about it as endpoints, specific points on the thing, on a timeline, you no longer have any appreciation for what you can do with that time, the time in between. A successful runner knows how to rest and relax during their breaks and then know when to train, right? A sustainable runner. A runner who wants to be a superstar could be someone who only lasts for 3 years or for probably the remainder of their life. I don't know. In this case, I like to make life more of a marathon than a sprint. You can definitely get lucky, if you're willing to sacrifice that. I don't think burnout is worth it, personally. Good luck, Shady. Oh, he really... Wow, your partner really is on Japan time. 7 p.m. wake up? Dang. Alright, what is it? I use the phrase that my family used all the time growing up. Don't worry, I'll look worse coming out. It'll look worse coming out. Don't worry, it'll look worse coming out. For the food? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's definitely a euphemism. Alright. I'll cut this part out of for video as well. For mental health. Just my 2 cents. Okay.
先生。
先生。
ビジネスの先生。
ビジネスの先生。Business professor? Okay.
アメフトの試合。
What? アメフト。Oh my gosh, American football?
アメフト。
American football. Where's Shady when I need him? Amefto. That's a great example of a contraction. That's Japanese contraction for you. Amefto. American football.
アメフトのコーチはどんな人ですか？アメフトのコーチはどんな人ですか？
アメフトのコーチャー。
コーチ？アメフトのコーチはどんな人ですか？
コーチ
は。アメフトのコーチはどんな人ですか？どんな人ですか？
Okay, fair enough.アメフトのコーチはどんな人ですか？ What kind of person is the football coach? Okay.
野球のスタジアム。
野球の What did you say? スタジアム。Oh, stadium?
スタジアム。
Yikes. Stadium. Okay, so EMs are... This is the first EM. The first EM katakana that I received. So, Iamu. So, Jiamu. Okay. Because of the D. Jiamu. I'm curious now about like aluminum. Like lumium. Lium. And like other things like a Gium. And like Pium. It'll be interesting.
スタジアム。
Stadium. Okay.
野球のスタジアム。
Stadium. Okay. 野球をスタジアム。Okay, sure. Stadium? Yeah, stadium. Okay. 野球のスタジアム。
アメフトは好きですか？
アメフト。It really does sound like I'm miffed. I'm miffed. That's what it sounds like. I'm miffed, as in I'm triggered. I'm miffed. I mean, if you think about American football, I guess it's kind of miffy, you know, like tackling people. Yeah, it sounds like I'm miffed. アメフトは好きですか？ Okay. アメフトは好きですか？
Do
you like football?
街に何がありますか？
町に何がありますか? What's in town? What's in 町に何がありますか? What's in What's in their town? No. What's in town there? Oh. What's there in town? Oh. Yeah, what's there in town? What? 町に yeah. 町に何がありますか? What's there in town? I guess I've heard this phrasing before, right? Yeah, what's there in town? Ooh. What is it? Stadium? Yeah, stadium. So, stadium. Yeah, stadium. Stadium. So, サッカー、no, スタジアムでサッカーをします。Wait. Do they want watashi or something? No. Okay.
スタジアム
Stadium
で
です。I mean, でします。
します。
Oh, I forgot soccer.
サッカ
I forgot the whole point of the sentence sometimes. スタジアムでサッカーをします。Fair enough. What's there nearby? Wow. Wow, I haven't even considered these phrases. That's so different. Okay, so wait, how does this work?
近く
近く
に
に
何
何がありますか? Or what? No, 何がありますか?
があるか
Yeah, because it's emphasizing. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, 近くに何がありますか? Okay. All right. We're so behind. I told myself I'd be on point today. A bank? Ginko.
銀行
Oh, ginko.
銀行
Ginko. Is that a post office? Ginko.
銀行の ATM
銀行の ATM. Okay. Oh, a bank ATM. Okay, fair enough. Allergies. Okay. Post office. You being kyoku. You being kyoku. You being kyoku. You being kyoku.
郵便局
Oh, it's you being kyoku. Okay. Okay, you being kyoku. I was trying to like, maybe is that so? You being kyoku. You being kyoku.
郵便局
You being kyoku. You being kyoku.
郵便局
You being kyoku. One down. Okay, that's gonna take a while. It definitely feels like two. So it's like, you being, and then kyoku. You being kyoku.
郵便局
Yeah, 郵便局。郵便局。Sure.
町の郵便局。
町の郵便局。Okay. 町。Town post office. Okay.
親切な人。
親切。親切な人。Na adjective that ends with t. Interesting. Kind. 親切。親切な人。Aw, kind person. Aw. I can express a kind person now. I wasn't the biggest fan of the word nice. I mean, I get the whole thing about nice, but it's usually the word kind that resonates with me a lot more. A lot of times when people use the word nice, they really are internalizing the word kind as opposed to nice. I know that's how this sounds, but these in pop culture, in my opinion, in pop culture right now, at least in the United States, kind and nice are two different words. They are not very, they are nuanced in the way they're used, and I prefer kind over nice. So kind person. 親切な人。
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 大学の先生は親切な人です。
Okay.
大学の先生。
Oh, I'm using that thing that Shady was telling me about. So sensei belongs to the group. Wait.
大学の先生は親切な人です。
Yeah. Okay.
は
親切
な
人
あります。
or
あります。
Yeah, あります。
あります。
Alright, I'm back while the partner wakes up, and then we'll finish putting together a new display case. Okay, going to do my Mandarin study while you do your Japanese study. Very nice, excellent. I love the have you ever done this before with your I'm sure you've done this with your partner, but I don't know if you've ever done this online with other strangers. But one of the bridges that I do tend to try to do when people are very, very isolated and they don't feel like they're able to motivate themselves is, I know this sounds like a whole rent-a-friend situation, but one thing you can reach is showing your presence, even if it's virtually. So like when someone is, say they need to do their taxes, literally being in a virtual chat room with that person is far more comforting to that person that needs to do that task than them doing it alone. So yeah, times have changed, but honestly, when I'm studying and doing things, I'm listening to someone else I'm having a parasocial relationship with someone else. As in, like, sometimes you can encode and motivate yourself by being around someone, even in figurative sense now. And that's kind of like the thing where, that live streaming thing, that's how live streaming thing works a lot. So it resonates with a lot of people, in my opinion. I think what you said was very indicative of the times, the changing times. Like even parasocially, if someone is there or doing the same activity, it can be incredibly gratifying because it's substituting for having actual companion, like a person available all the time. And I think that's kind of why large language models are becoming so popular for companionship as well. They're always available. You do it all the time, especially more in the remote world that we live in now. Exactly. Like someone this comes up a lot, and someone says, how do you stay motivated doing Duolingo? It's already been like 6 hours again. It's like, well, it's because there are other people talking and doing language learning. It doesn't have to be Duolingo. There are other people here even if they're not saying anything. It might be some person that I don't know when I'm not live, for example. It provides stimulus. It allows you to see that someone else is also doing it. And someone else may be also struggling with the same thing, or maybe someone else solving something. I think that's enough to actualize what it looks like. It's so unrelatable when you see the superstar do something that you can't fathom, but it's something else. It's something else about live streaming that when you see someone be imperfect and not really executing on the smart that from the start, that can be very humbling, humanizing and whatnot. And I kind of love that. When working, I'll often put a stream or something in the background of someone else programming or studying, or something. It provides that additional stimulus. That keeps me going. I always look, you know how instead of looking at the goal all the way at the end, if you can possibly find someone who's just slightly in front of you, it's so, I almost feel like even if it's a parasocial relationship, as in, the person doesn't know, it's one of those things like, you can see it though. You can see what's next for you, or like a version of it that you can compare and contrast, right? As opposed to a lot of times the clickbaity, like, in my opinion, the clickbaity hustle culture of those people like, hey, guess what? I've already done it. I've done this in 15 days. Can you learn 4,000 words in 15 days? I can. Follow my program for more details. I kid you not. I actually literally, okay, I exaggerate a little. The actual video that I saw was I learned 3,000 words in 7 days. Here's how I did it. I'm like, oh, okay. I doubt you can show that in 7 days. The video is 10 minutes long. I doubt you can show the 7 days in 10 minutes. I know it's great that you're trying to truncate and simplify things, but it really warps a person's perception of, if you get so used to be blasted by, oh, here's all 100 days in 30 minutes. Here's another 300 days in 15 minutes. I mean, you might think you're smart enough to not feel it, but sometimes over time, your sense of time becomes warped. And it keeps you from doing things. Because you can tell yourself like, yeah, I can do it all at once. All these people did it. But what you really felt and observed was like 15 minutes of 100 days. You also didn't see when that person was sleeping, eating, going through the ropes, right? That kind of thing. And I tell people all the time, in my opinion, if you see me doing this, it's not even 8 hours. I tell, when people say, how can you be, how much time do you spend studying? I specifically say, well, when you see me here, this is what I do for Duolingo. But remember that I don't actually stop thinking about Japanese and English when I'm not using Duolingo. It's every day. But due to my health and my relationship with health and mental health, I prefer that when I'm being lazy, quote unquote lazy, or relaxing and being meditative, I'm not going to show that, because what happens is it destroys my ability to relax. And so usually at the end of every stream, my maybe habitual emphasis is, remember, until next time, right? Stay safe, stay healthy. Gotta learn how to rest, because I rest all the time. When the stream goes off, I'm resting. If I'm not resting and I continue to like burn myself out when I'm not streaming, then yeah, it doesn't take a genius to see when someone's getting driven into the ground. So day 83, go back to day 1 and day 2 and see if I become less stressed or less enthusiastic. I don't think I've ever dropped my perception most of the time. because I prepare myself for streaming. You rest? You ain't got that, dog. You dog. Heckin' dog. I see your southern. I mean, Nevada's the south, right? Dog. What next are you gonna tell me? That pen is peeing. Don't you dare pin me. Oh, which by the way, have you? Oh no, shady. Since you're like multi-white, when you said you're multi-white American, do you know someone named Matt Mitchell? Like I know you're learning other you're learning Mandarin and Japanese, but I absolutely love Matt Mitchell. He's so freaking adorable. He spends most of his time talking about like the southern culture in and that isn't exclusive to like he's in Alabama, by the way, but that's not exclusive to like where in the south. It's more like his funny clips on like things that southern culture, things that southerners don't say in English. It's like, wow, that's a mighty fine day, like mighty fine cool day. We might have to put on some coats or something. It's so funny. I do not, but I just looked at YouTube and I see dude, it's electric. I know it doesn't help with like Japanese are technically like Japanese and Mandarin and stuff, but being having that enthusiasm from someone else, it can really bolster everything else. Like he's so quaint. And when I see, I don't know, I haven't interacted with a lot of people from Nevada, but when I think of the South and then you said dog, he has some really funny things with dog. He has this like a very viral video about the spelling bee, and he went by and acted it out. So there was these two kids in the spelling bee. I think he imposed himself in it. And the word that he gave as the judge, as the person that gives the word, was the word peeing. And the moment I thought about it, I'm like, that's so good. And then the kid was like sweating. He's like, can you use it in a sentence? Well, there's a peeing on the desk. So when you said dog, like dog, DAWG, oh my gosh, that's immediately what I think of. I think Matt Mitchell is fantastic. He's very bubbly. So also a father figure, and I kind of gravitate towards wholesome like people who know how to really celebrate cultural normatives and idiosyncrasies. I don't know. Is Nevada considered southern? Do you have a draw, JD? Oh, do you have a draw when you speak Japanese? I always wondered this because Indy is from Texas. I probably mentioned this already. Indy is from Texas, and Lotus is SoCal. And they kind of talked about their draws, and I absolutely, like, it would be so funny or like so entertaining and cool to hear if a southerner in the United States have like this different Japanese, at least in my opinion. I really like southern accent. It's kind of the whole complacency thing. I hear myself all the time. It's not as funny, or like it's not as interesting. So in order to get more interested in my accent, I need to hear other accents so that it elevates my interest. I don't have an accent since I'm unfortunately, oh, you're from California, Oregon for the most of your life. So just a typical Californian guy. Okay. And we're not talking about like LA, right? So like this, like that. I kind of like it though. Whenever I hear an impression of the LA accent, I don't know. I think they just seem so happy when they're liking everything, you know, like this, like that. I don't like this, but kind of like that, you know, like this, like that. I like to do that a lot, but like I grew out of that stuff. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Oh. Oh, whoops. Wait, what did I do? Did I hear it incorrectly? Shinsetsu na do desu. Wait. Oh. Oh, des. Whoops, I said arimasu. There is. Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. I got the tense wrong because I thought there is. They're just say, oh, I can't even do that. It's arimasu. It's. I was thinking of imasu. My bad. Imasu. I was thinking of imasu there. There was a lady on YouTube that I'll have to try and find, but she's a Japanese lady that learned English in the South, and so when she spoke English, she had the most intense Southern accent. Yo. Oh wait, I might have seen that. I might have seen a clip of that. Wait, I might be able to find it myself. We'll have to reconvene next time about that. I might actually know, or it could be a different lady. Someone told me about this, and I went to look for an example. Possibly. Oh, I have a question. What do you think of Duolingo's introduction of fried chicken as furaido chicken? Furaido chicken, as opposed to like karage. I know it's a different type of fried chicken, but I don't know. I don't know about that. Or like they are different foods, but you know, like, come on, we're trying to we're trying to absorb. I know what they're doing there, but they oftentimes their vocabulary is dealing with the place, right? The place that is, and karage is probably a lot more. Let's not downplay how important furaido. Yeah, furaido. I mean, yeah, but I do like my karage. I really do like my karage. You have to reserve KFC for Christmas a month or two in advance, or you won't be able to get any? What? Wow. That. Wow. I haven't ever heard anyone tell me that. Wow, that's crazy. Oh yeah, and KFC for Christmas is a tradition in Japan. Interesting. Oh, that's such a cute thing. I am not aware of that at all. Oh, huh. As you can imagine, I'm not sure if you're if you know this. I imagine maybe your partner does, but more or less, shabu shabu is a Christmas thing for a Chinese household. Shabu shabu, or hot pot, right? Hot pot, but shabu shabu would be the closest facsimile from a Japanese experience. Yeah, shabu shabu. Yeah, it was part. My partner and I do KFC for Christmas here in America as well because of that. It was part of the brilliant marketing campaign that KFC ran a long time ago where the Colonel looks like Santa Claus and it just stuck. Ah. Oh, that's fair. Yes. I'm actually familiar with that marketing campaign. Yeah, shabu shabu. So for a Chinese household, if you can, and if you're hosting, it's hot pot or shabu shabu. I actually don't know what the Mandarin phrase for. I can probably pull up the Fujonese phrase if I know what the Mandarin sounds like. Oh, it doesn't help that. Okay. Mandarin. Where's okay. Hot pot. That doesn't help. Wait. Hot pot is fire something. Fire pot? It looks like the it looks like the kanji for fire, ka, which is borrowed from Chinese, and then hui, maybe hui dang. What the heck? I can't pronounce that. Hold up. I can't read pinging, so let me see. I don't like this guy. Can I get, how about this? Okay. That's pathetic. Alright, we're gonna listen to this. How about you?
So without further ado, let's dive into today's word.
火锅
Oh,
which
火锅.
means
Yeah, 火锅. Yeah, okay. Oh no, I don't know the Fujianese thing anymore. Oh, yeah. 香火锅. 香火锅. Is oh, I feel like a Fujianese failure now. I don't know how to hot pot. It's kind of like we say a lot around the holidays, so it's not coming to my head anymore. Dang it. We say it all the time because whenever my sister comes home from away, we would do this and it would be that phrase, and I'm trying to like elicit it. What does my parents say? We say, oh, we're gonna do this because it's convenient. We're gonna do hot pot because it's convenient. Dang it. Yeah, 火锅. Well, maybe it'll come to me sometime. I'll remind you at the holidays. You know what? You know what? My parents are still up. Give me a sec. All right, I got the phrase. And yeah, it is something I know, but unfortunately I couldn't recall it. You ready? 火锅. Ready? Dabinu. Yeah, that's definitely it. I don't even know if Mandarin translate if they have a phrase that is similar. Is that composed of different words? Dabinu. Oh, good reminder.
辛い
fried chicken.
フライドチキン
Fried chicken. Oh my god. It's up. Fried chicken. Chicken. Fried chicken.
ルームメイトは親切な人です。
Roommate. Oh man, roommate. Roommate は親切な人です。Wait. Yeah, 親切な人です。Okay. My roommate is kind. Aww. I had to step away for a second. My cat was getting into something you shouldn't have. Oh. Yeah, so the phrase is Dabinu. Dabinu. Not even close. And I don't know if it resembles anything in Mandarin. It's too far away. Waguo, and when I asked my father like what is Waguo, he immediately said Dabinu. And yeah, Dabinu is a phrase that I would say all the time. That shows up under Cantonese? Oh.
ルームメイト。
Wait, hold up. Cantonese. Hot pot. Hot pot in Cantonese. Oh. Oh yeah, Dabino. Oh, Dabino. Yeah. Yeah, Dabino. Dabino. Oh, and yeah, Dabino. That's where it came from. Yeah. Yeah, you see, I don't even know, like, oh, it's so hard for me to know if I'm thinking of Mandarin or Cantonese. Oh my gosh. Okay. That illustrates my point. Yeah, Dabino. Dabino. Okay. That's funny. That's so funny. Okay. Thanks for clearing that out. Hello there, I9. Hello. Chillin', bullin', right? Bullin'. Roommate. Roommate wa okay, nice person, a kind person. A kind person.
中国語の先生は親切な人です。
Dude, though, but Szechuan hot pot. Ooh, that stuff. I would eat Szechuan hot pot outside during the winter if I could. That stuff, like bonfire, like we're talking about like bonfire in the snow-capped mountains version. Man, it's such comfort food in the cold season. It's such a Christmas item. Hot pot.
中国語の先生は親切な人です。
Take care. You'll be back later if I'm still on. I hope I don't. We don't. For all intents and purposes, I think this is pretty good. Hopefully you get some rest. I'll see you next time, right? Hopefully. I may or may not be on. Thanks for hanging out, Shady. I appreciate it. You go have fun and enjoy your display case. You know, enjoy your display case experience.
中国語の先生は親切な人です。中国語の先生は親切な人です。先生は親切な人です。中国語の先生は親切な人です。
中国語の先生は親切な人です。親切な 親切な人です。中国語の先生は親切な人です。
大学のジムは早く閉まります。
大学のジムは早く閉まります。閉まります。
閉まります。
Close. Oh, interesting. Oh, 閉まります。Oh no. Oh, okeru? Is it okeru? Akeru. 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 Akerimasu. Akerimasu. Is it akerimasu? Yeah. Oh, I don't know this. Oh, it's akimasu. No, akerimasu. Yeah, akerimasu to open. Open. Akeru to open, and then now we have the opposite. Oh, I'm not even sure. Oh wait, this might be literal, or no, this looks like it's passive or intransitive. Wait, hayaku. Oh, this might actually be transitive. Oh no, this doesn't look like it's transitive. Pretty sure akeru is intransitive. The university gym closes early. Oh, wait. No. This kind of strikes me as intransitive. We'll have to look this up later. So, shimarimasu. Shimarimasu. Cool. 大学のジムは早く閉まります。Okay. Oh, interesting. Cafe? No cafe. Monita. Wait. Campu. I guess Campu works here. Oh, Supa.
Super?
I guess Supa works. Technically the camp can, okay. Supa wa itsumo wa mo no, いつも早く閉まります。スーパーはいつも早く Wait, いつ Sorry. Wait, いつも早く閉まります。The supermarket always closes early. That's a very...
花さん、大学の近くに郵便局はありますか?
That's kind of a unrelatable. I can't resonate with that. 花さん、大学の近くに Oh, gosh. 郵便局は wait, let me hear this.
花さん、大学の近くに郵便局はありますか?
Yeah, 郵便局はありますか? Is there
郵便
a post office near the university? はい、までは早くI see. はい。まで早く閉まります。It's about to close. It closes early though. Yes, but it closes early.
キャンパスに ATM はありますか?
Why is campus?
Campus.
Why is that highlighted? again. We already have campus. Alright. Oh. Campus ni ATM はありますか? Is there a... Is there a... Oh, okay. Maybe. I don't know. Is there an ATM on campus? Wait. Oh. I said the article, but I didn't tap the article. キャンパスの銀行はとても something です。便利。便利。Fair enough.
キャンパスの近くにデパートはありますか？
キャンパスの近くにデパートはありますか? Is there a department store near campus? いいえ、コンビニはありません。There isn't a convenience store? That's weird. I can see what they did though. It's kind of, I like it. I like what they're doing here. はい、まで5時に、はい、まで、そう。でも、でも5時に閉まります。Yeah, but it closes at 5 though. ワイヤレス。キーボード。ペン。アーティスト。銀行。
キャンパスの近くに銀行はありますか？
キャンパスの近くに銀行はありますか？はい。でも、3時に閉まります。3時 Man, they really don't work, huh?
大学の先生は親切な人です。
What did I do here? Oh, this. 大学の先生。
ラーメン屋。
Right. Exactly.
親切な人です。
Okay. Oh boy, I'm so far behind.
きれいな空気。
空気 Ooh.
空気。
Not to be confused with cookie. Oh my gosh, wait. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Cookie. Oh, cookie. Okay, cookie versus cookie. What? Oh my gosh. Oh, okay, but okay. It's cookie versus cookie with the no t and the long vowel. What the? Cookie. Oh my gosh. Okay, きれいな空気。きれいな空気。clean air. 空気。田舎の空気は空気makes sense. 空気田舎の空気はとてもきれい。Yeah, sure. きれいですね。
不便なキャンパス。
Off of Kuko. Oh yeah, Kuko. Oh, airplane. Oh, airport. Oh, that's fair. Kuko and Ko Oh, like gakko, but you do ku call because airport or a place. Okay. 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 I'm with you there. I9, I'm with you there. Does make sense. Uh, uh. The thing in the... I've only seen that from other people. I haven't actually seen it myself. I've only seen it from other people. Where have I seen it? What phrase do other people use? Genki? Was it Genki? It was probably Genki. Yeah. Yeah. Genki is where I saw it. It hasn't been introduced in Duolingo yet. Genki, the word, has, though. No, there are plenty of keys. There are a lot of keys. In that type of key. Yeah. But, no, I wouldn't know. At the moment. Inconvenient.
不便なキャンパス
Puben, and now we have Puben next to Bendy and Huben. Okay. Hubenna, oh, another one. Hubenna. Hubenna campus. Okay. An inconvenient campus. And didn't get illness either yet. We got the phrase feeling sick for that. I don't know. I don't understand this kanji family. It's pretty, it's one of those. I see. Doesn't quite bring its meaning wherever it goes. I can understand that for sure. Uden. Uben. Why can't I remember this thing? Oh, that one has it too. Wait. It's kind of like I only remember the Gawarui. Yeah, I only remember the Warui parts. Doesn't quite. Your Denshu dictionary says it represents spirit, mood, mind, or atmosphere. That's interesting. That's quite eclectic. It sounds like it's a state. Like ki is a state. So spirit, mind, mood, and atmosphere are states. Like of a mind, of a mood, of a spirit, of a atmosphere. It's a state. Daigaku no baste wa skoshi. Yeah, skoshi. Oh, they changed it up. Skoshi uben desu. Uben desu. Uben desu.
バスケットボールコート。
Koto. Oh, court? Wait a minute. Koto? Koto. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I sense a disturbance in the force. Excuse me? I even had to double check on this. I'm pretty sure this katakana is the same katakana for coat. At first I thought it might have been koto. Like koto. At first I thought this might have been koto. Like this. But I double checked. It's koto. No? Who? What is it? No? Oh, rock? What does rock mean? I mean, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you want rock? Is it lock? Is it rock? You already know? Yeah, I already know it's rock. Like well, they introduced it as rock and roll, like a music. Yeah, this is doku. Doku. However, this is koto. It's for coat, but this is court? Oh, it says both. Right here. It's coat. What the freak? Okay, I need someone to explain this to me later.
Koto.
Koto. Basketball court. Basketball koto. Yeah, context police is not here right now.
ナオミさんはテニスをしますか?
I kind of like it that at least I recognize it was Koto. Koto was introduced, I think, 77 days ago. It might have been that. It might have been 77 days ago. At least within it's probably the first week. Naomi-san wa tennis o shimasu ka? Where is this going? Oh. Oh, okay. Hi. Campus ni tennis koto ga arimasu. Okay, fine.
バス停はありません。
It was also your earlier kata words. I see. No matter where you go, the same examination vocabulary follows. I'm glad you're finding this very relatable, I9. I actually quite like your input on if you remember when you recall certain things and like comparing and contrasting on Renshu from your Renshu stuff. That's kind of funny. Baste wa arimasen. Okay. I don't know why this is highlighted as new. Oh, there is an existence. Yeah, I guess. There isn't an existence of a... But, okay. Fair. There is no bus stop. Just gonna be real. Yeah, I understand. This is American English. Yeah, there's no bus stop. Denshu straight up doesn't hide it. It's front and center. Heavy emphasis is put on JLPT that over here compared to Duo. Like for JLPT, fair enough. Yeah. I know most of the JLPT stuff up to where I am from a different resource, and yeah. Right now I'm there's at least 200 or so words that are not covered even to this point. That is in N5. Okay, not 200 anymore. It's probably like 100 to 150. And N4 and N5. That I can think of anyways. And I can't know beyond that because I haven't really done beyond that. There's no bus stop. There isn't a bus stop. By the way, this is actually a grammar thing in English. This is actually a grammar thing in English. There isn't a bus stop. Isn't a bus stop. But man, there's no bus stop. I get it. I actually see this more often nowadays, actually. Things like, for example, there's no one like that, for example. Is there isn't anyone like that. Is no versus yeah, and it's a choice. It's a choice. In English, it's a choice. The idea of no, like there's no one like that. There isn't anyone like that. There's this is more of a colloquial thing now, but in formal writing, if you're like writing something like say like a scientific journal or something, it's funny. I like what they're doing here, where they're like colloquializing things, and it's a fun little observation. Yeah, when you start doing like there's no something, you forget that there isn't any things. It's a choice. It's a choice now. There's no bus stop.
近くにコンビニはありません。
近くに No. I heard home.
近くにコンビニはありません。コンビニはありません。近くにコンビニはありません。
Oh yeah, and that's fine. Yeah, that's fine because of arimasu, arimasen, or aru. Yeah, that's great. 近くにコンビニはありません。Yeah, that's fine.
近くにコンビニはありません。
There's no convenience store nearby.
町に大きい病院はありません。
町に、町に大きい、what was this? 病院。Oh, 病院。病院はありません。A classroom, right? Oh no. Wait, 病院. Oh no, that's hospital. 病院. Yeah, 病院. Oh, this reminds me of the what is it? QQ shot. QQ shot. It's so cute, even though it means ambulance. QQ shot. I think. Right? QQ shot. This is from Byonin is from the unit about emergencies. Byonin. That's like, man, that's like section 2 unit 7 or something. That's like over 30 days ago. Byonin, it had to show up somewhere. Yeah, it showed up a long time ago. It's been a long time since Byonin. It showed up with like keisetsu and stuff, and denwa bango, denwa bango. Byoin. I didn't say ni, byoin, but maybe I did. Pretty sure I said that a couple times already, but it's about output, not about correcting things. But yes, I can read that as byoni in. Is in your criminally underused common 1K? I see. Yeah. So it's not about what it is, it's about what I know and what I'm reading. So you can probably refrain from doing that. Prophet of fear. I can see that is a byoin. Let's see. There's no. Maybe it's into the N5 schedule. You haven't bothered to advance. I see. Where are you right now in Rensho? In Rensho I9. There's no hospital. Okay, there's no there's no big hospital in the town. 町に大きい病院はありません。
山口さんはバスケットボールをしますか？
山口さんはバスケットボールをしますか？ What are our choices? はい、キャンパスにバスケットボールコートがあります。Sure. There's a basketball
街にドラ
court
ッグ
on
ストアがあ
campus.
ります。
What did you just say? ドラグストア。ドラグストラ。Yeah. Oh, drugstore. ドラグ。Yeah, ドラッグストラ。
街にドラッグストアがあります。
ドラッグストア。
街にドラッグストアがあります。
Oh, interesting. Store. ドラッグストアがあります。Okay. Sure. There's a drugstore in the town. Sure, the town.
キャンパスにドラッグストアがあります。
It's a bit all over the place. Kanji is ahead while grammar is behind. That's interesting. I don't know how you can tell if kanji is ahead or grammar is behind. I don't know how you would compare the two. It's one of your XP bonus days. I see. Renshu takes study history from the past month and place a 50% XP bonus on the 2 days you've studied the least. Oh, okay. That's a interesting way to encourage consistency in a different way.
キャンパスにドラッグストアがあります。キャンパス。
キャンパスにドラッグストア
ドラッグストア
があります。
あります。キャンパスにドラッグストアがあります。
Okay. Stage. Oh, right. This is cookie. Instead of a streak, there's an actual streak badge hidden at the back of the program. I mean, okay. You get an XP modifier based on how many days out of the past 30 days you have studied. Okay. Still implying consistency in similar ways, but I can see the slight difference. 真ん中
キーボード
Oh yeah. 歴史 It's neutral at 24 days and plus 10 at 30. I see. Sounds extra complicated. That's a Denshu pseudo streak feature. I see. That just sounds like a streak feature, but it goes negative below 24 days. I see. Duo's streak resets to 0 if you miss. That's not true. But wow, Renchu just makes you live with it for a month. Yeah, that's not true. You freeze streaks. There's a drugstore in the town. Well, if you're aware of all that, then it's not true. Logic would dictate that you would have stated the exception.
町
Let's see. Machi. Machi ni. Dura. Oh man. Dora. Doragu Star. Doragu Store.
ドラッグストア
Doragu Store. Doragu Store. Doragu Store.
が
Ga.
あります
Hey, Turnus. You die in Duolingo, you die RL. Fictitious, don't give me that. Go back to your nerve gear, okay? You stay in that closet with your nerve gear. I can die in Duolingo, you die IRL. Koa? Is that sub? Koa? Hello there, Kowa. Oh, wait, is that what that means? Kowa? Oh, kawaii? Wait. Oh, kawaii. Oh, another shorthand for scary. Oh, I see. Yeah, Duolingo definitely has that. I actually love the lyrics in Spanish. The Spanish for Vanish one is pretty funny. I don't tolerate stupidity. I eat human flesh. I'm famished. Someone spammed Spanish. Someone mentioned Spanish with Vanish a couple of times, and I got a little cultured in Duolingo. For April Fools. The April Fools. The Duolingo on Ice video was fantastic. It was pretty good. Machi ni. Let me try to get this again. Doragu store. Doragu store. Doragu store ga arimasu. Doragu store. Doragu store. Doragu store ga arimasu. Okay. Okay. It kind of reminds me of when I first get the like hototogu, or bakupaku, hototoku. You just gotta say it a bunch of times. Okay. You didn't think they use katakana for drugstore like that? I know I am familiar, or I would be familiar with the word drugstore in Japanese, because the drugstore is the healing item store in Like a Dragon. In the Like a Dragon series, they have a drugstore as the common place for healing items. I wasn't really expecting Duragu store. Yeah. Doragu store. Doragu store. Okay, let's see. So
ドラッグストア。
ドラッグストア。ドラッグストア。Wait. Next to the university.
大学。隣。の。に。隣。Yeah. 隣の大学にドラッグストアがあります。あります。I'm past this in your Duolingo Japanese, but has never shown me drug store or campus. Did you start before 2024? Prophet? Did you start your Duolingo Japanese before 2024? Yeah, is Lotus here? Lotus isn't here. Most people tell me a lot of times about the stuff. Yeah, so yeah, everything, a lot of things have changed. So right now, I met a bunch of people who still use Duolingo for fun, like for review and stuff. And they're hanging out and talking about whenever they're surprised about something is being introduced or not. Because most of the people that I've met used Duolingo before 2023. I mean, before 2024. And recently, I'm in section 3 right now. Someone said something that was in section 1 that I didn't have either. So it changed something a little bit already since I started in February. So it's been a really interesting experience hearing people say like what isn't here, what is there. And then Lotus told me that I'm supposed to know something soon, and I forgot what it is. It's a kanji that was introduced really early, or much earlier. Oh, it's introduced in this unit actually. But it's not until tomorrow, maybe. Section 3 is where you drop Duo this year? Oh, I see. So you mean you dropped it before or after? Like how long is that? Like when did you actually even start using Duolingo before you reach section 3? In January. Oh, okay. So you literally stopped when they changed the thing. Oh, you also started in January. Oh, okay. Then that's fine. And you pretty much have all the experience. Up to like whatever. You pretty much know everything that I know up to this point. You just reached section 4, unit 12. Oh, you did a skip to here? Oh, okay, never mind. Then you're basically a weeb. A weeb. So like your experience with Duolingo is non-existent. But you already know all this stuff, so it's not like it's a moot point. You can't resonate with my experience, I suppose. We're not blood. We're not resonating in blood. Oh, no, I didn't. What did I do? Oh. Oh yeah, see, this doesn't work anymore. That whole categorization thing. Oh yeah, it doesn't work with position. I should go back to my old system. I gotta make the categorization work. So, how did Shady do this? Shady said... So it's next to... It's the... How did they phrase it? It's the next in the family of... When you're going backwards? Wait. Okay. So... Yeah, I don't know how to do it backwards the way Shady does it. So Shady did it in this direction, right? Where X, Y... This would tell me... How does that interpret well? Next... I'm gonna need some Tofuku help here. If it's stuff about daily life that wouldn't appear in anime or a visual novel, there's a very small chance. Ernest, I already know the answer. That's not the point. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about in the internal monologue, but there's a very little chance you'll know the word. I see.
Ni.
Yeah, that's not what I'm doing here.
ドラッグストアありますな。
Drugstore ga near university ni aru? Drugstore ga near university ni aru? I don't know what you're doing there, actually. Yeah, I don't know what you're doing there. Yeah, I have no idea what you're doing there. Hey, pencil. Enpitsu.
鉛筆
Enpitsu? Oh, okay, it's going up.
鉛筆
Enpitsu.
鉛筆とペン。
鉛筆と鉛筆と鉛筆とペン。Alright. Okay.
駅でクラスメイトと会います。
Do I have a favorite word so far? Oh, okay. My favorite word would probably be something in recent times, because usually when people ask me favorites, it's whatever I am engaging in currently. So my current favorite word from today is It's probably just recently though. Dudaku store. Yeah, Dudaku store. I kind of really like it. Now I've said it like a billion times over. If most modern pencils are made with graphite, if most modern pencils are made with graphite, then why is enpitsu made of lead? Interesting. Eki ga daigaku no onari ni arimasu. Why are you saying it that way? Oh. There... Okay, there exists... Oh gosh, I can't see it anymore. Gone. Gone. Chat is gone. Okay. There is a train station in the middle of the university? Oh no, not middle, sorry. Tonari is next to the university. There's a train station next to the university. I can see that. I haven't seen that structure before. Shower thoughts. Okay. The kanji in it. Oh, the kanji in it has lead. I see. The same reason we call it lead, maybe. Do we really make pencils using lead? I see. I see what you did there. You can move clauses around as long as the correct particles remain attached. Sure. Very much an old word. Yeah. Historical. Indeed. Yeah, but I'm not saying... So here's the thing. You're saying a phrase, but you're using a phrase that I don't see why you're using. But that's fair enough. Like, I'm not talking about whether it's grammatically correct, because I already know it's grammatically correct. I'm talking about why you're saying that. It's why I'm more puzzled. Like, I don't understand why you're saying there's a station next to the campus. It's correct because I can read it. It's usually that's how it goes. Otherwise, I'd be very confused.
Classmate.
Oh, classmate. Okay, maybe this is my favorite word. Classmate. Nah, I really like Duolingo store. Duolingo store. Yeah, if I can't read it, then I'm confused. Like, if I can read it, Turnus, then it's probably fine. Honestly. Like, you know what I mean? Think about it. Like, think about it for a moment, Turnus. I don't understand Japanese very well. If I could read it, then I think you're fine. I mean, it would be a little different story if you wrote whatever you wanted, and then a native person was like, "Oh, I can still read it," but like, I don't even know if it's incorrect. But if I can read it, you're good to go. I'm the bottom line here. Good job, good job. It's a really interesting structure. I like how you use ga to do it. I like your use of ga in the way you move the thing. I don't know if Duolingo would accept something like that. The opportunity doesn't present itself. However, I see where you're going with the particle arrangement, the clause arrangements. What are we doing here? Classmate.
Classmate.
Class. Okay.
Classmate.
Mate.
Classmate.
Classmate. Classmate. Classmate と会います。Okay, 駅でクラスメイトと会います。Okay. I'm going... You think it would? You've done it lots of times in January? What I mean is, I don't think, like... I haven't... Maybe in the keyboard function. Right? In the keyboard function. But I don't use keyboard functions for new things. For new lessons. So, when you're using the word bank, right? When you're learning new things... you can't do that as a suggestion. I'll try it in the future. If I miss enough and get distracted enough, then I'm gonna have to do practice. So then we can do keyboard stuff. I'm going to meet. I'm going to see. Okay. Wait. Fair enough. I'm going to see my classmate. Oh, that's interesting. That's an interpretation. I'm going to see my classmate at the station. I'm aware of that, Turnus. I'm aware Duolingo has a big list of acceptable alternative sentences. It also penalizes you for things that you might think is an acceptable alternative sentences as well. So the reason why I don't use the keyboard function when I'm trying to do this is because it slows me down. But when I need to practice for hearts, then I'm more than
welcome to test random alternative acceptable sentences in which it's not disclosed or it is transparent on it. That would be like using Duolingo with a prior experience as a review versus me learning something novel in Duolingo. よくクラスメイトと勉強します works.
勉強します。
Use the alternate stuff to be more of a learn stuff by making mistakes on purpose. Use the alternate stuff to make more of a learn stuff by making, yeah, but you're using the alternate stuff that's not from Duolingo to learn to make mistakes on purpose. Right.
カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べま
I
す。
certainly do that too. It's still a little different, but it kind of makes all the difference.
カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。カフェと
Wait.
カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。クラスメートとケーキはを食べます。カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。
カフェでクラスメートとケーキ What's up with you? Oh no. クラスメートとケーキを食べます。
カフェでクラスメートとケーキを食べます。
来週隣の町に行きます。
Okay.
隣
Yeah, there's Tonari. This is the second time it's using it. I don't see how this is different. Than the last time they used it. Tonari no machi. Oh yeah, okay. They're using it in the reverse. Yeah, from the last time. I see. He choose to interpret that as he ate his classmate and cake, not ate cake with his classmate. You choose to interpret as he ate his classmate and cake. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's kind of funny. Okay, I see that. 来週隣の町に行きます。Yeah, I'm going to go to the neighboring town. To a neighboring town. Sure. Next week. 来週 sure. Next week. Yeah, so they're using it in the reverse. The reason why this is highlighted as new is this word is not new. It's not new. But this word is not used in the same context. Before it's this position. Instead of using a category of town, it was a position belonging to town. So it was next to the town as opposed to the neighboring town. They really shouldn't call it a new word. Well, this is more of a function, right? A function. So this is an English phrase. This would be actually considered something new because it's a new meaning. So whether it is or not, I can kind of see why they just stick with that anyways. Because technically these may be words or not words. You don't actually know in the context of Japanese.
But I could see them if they wanted to. They could say something like new meaning instead if you wanted. But then here's an even deeper cut. It's usually not new either. If they flip meanings, it's more like a exclamation mark. It means, hey, this is being used in a different way than before. But technically this is a new meaning. And in Japanese, these things, new meaning is effectively a new word or a new phrase. The expression tonari no machi versus machi no tonari is two different meaning phrases. And in English, it does mean something different as well. However, it's kind of hard to quantify what's a word since this is a word in English versus a word or a phrase or meaning in Japanese. Kind of like calling the kana an alphabet. I'm going to go to a neighboring town next week. Hey, Jamie. Hello, Jamie. How's it going? I've digressed so many times today. Now I'm late.
この町に安い服屋はありません。
And I'm out of. I'm gonna have to get more hearts. I think we're gonna have to probably cut this stream a little short and double down again. The next day. この町に安い服屋. Oh. 服屋. Sorry, 服屋. Clothing store. 服屋はありません。そうこの町に安い服屋はありません。There isn't. Oh no, am I gonna say there's no? Oh my gosh. There's no clothing store in this town. Oh, there's no cheap. Yes, I'm truly studying. I'm truly studying the Japanese. I'm actually kind of curious if they would consider using different colors, right? I like different colors. But generally speaking, functionally, drawing attention to something is all that's really needed. If they got rid of this and say it doesn't have a meaning, I think instead that feels more gamified. You know? Like if they really wanted to go hardcore, they could remove all of this and be like pure gamified and let you figure it out. Like, oh, hey, this is sparkly. What does this mean? So I really think they can go hard, like super hard. They can like remove all of this and say, figure it out. Like, figure it out. That's how I did the N5 mock exam, basically. Like, honestly, that's how I did the N5 mock exam. When someone asked me yesterday about the like JLPT, like I couldn't understand the instructions. So it might as well just you might as well just delete all the instructions and then put a star here. Just put a star here and then figure it out. That's basically how I felt when I took the mock exam for N5. And no instructions, just put the star there and it's like, all right, I guess I'll try to figure it out. The Souls-like experience. Did I pass? I got whatever an 80% is. Is 80% good enough? I don't really know what the passing grade is for that. It was over 40 days ago. It's been a while since I took the N5 mock exam. Whatever free was available. I actually quite literally Googled free N5 mock exam and I clicked on the first thing. That's pretty much it. The one that's verified, like the first verified thing. The urge to use Niwa. Oh my gosh, don't Niwa me. I'll show you a Niwa. No, stop. I know. Do
Don't you dare do the twister thing, okay? I'm gonna slap all of you. Virtually slap and shun all of you. Don't you dare do the niwa thing, okay? I swear, one of you, it's already happened 4 times. I can niwa. Show you a niwa. You'll do a futonga futonda. Futonda. Listen, I can't read any of that because it's not in hiragana. You've lost your impact. Failure. Ernest, failure. Now you have to explain the tongue twister and it's no longer funny anymore. You see? You see what you've done, Turnus? You had one chance and you dropped the ball. Alright, I think we're good. Daikaku no shikaku no fuya wa totemo. Are you going with oshare? I was like, you gotta go for oshare desu, right? Yeah, takusan what kaimasho? Kaimashita? How do I know this is even in the past? But kaimashita works.
買いました
Well, the reading is Donda means the futon flew away. Alright, fair enough. Okay. Wait, all of that means they are all past tense? I know they're all past tense. You mean the choices? But we're talking about context here. I'm internal monologue, Prophet. Internal monologue. Daigaku no shikaku no kuya wa totemo oshare desu. Takusan kaimashita. They're all past tense and they're all like they're different, right? So hanashimashita, hanashimashita, oimashita, and tabemashita. But that doesn't distinguish what my comment was about. This does not indicate not, you know, this doesn't indicate past, but it's fine regardless because there's no like before and before kind of thing. Before and after.
クラスメートは隣の町に住んでいます。
クラスメイトは隣の町に住んでいます。Oh. に住んでいます。クラスメイトは隣の町に住んでいます。My classmate lives in the nearby town.
隣
I see what they did there. Because they used tonari instead of chikaku. Fine. Interpretive specificity, sure.
この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。町におしゃれな服屋もありません。も は、この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
この町におしゃれ、oh, shut up. この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。Oh, shut up. この町にI gotta compose myself. この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
クラスメートと隣の町に行きます。
クラスメートと隣 Oh my gosh, the three toes. Today you learn. Shut up. Wait, is it really Shada? I would be impressed if it is actually Shada, like in katakana. Yeah, 勉強になるね. Wait. You don't think so? Aw, that would have been great. I would have loved it if there was a katakana for shada, as in shut up. That I could see them contracting it. I typically hear damare when someone wants someone else to shut their trap. Oh, I see. Shut up would be urusai or damare. Oh, urusai actually means shut up too? Oh. Huh. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that. Oh, that makes so much sense now. I always thought it meant like, oh man, that's so annoying. But you could urusai even when you're saying, ugh, annoying. Yeah, it implies noisy. I mean, it implies shut up. I get it. Oh, that makes it doubly funny. Because I always imply like, annoying, like urusai, like very annoying, right? But, oh, it could mean shut up. It implies shut up. I haven't really put one and one together. Yeah. It's kind of like mendose. Mendosai. Mendosai. Is what I thought. Well, technically, I think it's just telling someone they are mendokusai. Yeah, mendokusai. Yeah, mendokusai. That's the one that it's like an exaggerate of urusai. Which one's stronger? Which one's stronger in implying like, oh wow, this is actually kind of like annoying and troublesome or a hassle? Which one's stronger in the essence of you're bothering me or this bothers me? They're being loud, but the implication is you're loud. Shut up. Yeah. No. That's not what I'm saying. Ernest, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying which one is projecting an essence of being hassled. We're not translating here. We're interpreting. Which one would you use to be more egregious? Like, for example, Ernest, you are being too literal. But I could say you're pep. Pretty hard to compare different kinds of trouble. Well, it's funny you say that, yet people do it all the time in English. Pretty hard, but most people do it in English.
But maybe Japanese is different. Maybe Japanese people are built different. Perhaps. Perhaps it's an English thing. I should take it back. That was a little culturally insensitive because I don't actually know. I don't actually know. People quite literally do that. I'm being such a meme right now. Sorry. If people, if you guys don't get what I just did there, that's quite literally my point. Banter, but never damare. Oh, interesting. As banter. How does that work? How does urusai work as banter? Interesting. Hard for me to compare troublesome and noisy because they're not really synonyms in Japanese. For you? Fair enough. But they are synonyms in English? Or they're not synonyms in English? You're agreeing with granola, but I have no idea what you're agreeing with already. Okay. I don't know what you're agreeing with, but alright. Damere is a very strong imperative form for what? Like, urusai can be playful, is what I'm trying to say. I see. Okay. I don't know where this is going. I'm not entirely sure. Are you guys making a separate point? Because I'm not, I can't connect where we're going with this discussion. Does that relate to something I was saying, or are you just telling me this stuff? I don't know what damare means either. Let's see. I'm going to go to town. I'm going to go to town with my classmate. I'm going to the neighboring town. I'm going to go to the neighboring town with my classmate. Classmate と隣の町に行きます。
キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。
キャンパスの近くに近くに素敵な服屋はありません。キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。そこで飲み物を買いませんか？隣の町の服屋に行きましょうか？ fair enough. Should we go to the clothing store? Should we go to the clothing store in the nearby town? Okay. Or the neighboring town? Should we go to the neighboring town's clothing store? Oh yeah, that's fair too. Yeah, that's fair. Neighboring town's store. Clothing store. Yeah, fair.
あ、ショッピングセンターにカフェがあります。
Steaky. Oh, steaky. Yeah. Yep. Your number 9 that said that. Lucky number 9. Steaky na is the different from steaky na. So, yes. And biru is different from biru. It's hard to translate stuff to English quickly when they use these sorts of sentence structures. It's hard to translate stuff to English. Yeah. Although, you can drop a lot of the prepositions. Much like you can drop a lot of the predicates when you're looking about English. Actually, you guys drop a lot of these prepositions all the time. Oh, you can drop a lot of them too. Sorry, I'm just reading. I'm curious. I'm reading your sentence, your guy's sentences again. Feel insecure as I read your sentences again. What do we have? Oh, right. Shopping center ni shopping center ni cafe ga arimasu.
あ、ショッピングセンターにカフェが
Oh,
あり
it's
ます。
going up. Shopping center ni cafe ga arimasu. Shopping center ni cafe ga arimasu. Okay. Are we going? Yeah, there's a cafe in the shopping center. Oh, hey Duo, what you doing? Shopping center. Shopping center wa de. Shopping center de what? Something. Enputsu. Enputsu go. Enpitsu. Enpitsu go. Enpitsu o kaimashita. Big? That is a big pencil.
大きい。
I mean, technically, that's a really... yeah, that's a pretty big pencil, actually. I don't know. How big is Duo? Oki... I mean, all the other ones are obviously red herrings. Kawaii. A scary pencil? You can buy a scary pencil. Come on.
But why could I and am I yeah, you can buy a scary pencil big enough to be a threat. Even if Duo is a normal size owl, that is a pretty big pencil. Yeah, sure. Oh, I was thinking of more the opposite, not like a normal size owl, but like a caricature size owl, like a super teeny weeny owl. But dude, Duo is adorable. Big enough to be a threat. I like it. I like it. Big enough pencil to be a threat. Chikaku, no, not Chikaku. Tonari no machi ni shopping Santa があります。Can I hear this?
Shopping.
Oh, you only
Shopping.
Where's
Shower.
Shopping.
Shower.
Shopping. Shopping shower.
Shower.
Okay, all right.
Center.
Center. Okay. All right. We gotta be composed here.
町。隣のにありますが。
隣の町にショッピングセンターがショッピングセンターがあります。ショッピングセンターがあります。隣の町にショッピングセンターがあります。There's a big bookstore in the shopping center. Alright. I'll show you a shopping center.
郵便局
Stop it. I didn't click on that.
ショッピングセンターに
本屋
があります。
大きい本屋があります。Shopping shower. Haven't you had a shopping shower? I have it. Like I go out for a shopping shower every like 3 months. Maybe. Shopping showers are pretty cool. I know. I'm pretty hip. All the kids are doing it these days. When you do the first one, you can't really go back. I tell you. Oh yeah, it's like the new thing. My version is you buy a bunch of gift cards and then you just throw it up in the air and have a shopping shower. You know, that's how you do it. You pull out you withdraw like 5,000 USDs and then go out and have a shopping shower. Easy. It's kind of like a champagne shower, but a shopping shower. You let like big objects and ticket items hit you in the face, right? Just make sure to like try to stick to smaller items because it could hurt. Like I wouldn't want to throw like a gaming PC up in the air and get hit by the get hit in the head. Stuff. Shopping center に大きい
大きい本屋があります。Oh no. Oh no, I'm so far behind.
大学の先生は親切な人です。大学の先生は親切な。
Oh, I like shinsetsu. Who asked me what's my favorite word? Who's my favorite? Who's my favorite? What's my favorite word right now? I like shinsetsu. Even though Yasashi was introduced way longer, I like shinsetsu. Shinsetsu is the word that I usually use if I had to choose. The sentiments with shinsetsu. Kind. I like it. This is probably the current favorite from this unit. From this unit. Shinsetsu.
人です。大学の先生は親切な人です。
大学の親切大学の先生は親切な人です。Oh no. Duolingo store. Duolingo store. Yeah, Duolingo store. I don't know. I kind of like drugstore too.
大学。
大学。大学の
隣。
隣。大学の隣。ドラッグストア。
ドラッグストア。
ドラッグストア。
が。
Wait. There is?
あります。
Wait. No.
に。
Okay. I enrolled at the university in the countryside. The countryside is 田舎。Right.
No. 大学に入りました。
I had such a long discussion with Shady about this. And I'm still framing that stuff in my head.
バスケットボールコート。
バスケットボールコート。Okay. Okay. Sorry for my silence. I was having an internal monologue, but it would have been very confusing if I was vocalizing it. 先月姉は高校oh Coco kind of reminds me of Cocoa. Coco this is new. So tsuki
卒業しました。And it's kind of like 出かけ。卒業。卒業。卒業。卒業。卒業。卒業。Oh, we did this for like 10 minutes earlier.卒業。卒業。卒業。
卒
卒業。卒業。卒業。卒業。graduate.
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
いつ高校、wait.
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？卒業しました。
卒業しました。卒、yeah, it's like seashell, it's like she sells seashells by the seashore all over again. 卒業しましたか？しましたか？卒業。卒業。卒業。卒業しましたか？いつ高校を卒業しましたか？ Okay. When卒業しましたか？ When did you graduate high school? 高校。いつ高校を卒業しましたか？卒業しましたか？いつ高校卒業しましたか？
キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。
Okay. キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。キャンパスの近くに素敵な服屋はありません。隣の町の服屋に行きましょうか？ Okay.
この建物は4時に閉まります。
この建物は4時に閉まります。閉まります。閉まります。The heck? Got a brain fart there. This building closes at 4 o'clock.
花さん、大学の近くに郵便局はありますか？
花さん、大学の近くに郵便局はありますか？郵便局。花さん、 大学の資格に郵便局、郵便局はありますか？ I'm like whispering to myself now. はい。はい。でも、早く閉まります。はい。早く、はい。はい。でもは早く閉まります。although it's gonna close early. It closes
クラス
early.
メイトは隣の町に住んでいます。
クラスメイトはクラスメイトは隣の町に住んでいます。My classmate lives in the neighboring town.
歴史の先生はどんな人ですか？
歴史の先生はどんな人ですか？ It's so different when the words are familiar. はい、はい、歴史。はい、歴史の教室。歴史の、教室。教室。教室は広いです。What? Oh, is that really how that was spelled? Oh. Oh yeah, it was. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Hiroi, is that spacious? Hold up. Hiroi. Spacious? Oh, spacious, yeah. Hiroi. Okay. What is the bottom one? Omoshiroi hito desu. Okay, sure. Omoshiroi hito desu. Demo, 少しかわいいです。かわいいです。Okay, fair enough. She's an interesting person, but she's a bit scary
キャンパ
though.
スの近くにドラッグストアはありません。
キャンパスの近くにドラッグストアはありません。隣の町のドラッグストアに行きませんか？ Would you like to go to the drugstore, to the neighboring town's drugstore? I see. I guess we have kanji actually. We have kanji! Oh, it's just one, and then all the other things. Okay. 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 That kind of looks so different that way.
大学
大学
Okay. Interesting.
大学
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 So that is 2 strokes. This is a common radical though,
大学
that I'm familiar with. This is also
大
in a
学
stroke across.
大学
大学
Whoops.
大学
大学
Kind of a little bit
大
different.
学
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
大学
大学
Oh. No, straight down. Okay.
大学
Okay.
大学
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 Oh my gosh. Pen, please don't do that.
大学
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 Hmm. Not very satisfactory.
大学
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 Hmm,
大学
not long enough. Oh, that's a little too far down. Okay. Sensei. Okay.
せ
大学大学
大学
大学 Sensei. 4回4回
京都
京都
大
大
学
学
1年生先生大学大学 大学
Sure.
3階
3階 Oh, 3階 Yeah, 3階 3階先生
何
何
年生
年生
4
4
階
階
大学
大学
先生先生4
4
階
階
先生
先生
2
2
年生
年生
大
大
学
学
何階
何階
大学4年生
Oops.
4年生1回先生大学4回
え
大きい
Oh, 大きい and 大学大学大学 I see. I see. Well played.
新しい5
5
分
分
大きい
い
大学古い大学
大きい
大きい
大学
高い
高い
大学小さい2分
2分
大きい
ええ
大きい大きい大きい大きい大学大大きい大学
大学
高い
高い
古い東京
東京
大学大学大きい土曜日大学
Where's 土曜日 there?
1時半見ます大きい大きい新しい
新しい
日本大
大
きい
きい
大学
大学
小さい大学大学大学2日
が
2000大きい7
4年生
4年生
先生 yeah, fair enough 4年生40分
40分
40分
4
4
年生
年生 Oops
4年生先生2
2
年
年
生
生
先週
fair enough
先生
4年生
年よ生
先生
4
4
年生
年生
2年生先生先週40分
Hank, send me a 2x. I guess we're gonna complete this. Heckin' Hank? Hank's probably listening.
大学
Daigaku. Shh, don't tell Hank.
大学
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 大学大学
大学
Save me. Oh, that's not too bad. Sensei. With what? Sensei? Sure.
4年生3年生先生先週30分
Throw in another sun, sure.
先生
3年生
3年生
先生
3年生先生31日30分先週
Introducing the Duolingo.
Yes. We're gonna complete these. Sengetsu. With sensei, probably. Yeah, sensei.
先生先月
7月 Fair enough. 5月
何年生先生先生
先月
Oh, I was thinking of definitely not thinking about the correct character there.
先月
先生
先生5月先週
Oops,
先週
just kidding.
9月
先月 We're gonna have to take that back. Senshu.
先週
Okay, probably sensei again. Okay. Senshu.
先週
Sensei. 先月 2日
4年生先生
先週
先週
先生
2年生
今夜
先生先月先週
先週 key 先生
き
Why is this introduced as okay? What is the overlap here? There's no overlap.
き先生雨
雨
1年生川
I'm surprised they didn't use like Yasumi or something. Like Yasumi. Or Mokuyobi.
Ki.
Okay. Ki.
Ki. Yama. Sensei. Mizu.
Mizu is kind of okay.
Daigaku.
Daigaku is fine, sure.
Ki. Sensei. Sen. Se. Mizu. Sensei. Kawa. Ki. 3年生。
Okay.
き。先生。山。水。き。山田。
Okay. Oh, I'm out of time. All right. Let's try to get our 5 lessons in. Oh my gosh, it's already after midnight. So, oh man, dude.
大学
Daigaku.
大学
Sure. Daigaku.
大学
田舎の大学に入りました。
田舎
の
Wait.
の田舎の大学に入りました。
田舎の
大学
に
入りました。田舎の大学に入りました。
田舎の大学に入りました。
田舎の大学に入りました。
Oh, 先週高校。Oh no, here we go again.卒業。しました。先週高校を卒業しました。It's kind of better imagining them like that.
田舎に引っ越しました。
田舎にwow. Oh, wow.
卒業しました。
Okay. 田舎に卒業しました。卒業しました。And WT heck. Oh, it's not. That doesn't actually make sense. I just realized that. Wait. Did I even get that phrase before? Oh, wait. I was so fixated on getting what is it?卒業しました。卒業します。卒業。Okay.
歴史
の授業。歴史の授業。
どの学校に入りますか？
どの学校に
入りますか？
どの学校に入りますか？
どの学校に入りますか？
6
来月10月大学4人
4人
アーティスト
アーティスト
真ん中
真ん中
歴史
歴史
歴史 Oh 歴史 Okay モニターステージ
ステージ
大きい都市の大学はちょっと田舎の大学に入りたいです。田舎の景色はとても綺麗です。近くに山と川があります。
Dang. I mean, so this person enjoys nature? Question mark? 大きい都市の大学はちょっと Yeah. So they don't really like the big city universities. Big city universities. 田舎 so not city, right? 田舎の大学に入りたいです。入りたいです。So the person does want to enroll in college or university in a university in the countryside. 田舎の景色はとても綺麗です。The countryside view is very pretty. 近くに山と川があります。There are nearby rivers and mountains. There are rivers and mountains nearby. Or mountains and rivers nearby. Enjoys nature. 大学に入りました。専攻は数学です。Math major. 数学。Major is
もう
math.
すぐ高校を卒業します。そして大学に入ります。数学を勉強したいです。
Sounds like a student to me. もうすぐここを卒業します。卒業します。卒業します。They're about to graduate high school soon. そして、then 大学に入ります。Then I'll enroll in college. 数学を勉強したいです。 勉強したいです。I want to study math. Yeah. Okay. Ongaku. Ongaku? Ongaku daigaku ni ni hairimashita? I guess. Namano. 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 Oh, namano. Oh, as in the particle. No, namano. It's the only phrase that I know is this is raw. Something they're trying to characterize something as raw. That's the only way. That's the only thing I know about that. And yumen, yeah, sure. Oh, yumen works. Yumen, yeah, yumen, daigaku ni hairimashita. I enrolled in a famous university. Technically, a music university is fine too, honestly.
はい、先月高校を卒業しました。
But I probably need a no. 先月高校を卒業しました。はい、先月高校を卒業しました。I'm just gonna have to slow down a lot. 卒業しました。Yes. I graduated high school last month. 先月。田舎から、田舎から、place? Tokyo works. Tokyo ni, and this is, I don't remember.
引っ越し。
引っ越し。Probably earlier in the day, maybe? に引っ越しました。
引っ越し。
Yeah. 引っ越し
まし。
ました。I moved from the countryside to Tokyo. Have I used move before? I don't think I've used move before.
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？
いつ高校を卒業しましたか？卒業しましたか？いつ高校を卒業しましたか？ When did you graduate high school?
専攻は歴史です。
専攻は歴史です。専攻は歴史です。My major is history.
田舎に引っ越しました。
いや、引っ越しました。
田舎に引っ越しました。 田舎に引っ越しました。
田舎に引っ越しました。Okay, I make another error. Boy, oh boy. I either make another error or I end it. If I make another error, I'm really tired. Quite a bit tired now. Ki. 100. Chiao. Show. It's show as a standalone. Interesting. Ki and go. Okay. Sensei. Everything else. Daigetsu, Jikan, and Ashita.
先生。大学にとても古い木があります。
Kunyomi and onyomi is hard. I see.
大学にとても古い木があります。大学にとても古い木があります。大学にとても古い木があります。2とても古いがあります。木。大学にとても古い木があります。大学にとても古い木があります。
Wow.
大学にとても古い木があります。
Okay. 大学に大学にとても古い木大学にとても古い木があります。今夜先生木
大学
月曜日
アメフトの試合。
アメフト wait. Oh, right. アメフト American football.
アメフト
アメフト
の試合の
試合アメフト I forgot to tell Shady about that. アメフト Shady was really adamant on sharing the Japaneseisms of contracting words together. What was the example that Shady said to me yesterday? Today, Joel? Yeah, today, Joel. I think. Tarejo. Yeah, Tarejo. Trader Joe's. Tarejo. So good. I think from now on I might actually refer to Trader Joe's as Tarejo. Or Tadajo. I don't. I'm gonna have to ask Katie again. Trade. Turajo. Turejo. Torejo. Yeah, Torejo. Daigaku. Ki. Hon. I like how they put ki and hon. Sensei. 1年生。
モニタ
ー。Oh, right. Stagiamu? Oh my god. Stagiam. Artist. Stage. 歴史 There's a big tree on campus.
キャンパス
キャンパス
に
大きい
大きい
大きい木があります。
あります。
キャンパスに大きい木があります。
大学に新しいスタジアムがあります。毎週いろいろなスポーツの試合を見ます。とても楽しいです。
This person plays sports, likes watching sports. Sorry, because they also mentioned that there's a new stadium. They're looking forward to watching sports at the stadium, at the new stadium. Okay, 大学に新しい how do I do this inスタジアムがあります。スタジアムがあります。大きいに、大きい。大学に新しいスタジアムがあります。毎週いろいろなスポーツの試合を見ます。I watch sports game, all types of sports games every week. とても楽しいです。It is very fun. Oh, not looking for it. It is very fun. 楽しいです。ビジネスの先生。
ビジネスの先生。
この大学は綺麗です。キャンパスに大きい木がたくさんあります。先生はよく外で授業をします。大学はとても楽しいです。
Really like school. really like school. And enjoys classes because mentioned that they really like, and then it's often the class is often outside. They definitely like the outdoors. この大学は綺麗です。This university is very pretty. キャンパスに大きい木がたくさんあります。There are a lot of big trees on campus. 先生はよく外で授業をします。The teacher likes to have often have classes outside. And then 大学はとても楽しいです。The university is very fun. So really like school. And to summarize, 街に何がありますか？
が
What is there in town? What's there in town? その先生は面白い人です。
that professor is very interesting. Sure. What is it? Amefuto no 試合。Okay. アメフトのOh no. Oh my gosh, I've been struggling a lot today. It's okay. アメフトのスタジアムはとても大きいです。大きいです。アメフトのスタジアムはとても大きいです。We're still going.
Get more with Super Duolingo. Go ad-free and skip the interruptions to focus on your learning. Unlock unlimited hearts and make as many mistakes as you need. And you can target weaknesses in your practice hub with AI-powered practice sets based on your recent mistakes. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your learning with Super Duolingo.
Hey, yup. Yuppers.
近くのカフェは7時に閉まります。
近くのカフェは8時 or 7時 ?7 時に閉まります。近くのカフェは7時に閉まります。It closes at 7. The nearby cafe closes at 7.
近くのカフェは7時に閉まります。近くのカフェは7時に閉まります。
Okay. Yeah, the nearby cafe closes at 7 o'clock. Okay. 歴史銀行 bank 銀行ケーブルステージ
ペンキャンパスに ATM はありますか？
キャンパス ATM は something ありますか？はありますか？ Sure.
キャンパスに ATM はありますか？キャンパスに ATM はありますか？
あ、もう4時半です。銀行は5時に閉まります。早く行きましょ
う。Okay, this person needs to finish up their they gotta get to the bank, sorry. I have to get to the bank. They're running out of time. It's already 4 o'clock? 4:30? Yeah. もう4時半です。Oh, it's already 4 o'clock. 銀行は5時に閉まります。The bank closes at 5 o'clock. 早く行きましょう。I should hurry. I should go quickly. I should go quickly. Get to the bank.
近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。近くの
what? スーパー。Wait.
近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。
スーパーは6時に
閉まります。
近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。 So the nearby supermarket closes at 6 o'clock.
近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。すみません、郵便局に行きたいです。キャンパスに郵便局はありますか？
I mean, it kinda, wait. すみません。すみません。郵便局に行きました。行きたいです。I want to go to needing directions. すみません。郵便局に行きたいです。I want to go to the post office. キャンパスに郵便局はありますか？ Is there a post office on campus? Needing in directions? Giving, I guess.
郵便局は9時に開きます。
郵便
局に郵便局は9時に開きます。
9時
に
はまりNo, wait.
郵便局は9時に開きます。
郵便局に
は郵便局は9時に開きます。開きます。
Oh, there it is. 開きます for open.
郵便局は9時に開きます。
郵便局は9時に開きます。The intransitive open. So, to contrast, 閉まります。大学に郵便局はありますか？ Yes. キャンパスに大きい郵便局はありますか？ Sure. います。Interesting. Nope. And then 泳ぎます。Swim. Sure. Roommate. Yeah, this is no one. Roommate は親切人です。親切な人です。
は親切な人です。
いや、ルームメイトは親切な人です。
親切な人。
Okay. Fine person. Interesting. 中国Oh, Chinese language, right. 中国語の先生は親切な人です。
きれいな親切人です。
中国語の先生は親切な人です。
銀行は遠いです。
銀行は遠いです。 銀行は遠いです。Is the bank far? Or the bank is far? Sure. Not a question. The bank is far. The nearby supermarket closes at 6 o'clock. 近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。近くのスーパーは6時に閉まります。
キャンパスに銀行はありますか？
キャンパスに銀行はありますか？ Is there a bank on campus? The university professor is a kind person. Okay. 大学の
来ません。先生
は親切な人です。大学の先生は親切な人です。Kind person. 親切な人。
親切な人。
Oh, I got an extra heart back actually. Okay.
大学のテニスコートは新しいです。
I heard 大学のsport something tennis.
大学のテニスコートは新しいです。
テニスコート
は新しいです。大学のテニスコートは新しいです。
大学のテニスコートは新しいです。
ケーブル銀行
空気Oh man, I totally forgot about 空気。歴史
アーティスト。近くの駅にドラッグストアがあります。近くの
ドラッグストア needs something
にがあります。近くの駅にドラッグストアがあります。
駅に
近くの駅にドラッグストアがあります。
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 There's a drugstore in the nearby station or at the nearby station.
テニスの試合が楽しみです。でもコートは少し遠いですね。タクシーに乗りましょ
う。They'll go to the game in a taxi. A tennis game actually. テニスの試合が楽しみです。I look forward to the tennis game. でもコートは少し遠いですね。That makes sense. However, the court is far, isn't it? タクシーに乗りましょう。We should take a taxi.
田舎は不便ですか？
田舎
田舎は不便ですか？
は不便ですか？田舎は不便ですか？ The inconvenient Is the countryside inconvenient?
田舎は不便ですか？田舎は不便ですか？
Is it inconvenient in the countryside?
具合が悪いです。薬が飲みたいです。でもキャンパスにドラッグストアはありません。とても不便です。
Oh gosh, that's a lot of complaining. Guai ga, oh my gosh. Oh, guai. Oh, there it is. There's the phrase I was looking for. Guai ga warui desu. I'm feeling sick.
具合が悪いです。
Yeah, it's guai. Guai is the one that I'm missing. I remember the ga warui desu, but guai. Guai ga warui desu. I'm feeling sick. Kusuri. Yeah, kusuri ga nomitai desu. Ooh, that's a pretty the use case for taking medicine, right? Using nomu. So medicine. Kusuri ga nomitai desu. Demo campus ni drug store drug store wa arimasen. The campus doesn't have a drugstore. There isn't a drugstore on campus. There is no drugstore on campus, I suppose. Totemo fuben. Fuben desu. It's very inconvenient. Complaining. Baking. Something no kuki wa kirei desu ka? Something air. Kaban. That's a bag. Mouse. Osaka. Okay, sure. Osaka. Is the Osakan air clean? I don't know. Kind of. Super de kusuri o kaimasu. Buying. I bought medicine at the supermarket. Machi ni doragu store wa arimasen.
What?
Because there's no drugstore in town. That's fair enough. Small towns are sometimes inconvenient. Oh, that's kind of a nice phrase.
小さい
Chisai
町
machi wa tokidoki. Oh.
時々
Oh,
時々
I think that's okay, actually.
時々
Yeah, tokidoki. Tokidoki fuben
不便
desu.
です
Fuben desu. Oh, these are new. So, daigaku. Daigaku ni tennis court o arimasen. Or wa arimasen. Wa arimasen. Gaming. Wait. Just kidding. Badminton. Oh my gosh, they brought back badminton. Badminton o shimasen ka? Do you want to play? Would you like to play badminton? Okay. There's no bus stop. Baste. No wait. Baste wa arimasen. I don't see how any of this is new. This in
バ
this
ス
rate.
はありません。
バス停はありません。Am I being a pep? No. Dior? Oh, Dior. Ooh, Dior. Dior de. Oh, they're really throwing a lot of vocabulary out. Dior de. Dior de. Dior de Ega. What? Rio de. Oh, okay. Rio de Ega. Fair enough. Rio de Ega. Ega o mimasu. Sure.
Oh.
I watched a movie in a dorm. Machi ni Ega kan. Oh, machi ni Ega kan wa arimasen. There aren't movie theaters in town. There's no movie theater in town. Okay. 田舎は少し不便です。
テニスコートは広いですね。
テニスコートは広いですね。The tennis court is spacious, isn't it? Wow, they're really mixing it up. I kind of like this. It's really mixed up. Bring back all the stuff. Clean air, okay. きれいな空気。
きれいな空気。
きれいな空気。I had to remember that kirei is a na adjective. Right, that's the trick. And then they did the opposite. Kuki wa kirei desu. To show that there's no na, right? Drugstore wa. Oh, actually. Machi ni drugstore ga arimasu. ドラッグストアがあります。街に
ドラッグストア
があります。One more lesson.
近くに安いショッピングセンターがあります。近くに
Oh no. ショッピングセンター。
ショッピング
センターがあります。安い。Yeah.
近くに安いショッピングセンターがあります。
Okay. 近くに安いショッピングセンターがあります。ショッピングセンターがあります。空気ケーブル鉛筆歴史
アーティスト。この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
この町にwhat was it? おしゃれな
服屋
はありません。
この町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
この町におしゃれこの町におしゃれな服屋はありません。
隣の町に大きいショッピングセンターがあります。よくクラスメートとそこに行きます。先週も新しい服を買いました。
On the weekends, this person always go shopping. Yes. 隣の町に大きいショッピングセンターがあります。There's a big shopping center in the neighboring town. よくクラスメイトとそこに行きます。We go there. Oh, I see. We go there. I go there with a classmate. I often go there with a classmate. Nice. 先週も新しい服を買いました。I buy new clothes last week. Or last weekend. Last week.
この町に大きい服屋はありません。この町に大きい服屋はありません。ありません。この町に大きい服屋はありません。この町に大きい服屋はありません。
この町に大きい服屋はありません。There's no clothing shop in town. I always buy pencils at the convenience store. That's pretty good. コンビニでいつもWhat is it? 鉛筆を買います。コンビニでいつも鉛筆を買います。Another one? Oh, put いつも in the front, sure. いつも Fair enough. カフェでコーヒーを飲みませんか？ Would you like to drink coffee at the cafe? ショッピングセンターにいいカフェであります。There's a good cafe at the shopping center. My classmate lives in a neighboring town. 隣の町にクラスメイトに住んでいます。
に住んでいますは
Wait a minute.
クラスメイトは
Yes. クラスメイトは隣の町に住んでいます。先週クラスメイトと隣の町に 行きました。Past tense. There's a big bookstore at the shopping center. Okay. ショッピングセンター。ショッピングセンターで大きい本屋があります。
ショッピング。
Wait, did I say ni? No. I said de. I said de, didn't I? ショッピングセンター。
使いません。
Stop.
センター。
ショッピング、ショッピングセンターに大きい本屋があります。昨日、隣。Oh, that's so good. They're actually shifting tenses in the half sets. So the repeated set shifts from present tense to past tense. So they're really filling out the repetition. So they're swapping up tenses in between the introduction, the N1 and the R1. 昨日隣の町で鉛筆を買いました。昨日 yesterday. There's no big clothing store in this town. 町に大きい服屋はありません。What? Oh no. Konomachi. I've got the demonstrative. Okay. 昨日隣の町でクラスメイトと遊びました。Interesting. I like it. They're really mixing up all the predicates.
キャンパスの近くに服屋はありません。
キャンパスの近くに服屋はありません。There's no clothing store near campus. Yeah, because it's still okay. Or wait, 近く yeah, near campus.
ショッピングセンターにカフェがあります。
ショッピングセンターにカフェがありますか？あります。Oh, there's a cafe in the shopping center.
鉛筆とペン。
pencil and pen.
この町に安い服屋はありません。
この町に安い服。Well, that was a weird disconnect. I hope we're reconnected and it doesn't create like two random pieces of videos. Random disconnect. How did I screw this up? この町に大きい服屋はありません。We did it! We didn't need to practice! Okay. Alright, we're good.
Oh, we're finally caught up from yesterday's digression. But I kind of digressed pretty hard today too. Hopefully I can get rested well enough. Alright, hopefully the last couple minutes didn't get cut off. I think it stayed the same. It reconnected in time. Not that bad. Alright, there you have it. We actually managed to review this stuff, completed this, and this. And tomorrow it looks like, oh my gosh, tomorrow's just as long. I really gotta focus. So we have a personalized practice on top of it. Wait, is this the same? Shop for clothing. All right, we shop for clothing and then talk about college. So we have to reach down here again. All right. Well, that's a wrap. Thanks for listening, hanging out. We had a lot of good conversations. When it gets late, you got to focus. That concludes day 83. Thanks for chilling. Thanks for listening. Hopefully all of you are having fun, you know, enjoying what you got to do. Keep it consistent. Make your life colorful. Until next time, stay healthy in both mind and body. I'll catch you guys next time. As always, mata ashita. Ja ne.